since I'd asked Ollie to be exclusive. But still. I fiddled with Matt's card. He stood beside the fire engine, his arm flexing as he leant against the door. Behind his well-built frame, water streamed into the dark hulk of the ruined manor. Call connected at 10:10. Gabe, what's up? Hi, Juliet. Sorry to ring you at home. What's wrong? There's been a fire at the Dunlow estate. Half the manor was destroyed. Shit. I talked to Dunlow, and he thinks someone was lurking around last night, and that the fire was started by a cigarette thrown in through the window. The firefighter I spoke to wasn't so sure, but it needs to be followed up. There was also a threatening note put through the door. Any idea who sent it? Jordan has to be in the frame. I've checked, and the handwriting doesn't match Carl's. Okay, so we need to talk to Jordan. I can be back in about an hour. You don't need to come back for that. I'm coming. I'll text you the details of my train and you can pick me up from the station. Gabe. Juliet led the way through the weeds to Jordan's front door. She'd thrown on a blazer over her jeans and flowery blouse, but it didn't dampen the humanizing effect of her casual clothes. She pressed the doorbell while I twisted the binding of my notepad, trying to squash down the guilt squirming in my belly. Juliet would have rushed back no matter what I'd said. The only way to stop her abandoning her family would have been to withhold information, and that would not have gone well. Stop it, she murmured. I dropped my hands to my sides. What? Feeling guilty. The door opened, revealing a rail-thin man. His coppery hair was swept off his forehead, his pointy nose prominent. Full-sleeve tattoos covered his once-pale arms, his narrow face the only place not invaded by ink. Mr. Haynes? Juliet checked. I'm Detective Inspector Juliet Stern, and this is Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin. That was quick. His voice was as unusually high as Jordan's. We were told not to expect you for hours. Call me Andy. A line bisected Juliet's forehead as we were ushered inside. We are here to ask Jordan about a fire on the Dunlow estate. Oh. Andy's face clouded. You're not here because he's missing? We walked into the cramped living room, and Jordan's dad settled into the armchair near the French doors. Juliet and I sat on the sofa. She stared out at the patch of neglected lawn. Jordan's missing. I flipped open my notepad. Yeah, he didn't come home last night. Andy rubbed at his chin, his elbow a sharp point through his shirt. Sometimes he comes home late and forgets to text to say he's staying out, but he didn't come home before we went to bed. We called around his mates. None of them have seen him, and he didn't say anything to them about what he was doing. We waited until this morning and called the police. Upstairs, a floorboard creaked. We know Jordan was at the memorial for Melanie Pert yesterday morning, and later he was in an altercation with another boy, I said. You have no idea what he did after that. Andy ran a hand over his slicked back hair. I picked him up from the police station, but he scarpered when we stopped at some traffic lights. You have no idea where he went? I asked. Jordan must have been desperate to escape. Did he want to go to the estate, or could he not bear to be in close proximity with his father any longer? He doesn't tell me much these days. Andy stopped speaking as Jordan's mum appeared in the doorway, her hair piled into a messy bun on top of her head. She started when she saw Juliet and me. The skin off her face reddened, except for a misshapen purple bruise across her left cheek and forehead. Juliet stood, roused from her staring match with a dandelion outside, but Jordan's mum shied away. She scurried out of the room, her progress upstairs marked by uneven creaks. Juliet sat down, breathing through flared nostrils. I hope your wife's okay. I broke the thick silence. Andy shrugged. She's fine. She fell down the stairs last night, bumped her head. Juliet's hands fisted in her lap. Such an obvious lie, but we couldn't pursue a charge of domestic abuse without a strong witness or inclination from the victim. We had neither. To confirm, you've not seen Jordan since you picked him up from the station yesterday? I asked. That's right. Andy's voice was cool. And he's in trouble now, right? As Juliet said, we'd like to ask Jordan about a fire on the Dunlow estate. We don't know whether Jordan was involved, but could you give us a call when he comes home? But he's missing, Andy said. What if he's got nothing to do with it? Officers will be around later today to discuss opening a missing persons case. I tapped my pencil. Could we please have a sample of Jordan's handwriting? What for? Jordan's father wasn't a kind man, but he had some protective instincts towards his son. We forgot to get one the other day. I pressed my thumb into the side of my notepad rather than look away from Andy's piercing eyes. It's standard procedure. He stared at me for a second, then bent to search through the papers under the coffee table. I tried not to make my sigh of relief too obvious. If Jordan was missing, we needed to get a sample of his handwriting from his home. Coming back with a warrant would have caused an unnecessary delay. Here. Andy passed me a dog-eared magazine. Jordan and his mum were doing the crossword together the other day. I kept my face expressionless as I scanned the clues, the distinctive capitalization of every T bouncing off the page. I rose from the sofa, and Juliet followed suit. Thank you for this. We'll make sure someone is sent around to start a missing persons case as soon as possible. Andy led the way to the front door. He watched us walk to the car, his unwavering gaze causing prickles across the back of my neck. Once the door snapped shut, I glanced at the house. Jordan's mum stood at an upstairs window. She jumped and disappeared, like someone inside had shouted her name. I climbed into the car and turned the key in the ignition. Juliet stared at Jordan's house until I pulled away. Did you notice how she held herself? She mimicked cradling her arm. There was more damage done to that woman than we could see. I indicated at the end of the road. I hadn't been as watchful as Juliet, more focused on getting answers from Jordan's dad. The handwriting is a match? Juliet leant into the headrest, closing her eyes. Do you think Jordan started the fire? He might have, I said. Someone was lurking outside the manor before the fire started. Jordan's absence and his tendency towards hurting people won't help his case if he had nothing to do with it. If he wasn't there, who was? Juliet mused. What were the Dunlows like when you talked to them? Same as usual. I swept across a mini roundabout. Dunlow treated me like I was scum. The boys were scared. Do you think any of them started the fire? I wrinkled my nose. Why would they? We've already searched the house. But maybe we didn't find everything. Juliet opened her eyes. You said the fire might have originated around the fireplace. Maybe someone was burning evidence and it got out of hand. Or maybe someone wanted to distract us. I bit my lip. The sooner Jordan turns up, the better. The Dunlows aren't going to give anything away. I was beginning to think they were all much better liars than I'd given them credit for. Or their lies were so many and varied that it was hard to spot the truth between them. At least Jordan was an open book. He might bluster and lash out, but it was all done honestly. Despite Leo's claims that he loved Melanie, he hadn't broken down in the way Jordan did on hearing she'd died. Leo wasn't spiraling in grief. There was a stillness to him that reminded me of his father. He was untouchable, by us and by the death of someone he'd loved. Call connected at 14:32. Hello? Hi, Keith, it's me. Hello, Juliet. How are the girls? You know how they are. Oh, wait, no, you don't. Because you're never the one left with them when a parent runs away. What have you said to them? You know that if you were here. Keith, I had to come back. Did you? Or did you choose your job over us again? I had to come back. Can I talk to them? I don't think so. You're going to refuse to let me speak to my daughters? If you insist, I'll pass the phone over. But I've just settled them. I can't see how talking to the person who abandons them on a regular basis is going to help. Fine. And you don't even fight for them. I can't do this now, Keith. I'll talk to you soon. Great. We can start arguing about next weekend. I look forward to it. Gabe. Juliet put down her phone and stood up. Jordan's here. What? I'd been reading an article by Matt Lamb about house fires caused by cigarettes. If anyone could spot the signs of one, it was him. A headshot at the top of the article didn't do him justice. Juliet pulled on her blazer. Maybe she didn't have clothes stored here. She'd stayed in jeans since we'd gotten to the station. He and his mum have been taken through to interview room 1, she said, straightening her collar. She tugged a copy of the threatening note from the evidence wall and slotted it into a file. They came into the station to give a witness statement. I jumped up and brushed biscuit crumbs from my trousers. A witness statement? Not to confess a crime. Juliet quirked her eyebrows. Exactly. We walked through the crowded main floor and took the lift down to reception. The street outside the glass entrance was already switching to twilight. Juliet marched towards the wide corridor of interview rooms, but paused outside the first door. How do you want to play this? I took a deep breath. I reckon we both jump in as needed. Jordan's a funny one. He needs a bit of pushing and soothing. We can do both. Juliet gave me a small smile. We work well together. I'd thought that many times. Yet part of me wondered whether Juliet wouldn't be happier working alone. She hadn't literally said she wanted me around, but this was the next best thing. Juliet pushed open the door to the interview room and walked around to the far side of the metal table. Jordan and his mum sat opposite. Jordan stared down at his hands, his clothes dirty and torn. The smell of smoke filled the room. His mum's back was straight in the plastic chair, and her bruised face set like a statue. Juliet reached a hand over the table. I need to apologise. We didn't ask your name before. Jordan's mum stared at Juliet's hand, but slowly lifted her arm. It's Terry. Thank you, Terry. Juliet whipped her hand back to her side. You've been offered a solicitor? We don't need it, she said. Jordan's head remained bowed. Juliet pressed the button to record. Interview commencing at 4:55 p.m. on the 15th of October regarding a fire on the Dunlow estate in the New Forest, I said. Interviewee is Jordan Haynes, a 17-year-old minor accompanied by his mother, Terry Haynes. They have declined legal representation. Interview conducted by Detective Inspector Juliet Stern and myself, Detective Sergeants Gabriella Martin. Jordan, you are not under arrest and are free to leave at any time. I found a clean page in my notebook, resisting the grimace my full name always evoked. Jordan, can you please tell us your movements since you left the station yesterday? He shuffled in his seat. Terry rested a hand on his arm, and he sat up. His face was as dirty as his clothes, his eyes puffy and rimmed with red. I ran off from my dad's car, and I caught a bus over to the Dunlow estate. His voice was brittle. How did you get onto the estate? Juliet asked. Jordan swallowed. I climbed the wall. It's crumbling, so it was easy to get over. What did you do once you were on the estate? I asked. I followed the paths through the forest. Jordan rubbed his hands together, the skin a mixture of clay-like white and charcoal black. I knew which direction to go to find the house. It started getting dark, but then I saw lights. I made a note. Melanie's killer knew their way around the estate, knew how to find a gun and the dog and where to hide evidence. Jordan hadn't admitted to all of this, but he was comfortable following the twisting paths through the forest at least. "Why did you go to the estate?" Juliet asked.
"I was going crazy. Nothing was happening about Mel. No one was being punished."
Jordan's partially shaved eyebrows pulled together.
"I was angry."
"What were you planning to do?" I asked.
Jordan looked up, eyes wide.
"Not start a fire. I was just going to scare Leo. I wouldn't have done anything serious." His definition of something serious and ours were most likely quite different. I flipped to a fresh page in my notepad. "Tell us what you did after you saw the lights at the manor."
"I followed them. I could see in, but those poshos couldn't see me. I watched them have dinner together. They didn't talk much, but Leo was safe. His brother said something when their dad left the room and Leo laughed. I wanted to hurt him."
"What did you do?" Juliet asked.
Jordan scowled at her. "Nothing. Leo went off upstairs, so did his brother. Only the dad was left downstairs reading."
"You did nothing?" I asked. "You made no attempt to make contact with any member of the Dunlow family?"
Jordan licked his cracked lips. "No."
"Please explain this." Juliet flipped open the file and spun the copy of the note to face Jordan. His mouth moved uselessly, denials and lies building on his tongue. "We know it's your handwriting." I headed off any blustering before it could begin. "When did you put the note through the door?" Jordan's eyes flicked to his motionless mum.
"Way before the fire started."
"When?" Juliet demanded.
"I'd seen Leo leave the dining room. I followed him around the house. Had already written the note days ago. He was in the hallway alone, so I posted it through the door. Then I ran off to the other side of the house."
Juliet turned the note towards us.
"You think you're untouchable," she read. "I'm going to make you hurt."
"Can you see why this would make us suspicious about your involvement in the fire?" I asked. Juliet had avoided the sections of the note that referred to Melanie, so I held back my renewed suspicions about Jordan's involvement in her death. I didn't want to derail him from giving us a full account of his movements last night.
"I didn't have anything to do with it, I swear."
Jordan licked his ashy lips.
"I just wanted to scare him."
"You posted a threatening note. What did you do after that?" Juliet prompted. Jordan's jaw quivered. His fingers worked furiously at the laces of his hoodie, leaving smudges of black on the grey material.
"I didn't mean to start a fire. I didn't mean to do anything."
"It's all right, Jordan," I said. "Just tell us what happened next." He sniffed.
"I'd been smoking the whole time, dropping the ends around the house. I hoped Leo would get in trouble for it, or it would freak him out because he'd know someone had been outside. I sat out by where the old man was reading most of the night. The window was the only light, and that place was freaky in the dark. I kept thinking I heard someone outside, gravel crunching and stuff, but everyone else was inside the house. I was going to wait until morning to find my way out of there. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, there was loads of shouting and smoke."
"Had one of your cigarettes started the fire?" Juliet asked. A tear leaked out of the corner of Jordan's eye.
"I don't think so, but I don't know. I fell asleep with one lit. I guess it could have caught on something and the fire spread inside."
I frowned. "Can I check you didn't throw a lit cigarette into the house?"
"What?"
Jordan reared back in his seat.
"No, I wouldn't do that. I was angry, but I didn't want to burn the house down. I couldn't have anyway. The windows were closed."
"All your cigarette butts are outside the manor?" Juliet asked.
"Yeah."
Jordan looked between us.
I swear, I didn't mean for this to happen.
If Jordan was telling the truth, then he hadn't started the fire. But that meant Dunlow had either made up the fire spreading from a cigarette butt, or he was mistaken. He didn't seem the type to get confused. "What did you do when you saw the fire?" Juliet asked.
I panicked.
Jordan rubbed at his face with a frayed sleeve.
I knew that if one of those poshos saw me, they'd assume I'd caused it, but I couldn't move. I wanted to hurt Leo, but I didn't want him to burn to death. I was freaking out until the window exploded. After that, I ran off to the edge of the woods. I checked they were all out before I went any further. Then I followed a path away from there. There was smoke everywhere, but I found that barn where they keep their dogs. I figured no one else was going to go there, so I hid until it got light.
"You didn't mind the dogs?" I asked, trying to keep the anticipation out of my voice.
I love dogs. Would have one if Dad let me.
Jordan shot a startled look at his mum, but she didn't react.
They were all freaking out, so I gave them a fuss. There was a big friendly one that I let out. He kept me warm.
The most noticeable thing about Jordan's appearance was the mud and ash staining his clothes, but I spotted a few brown hairs, the exact shade of Artie's fur. I'd have to wait until we were alone to ask Juliet if Jordan had incriminated himself far more during this interview than in any other. Desperate to prove he hadn't started the fire, he was letting things slip. His shock when we told him Melanie was dead might not have been because he didn't know. It could have been because he was devastated we'd find her so soon. "You left the estate when it got light?" Juliet asked. "Where did you go then?" Jordan darted a look at his mum. She sat rigid, her face a blank mask.
I didn't want to go home. Dad would be there and I didn't want to talk to him. He wouldn't listen if I tried to explain what had happened.
A flicker of emotion crossed his mum's face, there and gone before I could name it. "So, where did you go?" Juliet asked. Jordan jerked his shoulders up.
I hid out around the place.
"Why did you go home this afternoon?" I asked.
I was hungry. I thought I'd be able to sneak in while Dad was out.
Juliet pinched her mouth to one side. "What happened when you went home?"
Only Mum was there. She told me you'd come looking for me. She said I had to tell you what happened.
He reached over and placed a grubby hand on top of his mum's knotted fingers. She blinked at him, her eyes filling with tears. This didn't make sense. Why would Jordan have come into the station if he'd started the fire? If he hadn't, who did? And did his slip-ups today mean that discounting him as Melanie's killer had been a big mistake? You have one new voicemail. Voicemail left today at 5:10 p.m.
Benny, where the bloody hell are you? You can't have missed my messages, and the police said they've tried to get in touch too. I don't know if you're mad at me for leaving early, but this is bigger than that. I need you to clear my name, but more than that, I need you. My house fucking well burnt down last night. Someone's been murdered on the estate grounds and Leo's been beaten up. Everything's going wrong. I know I'm a shit, but please call me. I can't go through all this alone.
Gabe. Juliet stood facing the wall of evidence, blazer discarded on her desk. "What did you make of that?" "I'm not sure Jordan had anything to do with the fire." I started with the easiest conclusion. The firefighter doesn't think a cigarette butt started it. "I agree." Juliet didn't look away from the wall. Other things he said gave me pause. I flicked through my notes. Jordan's clearly more comfortable moving around the estate than we thought. And he has an affinity for dogs. Juliet glanced over her shoulder. "I'm glad you clocked that too. Melanie's murderer knew their way around the forest and wasn't attacked by a violent dog." Jordan fits at least that part of the picture. Juliet flicked through various bits of evidence on the wall, her loose blouse flowing around her arms. My earlier guilt returned. Juliet, I'm sorry for calling you back. She let go of the notes from our first interview with Jordan. It's fine. Keith was being difficult. I didn't mind leaving. This was the closest Juliet had ever come to revealing something about her home life, and I wasn't sure what she wanted from me. Word around the station was that Juliet's husband was a nice guy, and that their strange living arrangement was the result of Juliet's dedication to her work. There was no hint of anything else. She snatched up her bag and blazer. We need that fucking forensic report. She stormed out. I didn't know if she was going to harass whoever was working forensics on a Sunday evening, or if she was going home, but I'd missed my chance to offer any kind of comfort. It might be better to leave it. Juliet was like a stray cat. If I overwhelmed her, she would run away and never come back. I took her place in front of the wall of evidence, scanning the pictures and statements. With no word from Benedict Hogan, we couldn't put Terence in the clear. And Jordan had edged his way into the serious suspect category as well. That made me uneasy. He'd made huge mistakes, but I wasn't sure shooting his girlfriend was one of them. If only Carl hadn't run away. He was a firm suspect as well, but I didn't want him to be. I could understand his reasoning. He'd carved out a peaceful, history-free space for himself, and when it was threatened, he'd fled. It was a defense mechanism, but it had backfired. It would make him look more guilty than staying and riding out the storm would have done. I leant on my desk, staring at Leo and his father's photos. It would be satisfying to pin this on Dunlow, but I didn't think it was likely. He still floated above this mess, although half his ancestral home burning down had to have stolen away some of his detachment. Leo had lied and lied again, but I didn't think he was a killer. He hadn't told us the whole story of that night, probably because he didn't want to get in trouble with his father, rather than that he'd killed Melanie. But someone had. Someone chased her into the forest, shot her 3 times, and left her to be mauled by a dog. I sighed and gathered up my things. Hanging around here wouldn't help. Hopefully, Juliet would have some luck with the DNA results. We needed them. If we knew who had sex with Melanie, or got any unusual DNA from her body, then we might be able to catch her killer. Call connected at 2012. Hi, Mum. Hello, darling. Is everything okay? Yes, why wouldn't it be? You don't normally call this late. I wanted to check in. You normally work the weekends during a big case. I remember how you used to pace around the kitchen. You're right. I've just gotten home. That's a long day for a Sunday. Yeah, this case is the gift that keeps giving. You sure you're okay? Yes, darling. I only called because I miss you. Oh, I miss you too. And your dad misses you. Does he? Of course he does. He's got a funny way of showing it. I know. Sorry, it's not your fault. Being away is even harder because he's not speaking to me. He's a silly man. I love him, but he doesn't always make the best decisions. I love him too. You're a good girl, Gabriella. Ah, you'll be happy. I interviewed a suspect today and had to state my full name for the recording. You're such a ninny. Who wouldn't love your name? It's ridiculous. I can only assume you were high on pain meds when you named us. I picked beautiful names for my children. I wouldn't hear a word against them. Anyway, I know you can't tell me anything about the case you're working on. So what have you been up to outside of work? I've, started seeing someone. Oh, Gabriella, how lovely. What's he like? Kind. And it is a he, by the way. Oh, well, yes. What does he do? He's a model. Oh, my. Handsome, then. Very. Will we get to meet him? Maybe. Probably. It's early days. It's so nice to hear you're seeing someone, putting yourself out there. Yeah. How's the food bank going? You remembered! Of course I did. It's great. I'm getting to know the families. They have such a hard time of it, I bet. Have you found yourself a church down there yet? Not yet. I know you don't think much of it all, but it's a good place to find friends and have community. I guess. I have to go. My dinner's almost ready. Love you, Mum. I love you, Gabriella. I'm going now. Goodbye, Gabriella. Bye, Mother. From Alice Toe, alice.toe@police.gov.uk, to Paul Willis, paul.willis@mit.gov.uk, date 15th of October 2037, subject Operation Toucan, Warehouse CCTV. Sir, I found something. The clip is attached. They appear 5 seconds in. Watch the door in the bottom right corner. Alice. Day 7. Monday the 16th of October. Daily Echo. Breaking news, fire at the Dunlow estate. The Dunlow family had to move out of their ancestral home in the northeast of the New Forest following a fire in the manor early on Sunday morning. Several rooms have been heavily burned and many more have smoke damage. The quick thinking of the estate owner, Timothy Dunlow, slowed the spread of the fire. Before vacating the property, he closed many of the doors. None of the Dunlow family was seriously harmed, although Timothy Dunlow did sprain his wrist when leaving the property. The property is Grade 1 listed, so repairs will be costly. It is unlikely the family will stay on the estate while work is in progress. This fire comes after the shooting of a local schoolgirl, Melanie Pert, on the grounds of the estate on the 9th of October. Questions are being raised as to whether these two events are linked. The detectives leading the case declined to comment. Full forensic assessment. Report on DNA samples taken from the body of Melanie Pert and her clothing. DNA samples were taken from Melanie Pert's hair, mouth, hands, genitals and clothes. Samples of blood were also taken. Using blood samples, we are able to estimate the time of death as between 2200 and 2359 on the 9th of October. Melanie's blood showed no alcohol or drugs in her system at the time of death. We can confirm that the dog shot on the Dunlow estate was the same animal involved in the attack on Melanie Pert. Samples of blood taken from its mouth were a positive match for Melanie Pert. Many of the samples taken from Melanie Pert provided positive matches for DNA samples collected in conjunction with this case. The results are listed below. Hair sample, positive match for Leonard Dunlow. Mouth sample, positive match for Leonard Dunlow. Hand sample, positive match for Leonard Dunlow. Genital sample, positive match for Leonard Dunlow. Melanie Pert had unprotected sex 1 to 2 hours before her death. There was no sign of undue force. Melanie Pert's clothes were a positive match for Leonard Dunlow. There were small amounts of material that provided positive matches for Terence Dunlow, Jordan Haynes, Carl Biss and Timothy Dunlow, in order from most to least. These were small enough to be incidental and may not have been picked up via direct contact. Report compiled by Derek Hopkins and David Rees. Gabe. Of course they're staying here, Juliet said, tucking her scarf into her coat. Wind whipped our hair around as we walked across a car park parked with vehicles more in keeping with Dunlow's BMW than my Vauxhall Astra. Implausibly clean windows shone above the entrance to the Southampton Harbour Hotel. The front doors opened automatically as we approached, the movement unhurried. Comfortable heat enveloped us as we walked inside. Juliet shook her head and was as immaculate as ever as we approached the reception desk. I ran my fingers through my cropped hair, willing it to behave. We waited while the receptionist finished a call, her voice set to a low tone of apology. Someone with good taste had arranged what I presumed were original works of abstract art behind the gleaming white reception desk, had chosen the smooth cream wallpaper, and picked out the light wood for the floors. A polished marble staircase wound upwards. The tapping of Juliet's heel didn't travel well, the sound dampened by high ceilings. The spacious reception seemed larger due to windows looking out over the harbour. The receptionist smiled as she put down the phone, her white blonde hair waving neatly. Hers was the kind of carefully curated look that would have had Maddie groaning with envy. She always complained about how difficult it was to make her hair anything other than a frizzy jumble. The smile froze on the receptionist's face when I set my ID on the counter. "We need the room number for Leonard Dunlow," I said. "There's no need to tell him we're here." The receptionist tucked her hair behind her ears. "He's in one of the deluxe Marina View suites. Number 2. Her eyes flicked across her computer screen. "His father and brother are in 3 and 4. They're on the 4th floor. Do you need someone to show you the way?" "That won't be necessary," Juliet said, turning towards the lifts. I thanked the receptionist before following. The silver doors of the lift opened, revealing smudge-free mirrors. Classical music played as the doors closed soundlessly. "What are the odds we'll get Leo out of here without Dunlow interfering?" Juliet checked her coat pockets as we ascended. Clinking from her left revealed where she'd secreted her cuffs. Almost none. My stomach swooped as the lift came to a gentle stop and the doors glided open. The walls on this floor were a mixture of wooden panelling and more cream wallpaper. The hallway was silent as we walked to Suite 2, no sounds pervading from the surrounding rooms. This was nothing like the travel lodge I'd stayed in for a few nights when I moved down here. Juliet knocked on the door, one heel twisting on the spotless floor. I took a deep breath and composed myself. We were here to take Leo to the station with minimal fuss, where he would finally tell the truth. I still wasn't sure he was Melanie's murderer, but he was certainly a chronic liar. Leo opened the door, the glossed wood whispering over soft carpet. He wore the same wide-eyed doe look as when we'd first met him, innocence personified in a spotless white top and light blue jeans. He hadn't planned on going to school today. Apparently, losing a home was enough to warrant a break from the norm in Dunlow's eyes. "Leonard Dunlow, you are under arrest for the murder of Melanie Pert." Juliet stepped forward and placed a hand on his arm. "You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you may later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand?" Leo's face was almost as pale as the dressing on his cheek as he nodded. "Let me put my shoes on." He pulled trainers from under a highly polished desk, his movements sure as he sat on the queen-sized bed to lace them up. He must have known this day was coming. There was no way we wouldn't find the DNA he'd left all over Melanie. I glanced around the suite. French doors led out onto a private balcony, the tops of masts visible, but the majority of the view dominated by undulating water. I'd never slept so close to the sea. The hissing of waves would be unrelenting. A door beside the deeply quilted bed banged open as Leo stood up. Dunlow strode in. He placed himself in front of his son, his chest heaving beneath a pressed grey suit. "Whatever the hell you're doing here, I suggest you leave." He pointed a finger at Juliet. "My son has nothing more to tell you." "Your son is under arrest for murder," Juliet said, unmoved by Dunlow's bluster. "If you won't get out of our way, Then we'll have to arrest you for obstruction of justice. Dunlow's eyes narrowed to slits. I breathed slowly, glad of Juliet's steady presence. I tried not to show intimidation in the face of men like Dunlow, but I was a small woman. Something inside me screamed to recoil. We'd come here without backup. Sure, Dunlow wouldn't make a scene in such a public place, but hotel rooms become private spaces for the people staying in them. Dunlow flinched when Leo placed a hand on his shoulder. I have to go, Dad. It'll be okay. Dunlow gripped his son's arm. Don't tell them anything until I've sorted a solicitor. Leo nodded. He eased past his father, the older man's hand falling to his side. Call me when you get there, Dunlow commanded. Make sure they let you talk to me as soon as you arrive. Terence appeared at the inner door in his pyjamas. What's going on? Juliet placed her hand under Leo's elbow. We're taking Leo to the station. We have some questions for him about the murder of Melanie Pert. Leo allowed himself to be propelled out into the corridor and along towards the lift. Dunlow's face was contorted with rage as I left the room, a blotchy mix of reds and whites. The connecting door snapped shut. Terence was wise. Best to hide away when a storm came, and Dunlow's bad moods would be as destructive and threatening as a hurricane. Ollie sent 9:10. Hey, girlfriend. I'd love to see you again soon. Maybe even for dinner this time? Kiss, kiss. Call connected at 10:36. Timothy Dunlow. Hey, Dad. Why didn't you call as soon as you got there? I couldn't. Sorry. There was paperwork to do and they took my fingerprints, but they made sure I called you at the first possible time. What's happening now? I think I'm going in a cell for a bit, while I wait for the solicitor. Gerard is on the way. He'll be there within the hour. Okay, I feel... Is one of them with you now? A police officer? Yeah. Don't let them see any weakness. Don't let them see anything. Okay, Dad. And don't tell them anything. Don't let them trip you up. Any question you're not sure how to answer, you look to Gerard first. I will. You haven't done anything wrong. They won't be able to charge you. I know. Thank you, Dad. For what? Believing in me. The biggest mistake you made was letting that girl onto the estate, but nothing that happened after has anything to do with you. Form 30D. Formal request for surveillance of a commercial property. Requesting officers, Detective Inspector Paul Willis. Case number 100-98756. Case description: murder of Crystal Barrett on the Northwood Housing Estate in Southampton on the 10th of October. Requested surveillance area: a condemned warehouse on the Liners Industrial Estate. See the attached map of the area. Reason for warrant request: we have evidence that Justin and Sonia Barrett are hiding in this warehouse to avoid arrest. CCTV shows both individuals entering the property 2 days ago. We would like 24-hour surveillance on the warehouse to ascertain if they are still in the vicinity and whether they are armed. We have conclusive proof Justin and Sonia Barrett abused and murdered their 7-year-old daughter, Crystal Barrett. Gabe. We're ready for you. The aged solicitor held open the door to the interview room. He was exactly who I'd have pictured giving the Dunlows legal advice. He might be older and thinner, but he was cut from the same cloth as his moneyed employer. Juliet and I pushed away from the wall. We'd waited in the corridor for over an hour while Leo conferred with his legal representative. Neither of us had suggested going up to the office. I followed Juliet into the room and settled in the chair opposite Leo. She opened a file of evidence while I pressed the record button. Interview commencing at 11:20 a.m. on the 16th of October. Interviewee is Leonard Dunlow and his solicitor Gerard Hargrave is present. They have been given time prior to this interview to consult. Leonard Dunlow has been arrested in conjunction with the murder of Melanie Pert on the Dunlow estate in the New Forest on the 9th of October. This interview is being conducted by myself, Detective Sergeant Gabriella Martin, and Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. As I finished my spiel, Juliet passed me a piece of paper. I slid it across the table towards Leo, my hand steady. Adrenaline fizzed in my gut, but I'd practiced calming breathing while we waited. This was your original statement, made on the 10th of October, I said. You claimed you didn't know Melanie. Leo skimmed the words. Juliet placed another piece of paper next to the first. This is your second statement, where you admitted you knew Melanie. You said you didn't go to meet her. Juliet slid a final statement across the table as I continued. And your third statement amending your relationship with Melanie. You were in love with her, but maintained that when she came to the estate, you didn't meet with her. I placed a fourth piece of paper, detailing the forensics from Melanie's body beside the first three. We have DNA evidence that proves you've lied again. Now, Leo, it's time for you to tell us the truth. I'm sorry I lied, but I promise I didn't kill Mel. We'd be much more inclined to believe you if you tell us what actually happened on the 9th of October, Juliet said. Leo pushed his glasses up his nose. He didn't look at his solicitor, but Hargrave took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. This was why they'd taken so long to confer. There was some kind of disagreement between them. We could work with that. Everything I told you was true, apart from the bit where I didn't go to meet Mel. I did meet her, Leo said. She was desperate. I'd told her what my dad was like about girls, so I knew she was only asking to come over because something bad had happened. I met her at the bus stop. I thought I'd be able to talk to her there and send her home, but she was so upset. She started crying as soon as she saw me. She told me how her ex wouldn't leave her alone and kept sending her horrible messages. I didn't want to make her go away, so I snuck her onto the estate. You didn't go through the gates? I asked. Leo shook his head. Parts of the boundary walls are falling down. We climbed over, then followed one of the paths through the forest. I took her to the den over the garage. I thought Dad wouldn't notice us there. He gulped. I don't know how it happened, but we were talking and then kissing. We ended up having sex. Red patches formed on Leo's neck, but he forged on. It was amazing. I'd never had sex before, and Mel was so kind and lovely, but I didn't handle it well afterwards. I told her she couldn't stay. I wanted to be there for her, but I couldn't risk Dad finding out I'd had a girl over. He would go mad. I made a note. What happened then, Leo? She was upset. I needed her to leave, but I didn't want her to think I was using her. I didn't know what to say as she got dressed. She left. He pressed his lips together. I let her go. You didn't follow? I asked. Leo glanced at his solicitor, who studiously ignored him. I fell asleep. You didn't hear anything that happened during the night? I pushed. I wish I'd gone after her. Leo's chin quivered. I could have made sure she got off the estate safely. Leo had lied before, but never well. It may have been pathetic that he fell asleep when Melanie left, rather than chasing after her, but it had a ring of truth to it. If this was the first time he'd had sex, he wouldn't have expected the energy drop that came after. Juliet tapped Leo's previous statements. Why did you lie before? It wasn't my idea. Whose idea was it? I asked, even though I could take a good guess. Leo scrunched his nose. My dad's. Juliet raised her eyebrows. This was the first time Dunlow had done anything other than be an arrogant prick. He wasn't floating above this anymore. How did your dad know Melanie was there? I asked. Leo shuffled in his chair while Hargrave drummed his fingers on the table. That meant something to the younger man. Leo straightened and shook his head. "I have to tell them the truth," he muttered. "It's not going to get Dad in trouble." The look of distaste on Hargrave's face was familiar from time we'd spent in Dunlow's presence. Maybe they went to the same school, had learnt together how to make people feel like insignificant worms. "Leo?" I prompted. "I don't know how Dad knew, but he stormed into the den as soon as Mel left. He was shouting all kinds of stuff." He paused. "He cares about me. He doesn't want me to mess up my education or anything, that's all." "What was he saying?" Juliet asked. Leo cringed. "Just that I couldn't have girls over and I should know better." I gripped my pencil. I bet Dunlow had a lot more to say than that. "Did he say anything about Melanie specifically?" More uneven patches of blood worked their way across Leo's face. "I don't remember." There we go, lying again. It was obvious now. Juliet sighed. "What happened after your dad left?" "The last thing he said was not to go after Mel. He told me to go to sleep," Leo said in a rush, happy to move away from whatever vile things his father said that night. "I was going to wait until he was in the house to go after her, but I fell asleep. I woke up the next morning." His voice caught at the end of his speech. This was the most emotion we'd seen from Leo. Perhaps he'd been keeping the truth so carefully locked inside that he couldn't let out his guilt or sadness either. Or maybe it was what his dad expected of him. It was believable that in the Dunlow household men did not cry. "When did your dad tell you to lie?" Juliet asked. Leo squinted one eye. "When I got home from school, Dad told me the police were coming and that I was to tell you nothing. He said it would look bad if I told you I'd let Mel onto the estate." He shrugged. "Since you took my DNA, I've been waiting for you to come. I didn't know why it was taking so long." Juliet's nostrils flared. "If you knew we'd get here in the end, why did you continue to lie? Your dad wasn't in the hospital. That would have been a good time to confess." Leo's eyes flicked between us. "I know it was stupid, I'm sorry, but Dad told me to lie, so I tried to. The only other time I'd broken one of his rules, Mel died. I didn't want to tempt fate like that again." Flawed logic, but a reason nonetheless. I started a new page in my notepad. "Leo, do you have any idea who would have killed Melanie?" "I don't know." His nose wrinkled. "Dad thinks it was Carl. He keeps going on about how an innocent person wouldn't have run away, but I think he's just mad about the dogs. We've had to take care of them, at least until we find somewhere for them, but he doesn't like doing all that stuff. I knew Carl better than Dad, and he was a nice guy. He wouldn't have killed Mel." "What did your dad do after he left the den that night?" Juliet asked. Leo's eyes widened. "He didn't go off and kill Mel, if that's what you're implying." Juliet held up her hands. "I'm not implying anything. I'm simply asking what your dad did after he left the den. Did you see him walk into the house?" Leo frowned down at the table and flinched when Hargrave coughed. Clearly, they'd already spoken about this. Their chat was full of disagreements. Leo sat up straight. "Right. I didn't see him walk into the house, okay? I fell asleep almost as soon as he left, but he wouldn't have gone and killed Mel. He didn't like me seeing her, but he had no reason to want her dead." It was interesting that everyone jumped so readily to Dunlow's defence, keen to assure us he wasn't a murderer. Juliet pressed her fingers together. "I'm sorry, Leo, but I'm not sure I believe any of this," she said. "You've lied repeatedly, and I have no reason to assume you're not lying again. You admit you argued with Melanie before she died. What if this conversation with your dad is another fabrication, one he told you to add so that it wouldn't be crystal clear you were so upset with Melanie after she left that you followed her into the forest and killed her?" Leo gaped at Juliet. If I didn't know exactly how her mind worked, I might have done the same. I was much more trusting of my gut than her. It told me Leo was telling the truth at last, but she would push and prod until she was sure.
I'm not lying anymore, I swear.
Leo's voice was hoarse.
I didn't kill Mel. I loved her.
Have you got any evidence to support these accusations? Hargrave asked, eyes half-lidded with boredom. Juliet smiled. We have Leo's DNA all over the victim. We know he had access to the kind of gun used to kill her. He has the right-sized feet to have made an incredibly clear boot print at the scene. We know he was friendly with the dogs and in close contact with the animal that mauled the victim. His father has a temper, and what could be more natural than a son sharing the same trait? And we found these on Leo's computer. They make for interesting reading. Juliet placed a copy of Leo's poems in the middle of the table. Leo shook his head.
I know it looks bad, but I don't know how to shoot. Ask my dad or Teddy, they'll tell you. I'm useless, and I don't know about the boot print, but I wasn't down there. If I had been, Lucy was more likely to attack me than Mel. She hated me, bit me the other day because I got too close. And I'm not like my dad, not like that. He's been worse since Mum died. It's grief talking most of the time when he gets cross.
He looked at his poems.
No one was supposed to see these. They don't mean anything.
I'm sure. Juliet crossed her arms. Has Melanie got what she deserves now? She asked, referencing one of the poems.
You don't have to answer that.
Hargrave cut in before Leo could open his mouth. And how about this one? Juliet carried on, relentless. Had you had your perfect moment and couldn't bear to have it ruined? I'd made a connection to that poem before. In the hospital, I thought it meant the kiss Leo and Melanie had shared during a singing practice. I'd jumped to a conclusion and enabled Leo to go on lying. I bit my tongue between my teeth.
I loved Mel, Leo protested. I wouldn't have hurt her.
Jordan, Melanie's boyfriend, thinks you were obsessed with her, I said, desperate to add something of value. He said you were scaring her.
I was scaring Mel.
Leo's eyebrows rose.
I wasn't the one beating her.
Jordan is adamant you had something to do with her death, I pushed. Leo raised a hand to the gauze on his cheek, covering Jordan's handiwork. He would probably carry a scar for the rest of his life.
He's jealous, Leo said. He doesn't know what mine and Mel's relationship was like.
Trouble is, Leo, the only other person who did know what your relationship was like is dead, Juliet said. Leo flinched, but recovered quickly.
That's not true. We met in the church hall at St. Peter's. The vicar let us in, and sometimes he would hang around to listen to Mel sing. He can tell you everything between us was normal, that I was always nice and kind.
I made a note. I wasn't sure if a vicar who only saw Melanie and Leo during practices was a great character witness, but he might have noticed anything nasty going on. Were you upset when Melanie left after you had sex? Juliet asked.
I was sad. She said some horrible things as she was leaving, that I was a loser just like her ex. I didn't want the night to end like that.
Leo's eyebrows gathered together.
I was going to follow her, but then Dad burst in.
But after he left, you didn't go then? Juliet tipped her head to one side.
I told you, I was waiting for Dad to go into the house, but I fell asleep.
You fell asleep when the love of your life had walked out into the night alone? Juliet asked. Leo swallowed tears gathering in his eyes.
You think I don't regret that more than anything else I've ever done? If I'd stayed awake, Mel would be alive right now. I wouldn't even care if she was mad at me. I would have made sure she got home.
He let out a shuddering breath.
I don't know what happened. 1 minute I was watching Dad. The next, I woke up and it was morning and everything had gone wrong.
He pulled off his glasses and covered his face with his hands. I used the quiet moment while Leo took several deep breaths to gather the pieces of paper on the table and pass them to Juliet. The solicitor's face screamed contempt. He could see through all of this. Leo was in deep trouble, but there were serious holes in our knowledge. We didn't have the murder weapon, and if everyone confirmed Leo was as terrible at shooting as he claimed, then our case against him would come tumbling down. "Leo," Juliet said, "when were you bitten by the dog?" He wiped his eyes and put his glasses back on. "I told you, it was the day before all this happened." He rubbed at his arm. The bandage was gone. "Are you sure, Leo?" Juliet asked. "Or were you bitten by the dog after it was done with Melanie? Did it turn on you, and you had to shoot to stop it from really hurting you?" Juliet had read the same DNA report as me about the dog. Only Melanie's blood was in its mouth when it died. But Leo didn't know that. Juliet was withholding information, hoping Leo would twist himself into knots and reveal something more. "No," Leo spluttered. "That's not what happened. Lucy bit me when I let her out the day before. Carl told you." "But Carl's gone," Juliet said. "Your brother paid him a lot of money to disappear." She was counting on another gap in Leo's knowledge. The brothers seemed close, both cowering in Dunlow's shadow. But would Terence have trusted his younger brother with his secret? Leo's skin was a curdled mix of whites and reds. "Teddy did what? Why would he do that?" "You tell us." Juliet's voice had a harsh edge, like she was tiring of circling the truth. "I know this doesn't look good. I should have gone after Mel, and I never should have let her go out on the estate on her own, but I have no idea why Carl left, or why Teddy would have given him any money." Leo sat up, his eyes brimming. "I made one stupid mistake, and it's caused so much pain. That's the worst thing I've ever done, letting Mel go out alone to die." Tears fell from his chin and splashed onto his jeans. He buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. His glasses clattered onto the desk. Hargrave shifted in his seat. "I think it's time we took a break." I pressed the button to stop the recording. Juliet straightened the papers and flipped the folder closed before rising to her feet and walking out of the room. I paused in the doorway. Hargrave rested a hand on Leo's heaving back. If I was looking for a display of emotion to prove Leo was cut up about Melanie's death, then here it was. Call connected at 11:27. "Hello, Reverend Jeff Mandel speaking. How may I help you?" "Hello, I'm Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin. I was wondering if you had a moment to answer some questions about a case." "Of course, anything I can do to help." "Thank you. I believe you oversee the church hall next to St. Peter's Church?" "Yes, I'm handling all the bookings at the moment. Our church administrator is on maternity leave, and the parish couldn't find anyone to replace her." "Did you ever meet Melanie Pert?" "Oh, yes. I was sad to hear about that poor girl. She was so polite whenever I saw her." "And Leonard Dunlow?" "He was quiet, but he called to make sure the hall was free and he paid the room charge." "What was your impression of the two of them together?" "They were infatuated with each other. That much was clear. They booked the hall to sing, but most of the time when I popped in, they were talking. I thought it was only a matter of time before they started dating." "You had no inkling Leonard might want to hurt Melanie in any way?" "Oh, heavens no. He was always so sweet to her, held open doors and encouraged her when she wasn't sure about her voice. Gosh, you don't think he was involved with what happened to her? I have to say, I really don't think he would have hurt her." "Okay, thank you for your time. That's all right. God bless." Gabe. Juliet walked into our office and threw a signed piece of paper on my desk. We have permission from Angela to keep Leo overnight. Hopefully that'll make him more talkative. We can question him again in the morning. I glanced at our superintendent's signature. You think he'll say anything different? Juliet shrugged as she sat down. At every opportunity that boy has lied to us. You really think he's not doing it again? I bit my lip, remembering Leo's undeniably real tears. His confession seemed genuine to me. You may not think he did it, but at the moment, he's our best bet. Juliet stabbed at her keyboard, losing herself in emails. I pressed my thumbs together. Juliet was frustrated with the case, not annoyed at me, but I wondered if this investigation would have been more successful without my bumbling attempts to lead. All I'd done was let one suspect get away and continually trust my gut in wrong directions. Or maybe not. We wouldn't know until we had all the evidence. I can't shake the feeling something isn't right, I said. There's stuff missing, like the gun and the murderer's clothes, but I feel like something else is out of joint. Juliet looked away from her screen. I know what you mean, but we have to work with what we've got. She tipped her head and rolled it from side to side, working out a kink in her neck. And what we've got is someone who keeps lying to us, who was obsessed with the victim, who had motive and opportunity and no real alibi. Yeah. I might not like it, but we had to rely on the evidence we did have. It all pointed towards Leo. Juliet shoved her cup across to my desk. Go make coffee. A walk will clear your head. You're so considerate. I grabbed both of our mugs and stood up. I'm a martyr. Juliet flashed a grin at me before turning back to her computer screen. I nodded at various people as I crossed the outer office. Our job was to find out who murdered Melanie Pert and bring that person to justice. My feelings were irrelevant. Leo had the best reason and chance to kill her, so I had to consider him a real suspect, no matter how much my insides screamed otherwise. Call connected at 12:32. Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. Hello, hi, this is Laura James. I work at Dunlow Consultants at reception. We've spoken before. I remember. What can I help you with? I saw something strange at lunchtime. I thought I should call. What was it? I want to check. Is this call being recorded? No. Can it be confidential? Can my name be kept out of this? It can be. Sorry, I'm worried Mr. Dunlow will get rid of me if he finds out I told you anything, and I can't afford to lose my job. I understand. We'll call this an anonymous tip. What did you see, Laura? I was eating lunch in my car. I, don't eat in the staff room. There's a lot of people in there, and I like a bit of time to myself. I was trying to find my phone in my bag when Mr. Dunlow pulled in. He'd been out with a client in the morning. He parked up and went over to the industrial bins we share with the other businesses in the building, and he threw something in. What was it? I'm not sure. I waited until Mr. Dunlow was gone and had a look. But the bins are big and I couldn't see much. It could be a scarf. It's right at the bottom of the bin, though, and I would have had to climb in to see what it was. Do you know if it's still there? It should be. Mr. Dunlow hasn't left the building since, and the rubbish was collected yesterday. Did Mr. Dunlow see you? I don't think so, I hope not. He didn't look over, and I don't think he knows I eat lunch out there. OK, thank you. We're going to come over and take a look in the bins. After, we'll come in to speak to Mr. Dunlow, but I'll treat you like a stranger. Thank you. Thank you for calling this in, Laura. You made the right decision. From Madison Campbell. madison.campbell@mitadmin.gov.uk. To Juliet Stern. juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk. Gabriella Martin. gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk. Date 16th of October, 12:56. Subject: Operation Chalice, van. Juliet and Gabe. Just wanted to update you on CCTV for the van and the info I've gathered so far. The headline: I've had no joy. I tracked the van before and after it hit Leonard Dunlow. It only shows up on cameras 3 minutes before and 5 minutes after, and at no point did the driver remove their balaclava. There is also no clear footage of the hit and run itself, so there's no way to tell if it was intentional or accidental. I've tracked the number plate to Southampton Car Hire. Unfortunately, there seems to have been a mistake when it was hired. A temp was working that day and didn't take a copy of ID or fill in paperwork. They took the payment in cash. The car was returned on time, but there's a drop-off point with no staff involved and no CCTV. Sorry I couldn't solve this one for you, Maddie. Gabe. I crouched between bin bags, examining a dark blue scarf patterned with grey birds. It was wrapped around something. Take a picture before you touch it, Juliet advised from outside the industrial bin. I snapped photos from all angles. Happy? Ridiculously so. Juliet's mouth twitched. We'd had a short yet intense argument on the way here over who should retrieve whatever Dunlow had thrown away. The spare pair of trainers in the boot of my car swung it in Juliet's favour. The birds are swallows, by the way. Fascinating. It didn't take long to unravel the scarf. It had been torn in half, the soft fabric interrupted by a ragged tear. Leather gloves. I looked up at Juliet, her head visible over the lip of the bin. Do you think this scarf belonged to Melanie? Were these the gloves Dunlow was wearing when he killed her? Juliet passed me 2 evidence bags. We can't jump to conclusions. Dunlow was seen throwing these away. He wasn't seen shooting anyone. I placed the scarf and gloves into the bags while vibrating with restless energy. I'm not jumping to conclusions. Why would Dunlow get rid of these if they weren't incriminating? I passed her the evidence bags and vaulted out of the bin. Then I pulled off my sullied gloves and slotted them into another bag. Juliet followed at a more leisurely pace while I jogged over to my car. She labelled the evidence bags, laying them flat on the roof of the car, while I changed into a clean pair of boots. What are you thinking? She asked. That this could be what we need. I slammed the boot shut on my trainers and the new evidence. Dunlow threw away a scarf that most likely belonged to Melanie. This has to mean something. Juliet drummed her fingers on the roof of the car. You think he could be the killer? I don't know. I sniffed my jumper, checking I didn't smell of bin. He's been a suspect all along, but there's never been a good reason to shine a spotlight on him. Now he's made a big mistake, and there has to be something in him going apeshit at Leo for having a girl over. Maybe he never went back to the house. Maybe he walked straight out and killed Melanie. More than any of the other theories we'd entertained, this felt right. We didn't have all the puzzle pieces yet, but a picture was forming. The rich estate owner, fiercely protective of his sons, wouldn't let anything damage their futures. What lengths would Dunlow go to protect his family from something he perceived as a threat? Juliet wasn't moving. I wanted to race into Dunlow's office and throw a pair of cuffs on him, but I stayed put and clenched my fists. What are you thinking? I asked. What does Dunlow care about the most? Family. Juliet answered her own question. His son is arrested, and suddenly he appears with new evidence. He disposes of it in a place he would be seen, when he had a whole forest where he could have gotten rid of it. Carl told us that if someone wanted to lose something in those trees, it would be all too easy. You think Dunlow is incriminating himself to save Leo? I asked. Does he care about his sons that much? Juliet shrugged, but started walking towards the front door of the building.
You think it's a coincidence he dumped this when his receptionist was out there?
You said she didn't think he knew she was watching. Juliet sneered. Someone as controlling as Dunlow.
You think he doesn't know how his staff spend their breaks? Look at how small this space is. How could he not have seen her?
The car park wasn't huge, but that didn't mean this was as curated as Juliet claimed. He could have gotten scared. Maybe he was so wrapped up in getting rid of it he didn't think. Juliet shook her head. Dunlow may be many things, but thoughtless isn't one of them. She stopped outside Dunlow Consultants. The windows were polished to a high shine. Inside, flourishing plants broke up the waiting area. A receptionist sat behind a silver desk, her head lowered. This is potentially an exciting new lead, Juliet said, one hand on the door, but we need to be careful. There are lots of variables here, and if Dunlow is the killer, he's not going to be easily pinned down. I'll be careful, I assured her. I might be convinced Dunlow had made his first mistake, but I wasn't going to arrest him immediately, no matter how good that would feel. Juliet pushed open the door and walked over to the desk. Hello, I'm Detective Inspector Juliet Stern, and this is Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin. There was no one else in the room, but she carried out the charade that we'd had no prior contact with Laura. We need to ask Timothy Dunlow a few questions. Can we go through? Laura bent over her computer, her straight black hair half obscuring her ruddy cheeks. She picked up a phone and pressed the red button at the top. Mr. Dunlow, 2 detectives are here for... She placed the phone on its holder. He'll be right down. Please take a seat. Juliet and I stepped away from the reception desk, but didn't sit on one of the grey sofas. I didn't think Juliet was as keyed up as me, but neither of us would feel comfortable sitting still. Dunlow strode out from a corridor behind the reception desk, a blue square peeking from the pocket of his tailored jacket. He completely disregarded Laura, glaring instead at Juliet and me. Are you releasing my son? We have a few questions for you, Mr. Dunlow, I said. The door opened behind us, and a man in jeans that probably cost more than my entire outfit walked over to the reception. Maybe it would be better if we stepped into your office. Dunlow led us through a short corridor and up a flight of stairs. His office looked out over the street, the view segmented by wooden blinds. Dunlow settled behind his wide desk. The spacious room had minimal furnishings, but they all screamed expense. Dunlow had never set foot in an Argos or IKEA, couldn't sympathise with the tricky decision between a comfier sofa but no dining table or the cheaper sofa and a separate space to eat meals. I'd gotten used to eating in front of the TV. Juliet and I sat in chairs opposite his desk, the rigid backs designed to provide the utmost support. Is Leo being released? Dunlow repeated, his habitual frown in place. That isn't what we're here about. I moved on before he could ask again. Dunlow wasn't accustomed to being denied answers. I hoped he thought the same of us. This afternoon, you were seen throwing something into one of the industrial bins at the back of this office. We searched them and found a pair of leather gloves wrapped in a scarf. Dunlow's face was blank. No flicker of guilt. Nothing. Did you attempt to dispose of evidence, Timothy? Juliet asked. He threaded his fingers together. I don't think I have to answer that question. If you refuse to answer our questions, we will have to arrest you, I said, keeping my voice even. Dunlow tipped his head slightly, the lazy look in his eyes whispering he was untouchable. On what grounds? For failing to give evidence in a criminal investigation, Juliet jumped in. You told us you didn't know about Melanie Pert and that you didn't go outside the night she was murdered. We're wondering what else you might have lied about, I said. If you fail to cooperate, we'll have to take you into the station.
But not for murder, no.
Dunlow didn't take his eyes off me, calculation in his gaze. I didn't know what he was gambling on. I looked at Juliet. Her frown mirrored his.
What are you saying? She asked. Do you want us to arrest you for murder?
A smirk ghosted over Dunlow's lips, there and gone in heartbeat.
Not at all. There's not nearly enough evidence for that, is there? And I imagine you've not got enough to hold my son for much longer, especially with this new development.
The nervous energy that had been coursing through me ever since Juliet got the call from Laura flipped my stomach. I might be wrong. Dunlow might just be a smug bastard who was trying to distract us and clear his son's name. But I believed he'd killed Melanie Pert. He thought himself above the law, thought he could taunt us and not get caught. I stood up. Timothy Dunlow, you are under arrest for the murder of Melanie Pert. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Juliet rose and pulled a pair of cuffs from her pocket.
Will these be necessary?
For the first time, Dunlow looked ruffled.
Christ, no.
As he stood and rounded the desk, Juliet shot me a look. Her eyebrows sat high on her forehead. I didn't know if she was noting Dunlow's discomfort at being cuffed over being accused of murder, or silently passing judgment on what I'd done. Clearly, she'd thought arresting him was a possibility. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought her cuffs. She would probably have waited for DNA results from the gloves and scarf before she made a move. But I didn't need the results. Dunlow was guilty of something, and I suspected it was everything. Juliet led the way down the stairs and through the reception. As I walked through the front door, I heard a soft word. Hey! Laura peered from behind the front desk, her chin-length black hair framing her round face. I held the door open. We're taking Mr. Dunlow in for questioning. I didn't have time to deal with curious co-workers. I'll be off. He's been arrested. Laura blinked striking blue eyes. I'm afraid so. I dispelled thoughts about the softness of her skin. Unless you have anything to tell me, then I need to get going. She shook her head. I don't know anything about any of this. Bye then. I'd have to question Ollie about finding other people attractive. Surely it was fine, so as long as I didn't act on it. He probably didn't expect basic relationship etiquette to be one of the bridges we'd crossed together. Juliet and Dunlow were waiting in the car. I stole glances at him in my rearview mirror as I reversed out of the space. His expression remained the same. He believed he was untouchable. Something hardened within me. We were going to get justice for Melanie. That was always something I wanted, but it was especially true in this twisted case. So many suspects, so many lies, and it all led to this. I was right about Dunlow. I could feel it. But I couldn't ignore the twisting in my stomach, born of Juliet's words before we'd stepped into the office building. Despite the arrest and accusations, I couldn't shake the feeling that Dunlow had gotten exactly what he wanted. From Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, to David Rees, david.rees@forensics.gov.uk, CC Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk, date 16th of October, 1419, subject, Operation Chalice, urgent, results needed ASAP. David, I've just submitted a pair of gloves and a scarf for DNA testing. Please can you put these at the top of your priority list? We have 2 suspects in custody that these items relate to, and the result could be essential for bringing them to justice. Juliet. Gabe.
I thought you would be more interested in the father, Gerard Hargrave said, as we walked towards the interview room. Leo stopped short. You've got Dad here? Yes. I glared at the solicitor. It was a conflict of interest for him to represent both father and son, but he'd found a way to make trouble. That's not important right now. We have a few more questions for you about the night Melanie was killed. Not important? Leo echoed, allowing himself to be shepherded into the interview room. He sat down heavily. How can that be true? I told you, Dad didn't have anything to do with what happened. I stared at Hargrave, trying to convey with the merest twitch of facial muscles that he was a twat who made our job a whole lot harder. He settled in his chair, unconcerned. My finger hovered over the button to begin recording. We need you to focus and answer our questions as carefully as possible. Can you do that for us, Leo? He bit his lip. I'll try. Thank you. I pressed the button. Second interview with Leonard Dunlow. Juliet rattled off the information, her voice a gentle monotone. My mind drifted to Dunlow, such unaffected calm, nothing like his son, who wore his lies plainly for everyone to see. We hoped that asking Leo about the gloves and scarf might give us something concrete to throw at his father before the DNA results came back. It wasn't likely Dunlow would crack under questioning, so we needed to smash him open. We have a couple more questions for you, Leo, Juliet said. I opened my notepad. After your father came to the den and spoke to you on the night Melanie was killed, you said you watched him walk in the direction of the house. Is that correct? Leo nodded. Yeah, I didn't stay awake long enough to see him go inside, but that was definitely the way he was headed. Hargrave didn't move, but disapproval radiated from him in waves. Dunlow was making his wishes known by proxy. But what did Hargrave expect Leo to say? He'd already confessed he hadn't seen his father go into the house, and it wasn't like we would let him change his mind now. Can you remember if your dad was wearing gloves that night? I asked. Leo's forehead creased with vertical lines. I don't know. What do you remember him wearing? Juliet nudged. It was a cold night, so he was in a coat. Leo closed his eyes, the skin around them bruised from his encounter with Jordan. After a moment, he reopened them. I'm sorry, he was shouting, and all I was thinking about was Mel and how tired I felt. I don't remember. It's okay, Leo, I reassured him, hoping my lies were not as obvious as his. The other thing we wanted to check was whether Melanie was wearing a scarf when she came to see you that evening. Yeah, she was. His face twisted into a sad smile. I'd given it to her a couple of weeks beforehand. Can you describe it? Juliet asked. I picked it really carefully. Leo's voice thickened. It was navy, looked amazing on her. It had swooping grey swallows on it. A perfect description of the piece of scarf we'd found in the bins. I made a note, my handwriting messy with excitement. Whatever the DNA results said about those gloves, Dunlow having access to Melanie's scarf had to be incriminating. Do you remember if Melanie was wearing the scarf when she left? Juliet sat forward, her eyes not leaving Leo for a second. I think so. He wrinkled his nose. It's all a bit of a mess in my head. I've thought about it too many times. I wasn't paying much attention to what she wore as she left. She got dressed quickly and I was upset. I guess she could have left it, but I would have noticed it afterwards. Could your dad have taken it? I asked. Leo looked between the two of us. Is this important? Have you found something? It would help if you'd tell us whether your dad took the scarf, Juliet said. Like I said, everything from that night is a muddle, Leo grimaced. I guess he could have. He was shouting for a long time and I wasn't always looking at him. But I think I would have noticed him holding it. Not if he'd hidden it. I knew how useful a deep coat pocket was. Okay, Leo, that's all we need, Juliet said. I reached for the button to stop the recording, but Leo spoke before I pressed it. Do you think Dad did it? Is that what this is about? Juliet tapped one manicured finger on the table. We have some questions for your father, but at the moment we are no closer to discovering who killed Melanie. I hoped Juliet was saying that to reassure Leo, although that wasn't her style. The scarf and gloves had to mean we were closer to finding Melanie's killer. Dad wouldn't have done it, Leo said. He's not always nice, and he didn't like that I was with Mel, but he wouldn't have killed her. I told him I loved her. Leo's gaze was beseeching. He offered his words in the innocent belief they would clear his father's name. Family was the most important thing to Timothy Dunlow. What would he have done to disentangle one of his sons from a relationship he considered unsuitable? Call connected at 15:02. Hello? Hello, is that Terence? Yes, who's this? It's Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin. I have a few questions for you. Have you still got Leo? Yes. You know he would never have killed that girl, right? He can't even bear to come hunting with me and Dad. Even if he could, he's got such bad eyesight. He's a terrible shot. I wanted to ask some questions about your father. Dad? What about him? Since we left with Leo this morning, what do you know about his movements? His movements? Why do you want to know that? It's important we know what your father did after we left with Leo this morning. Fine. There isn't much to tell. He shouted in the hotel room for a while, then left for work. Is that where he said he was going? I don't remember. He might not have, but I assumed. Did he say anything in particular after we left with Leo? I don't remember the details. He was cross. His son had been wrongfully arrested. He was entitled to feel upset. Thank you, Terence. Can I say, Dad didn't tell me exactly where he was going this morning, but that doesn't mean anything. Of course, work was where he would go, but he didn't kill that girl. You're very sure of who didn't kill Melanie, Terence? Any idea of who did? It's not my job to figure that out, is it? It's yours. But I know my family, and Dad wouldn't have done this. Neither would Leo. You, of all people, should know the secrets family members keep from one another. That's an entirely different matter. Are you so sure who didn't kill Melanie because you did? Or at least orchestrated it? We haven't heard from Mr. Hogan. Your alibi is weak. It's not weak because it's true. I don't know where the hell Benny is, but as soon as he's able to, he'll confirm everything I've said to you. I'm sure my brother and father didn't kill Melanie because I know them. I might not know every bloody thing about them, just like they don't know about me, but I know who they are. Leo and my dad are not murderers. From Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, to Laura Peters, peters@dunlowconsultants.co.uk, date 16th of October, 1528, subject, Dunlow's movements this morning. Laura, please could you tell me Mr. Dunlow's movements from the time he arrived at your office this morning to the time he was escorted from the premises? Thank you. Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. Teddy, sent 1621. Ben, I don't know where the hell you are or what you think you're playing at, but you need to call the police back. Keep ignoring me all you like, but stop being such a petty bastard. I'm a fucking suspect for murder without your word to back up mine. Gabe. Interview commencing at 4:40 p.m. on the 16th of October. I looked up from the red light. Interviewee is Timothy Dunlow, and his solicitor Samuel Hull is also in attendance.
They have been given time to consult prior to this interview. The interview is being conducted by myself, Detective Sergeant Gabriella Martin, and Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. This interview is regarding the murder of Melanie Pert on the 9th of October. I let the silence stretch as I found a clean page in my notepad, aware of Dunlow following my every movement. Juliet crossed her arms over her chest. We had no real strategy except throwing everything at him and seeing if something stuck. He wasn't the kind of man who could be intimidated or tricked. Mr. Dunlow, can you please tell us your movements on the night Melanie Pert was shot on your estate? I began. I believe you already have a statement from my client, Hull said. He was freakishly similar to Leo's solicitor. The same expensive glasses perched on his nose below the same receding hairline. Dunlow no doubt had a legion of these men ready to jump to his aid at the merest click of his fingers. We do. I extracted it from a thin folder of notes. We have a few points to clarify, and we thought it best to go back to the start together. Dunlow tore his heavy gaze from me for long enough to nod at his solicitor. On the night Melanie Pert was murdered, I came home from work and cooked a meal for my son Leo, Dunlow recited in a bored drawl. We ate together at about 7 p.m. Then we went our separate ways. He sat forward, draping his forearms across the table. That was my original statement, yes? Yes. I resisted the urge to sit back in my chair to increase the distance between us. It needs amendment. Dunlow clasped his hands together. Leo has since told you what he got up to that evening. After our meal, I didn't go to bed. I sat working in my study. Before retiring, I looked out to the den over the garage where Leo had gone after dinner, and I saw he was not alone. There was a girl with him, despite my no-tolerance policy for female visitors on the estate. What is the reason for this policy? Juliet asked. Dunlow glared at her. My son is studying for his A-levels. He doesn't need any distractions. You saw Leo wasn't alone, I said. Then what did you do? I went over to the garage. Dunlow turned to me. By the time I got there, the girl had left. I admit I was harsh with Leo. I told him on no uncertain terms he was never to do anything like that again. Can I backtrack for one moment? I pressed my pencil into my pad. What were you wearing when you went over to the garage? What was I wearing? Each word dripped with disdain. It was a cold night, Juliet said. Had you already changed into your pyjamas and dressing gown? Did you grab a coat? I had not yet changed for bed, growled Dunlow. As though personally offended, Juliet dared refer to the clothes he slept in. I put on a coat, but I wasn't too concerned with the cold at the time. No scarf? Gloves? Juliet pushed. No scarf or gloves. You didn't meet Melanie when you went over to the garage. I returned to where I'd interrupted Dunlow's account. As I said, she had already left. You didn't see her any closer than from the manor through the window in the den. That's correct. Dunlow's eyes were like flint. I flicked through my notepad. Leo said you arrived seconds after Melanie left, but you didn't see her. It was dark. The lines around Dunlow's mouth tightened. I also find it highly likely Leo was mistaken. He was tired and confused that night. I would have passed the girl on the steps up to the den, had we exited and entered in such quick succession. Leo must have misremembered. So you definitely didn't see Melanie as she left the room. I turned to the current page of my notepad. You had no idea who Leo had in the den. None at all. Yet you knew it was a girl. I dipped my head to the side, even though you saw her from such a distance. Dunlow clenched his jaw before answering. When I looked out of the window in the manor, I believed it was a girl, but I couldn't be sure. I knew Leo was not alone, and whether it was a friend or a girl, he should have been sleeping. Once I spoke to Leo, my suspicions were confirmed. That was an easy trap to wriggle out of. Hopefully, Dunlow would struggle to extract himself from the others. What did you say to Leo when you got up to the den? Juliet asked. I reminded Leo that while he was living under my roof and going to a school I paid for, I expected him to conduct himself in a way that displayed his appreciation. I would not allow him to throw it all away. How did Leo respond? I asked. He was quiet, half asleep even as we spoke. He spouted nonsense about loving the girl, but I told him that couldn't be true and that he wasn't to see her again. Why couldn't he have loved Melanie? Juliet asked. Dunlow sneered. Who knows what real love is at 18? How old were you when you met your wife? I asked. Dunlow gave me his deepest glare yet. We met when we were 19. Is this relevant? Hull jumped in. We need to get a whole picture of the family situation, Juliet said. I understand Mrs. Dunlow passed away several years ago. I'm sorry to hear that, but could you tell us the circumstances of her death? A vein in Dunlow's neck pulsed. My wife died 4 years, 3 months and 6 days ago. She had been ill for some time. Cancer had spread throughout her body. Despite receiving the best possible care, it was too late. Dunlow was not a sympathetic figure, but hearing anyone talk about a significant loss was difficult. I reminded myself that the same man who remembered exactly when he'd lost his wife had likely shot a young woman 3 times and let a dog maul her. What was your wife like? Juliet prodded. She was the single most brilliant person I have ever met. And since your wife died, you've raised Leo and Terence alone? Juliet asked. Yes. Would you say the boys are your main priority? She asked. Of course. Children don't always know what's in their best interests. Do you have a question? Hull asked. Juliet shook her head, her hair falling across her shoulders. No question, just something to think about. When you left the den, did you take anything with you? I asked, steering away from antagonizing Dunlow too much. His eyes narrowed. Like a scarf? Exactly. I stared him down. He looked away, but it wasn't the action of someone who couldn't bear to look me in the eye any longer. Dunlow simply didn't find the game worth playing. I didn't take anything from the den. What did you do after you'd spoken with Leo? I went back to the manor. Dunlow spoke to the wall above my head. And I went to bed. You didn't follow Melanie down into the grounds? Juliet asked. No, I did not. Dunlow had no tells, was annoyed by everything. He'd had too long to figure this out and was far too practiced at concealment. It would be a staple in a career built on establishing trust with companies before crushing them. You didn't hear anything during the night? I asked. I slept right through. I didn't know anything had happened until Carl called me. You weren't worried about a young woman wandering around your estate at night? Juliet asked. No. The word was final. She'd found her way in. She could find her own way out. And you weren't concerned Leo would follow her? I asked. Dunlow's eyes narrowed. I'd told him not to. Teenage sons are notoriously obedient, Juliet said. Case in point, I believe you told him not to tell us anything, and yet we now know everything Leo did that night. Why did you tell your son to lie during a murder investigation? I asked. I thought hearing about his silly little tryst would distract you, Dunlow said. I thought you would catch the killer swiftly and my son would be unaffected by the investigation.
We could then reveal he'd been seeing the girl once he was beyond suspicion.
Dunlow had told his son to lie to us for our own good. Right. A dog was involved in the attack. I pulled 2 photos out of the file. The first showed Melanie's face, torn and bruised. Dunlow barely looked at it. The second was of the dog. His eyes lingered on the discoloured fur.
Carl said Lucy was your dog, I said. They're all my dogs.
He told us Lucy was your favourite, I clarified. Dunlow sniffed.
She wasn't. They're all bred for hunting. I only use them for that.
Artie's unstoppable enthusiasm flashed into my mind. He didn't seem particularly well suited to the life Dunlow had chosen for him. Why would Carl have thought Lucy was your favourite? Juliet asked.
I don't know, Dunlow said. You'll have to ask him. But you can't, because he's run off.
Triumph shone in his eyes. I plucked another couple of photos from the file. They showed the scarf and uncovered gloves in the bottom of the bin. Tell us about these, I said.
I found them this morning.
Dunlow slipped into a monotone, the only sign these words were rehearsed.
Now Carl is gone. The boys and I are taking care of the dogs until I can find homes for them. I went over to the estate after meeting with a client this morning. I was taking a few of the dogs on a walk when I spotted the gloves and scarf in a tree. I pulled them out and realised what they were.
His eyes roved between us.
I panicked, so I got rid of them.
I'm not sure I'd ever heard a confession of heightened emotion performed with such detachment.
You don't seem like a panic-prone man, Juliet said.
Dunlow spread his hands.
We're all capable, given the right application of pressure.
Why did you panic? I asked.
I thought the scarf probably belonged to the girl, together with the gloves, which are an old pair of mine I'd lost long ago. That added up to something unfortunate.
So we'll find your DNA on the scarf and inside the gloves? Juliet asked.
Most likely you will, Dunlow said.
Juliet pressed her lips together. We think it's probable these gloves were worn by the killer when they shot Melanie. Does it not concern you that your DNA could be all over them?
Dunlow's frown was immovable. Those gloves were lost a long time ago. I don't know how they came to be in the forest, wrapped in that scarf.
Did you not think, since you're confident Leo didn't kill Melanie, that rather than throwing the gloves away, this was your chance to clear his name? I asked.
Like I said, I panicked.
Dunlow visibly calmed himself, taking a deep breath before continuing.
There are several possibilities. The scarf could be nothing to do with that girl. Walkers often trespass on my land. One of them could have lost it. Similarly, I believe those were my old gloves, but they could be nothing to do with me. I didn't get a good look at them. This could all be a lot of fuss about nothing. If this was true, then handing in the scarf and gloves would have had no impact. Leo would still be your prime suspect. Or the killer could have worn my gloves while shooting a young woman. I love my son, but I wasn't about to hand in something that incriminated me.
I noted these different options. It sounded so plausible that the gloves were either lost or used by someone else. But something inside of me chanted, wrong, wrong, wrong. Why did you dispose of the gloves and scarf in the bins at work? I asked. Why not go somewhere random, or leave them in the forest?
I wasn't thinking clearly, Dunlow said. I wanted to get rid of them, and that seemed like the best place.
You didn't realise you were being watched? Juliet asked.
Obviously not.
I tapped my pencil. Enough of this. Dunlow was going to deny and postulate until we had something undeniable to pin on him. This is your story, I said. You had nothing to do with the death of Melanie Pert. You didn't even know it was her in the den with Leo. You went straight back to the house after shouting at your son and went to bed. You slept all night and woke up to the news of the shooting. You found the scarf and gloves, by chance, and panicked. By sheer bad luck, you were seen dumping them. You're telling us you're an innocent man, caught up in some unfortunate circumstances.
That's right.
Dunlow's eyes bored into mine. I think you're lying, I said.
Do you have any proof?
Hull asked. I got the sense he would have liked to have added young lady at the end of his question.
No. Please,
Dunlow said, his mouth playing around a self-satisfied smile.
I'd love to hear what the detective thinks.
Juliet crossed one leg over the other, but I couldn't tell what the movement meant. Dunlow was lying. He was trying to get away with murder, and I was going to take this chance to let him know we were onto him. I think you knew Leo had a girl up in the den. Either you'd suspected he'd been seeing someone for a while, or you spotted Melanie through the window. I think you saw her leave, and you saw her cheap coat and her brown skin, and couldn't bear to have your son associated with someone you wouldn't have picked for him. I think you worked yourself into a rage with Leo, then followed Melanie into the woods with your dog and your gun. I think you shot her, so she wouldn't mess up your perfect life. Dunlow's eyes were alight with interest. You let this all play out, safe in a big pool of suspects, I went on. You felt sure this couldn't be pinned on you, since you'd hidden away all the incriminating evidence, but then we arrested Leo. You couldn't have that. You waited until you knew you'd be watched and dumped the scarf and gloves, which I think you know won't point to your son at all.
Do you have any proof of any of this?
Hull asked, more nettled than his client.
No, they don't.
Dunlow looked away from me for the first time in minutes, including Juliet in his dismissal.
Because if they did, they would already have thrown it at me.
If your DNA's on those gloves, you're going to find it hard to talk your way out of that, I said.
I've already told you, those used to be my gloves. My DNA will most likely be on them.
He settled his weight in his chair.
Now shall I tell you what I think? Please enlighten us, Juliet said, her voice cool.
I wanted to emulate her, but fury bubbled through me. I could see the truth, but I didn't know if there was any way we'd be able to gather enough evidence to pin this man down. Dunlow knew something about those gloves. He must, otherwise he wouldn't have made sure we'd found them.
The truth is, and don't dally or I'll make a complaint, that soon you'll have to release me and my son, Dunlow said. You don't have enough evidence to charge either of us. Take Leo or I to court on the strength of what you think happened, and it will be thrown out within minutes, and I'm sure the investigation I'd insist upon afterwards would cause many problems for your department.
He folded his arms.
I didn't kill that girl, but even if I had, there are too many variables at play. Too many people can't account for their movements that night, and you have far too little concrete evidence to help you place blame. Maybe it was Leo.
Dunlow's frown grew deeper at the idea of even theoretically blaming his son, but he barreled on.
Maybe he was so enraged at that girl for running off that he killed her. Not likely, though, given he was dead on his feet and is a poor shot. More likely it was Carl. He hasn't helped his case by running off. He has a tragic past, but isn't that the way with all killers? And what about that little shit who tried to burn down my house and beat my son? You're telling me someone with a proven record of violent actions isn't more of a suspect than me or Leo? That thug was driven half mad by jealousy. So he got a gun, like the ones I own, and took one of the dogs. It's often the partner, I've heard, in cases like these.
Dunlow tugged at the cuffs of his jacket.
Anyway, you have no idea who killed that poor girl. This investigation has been a mess from start to finish. You've even been questioning Terence, And he wasn't at home when it happened.
I stayed still, so I wouldn't betray the emotions roiling inside of me. This man truly believed himself above the law. He sat on record and accused others, discredited our investigation, and tried to parcel blame onto anyone but himself. We didn't have proof, not yet, but nothing Dunlow said would convince me he hadn't killed Melanie Pert. Dunlow chuckled. I flinched, rocking back from the table. The sound was utterly unexpected, like hearing an animal speak. Juliet leant forward. "What's so funny?" "But maybe it was me," Dunlow said, ignoring her and staring straight at me. "Maybe I did everything you said. I guess we'll never know, will we?" Report on the fire at the Dunlow estate. At 04:35 hours on Sunday the 15th of October, the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Fire and Rescue Service responded to and extinguished a structural fire at Dunlow Manor in the New Forest. Local police units were also in attendance. The senior fire officer was informed by the senior police officer present that arson was considered a possibility. A request was made for a full forensic fire service examination. We evaluated the scene on the ground floor from exterior to interior, then from least damaged to most damaged areas. We worked first to establish the area of origin, then worked to determine with a reasonable degree of professional certainty the cause of the fire. The heaviest fire activity was observed around the open fireplace in the living room, which was the most damaged area. A carpet adjacent to the fireplace provided combustible material needed to accelerate the fire. Burn marks on the wooden wall fittings indicated the fire took hold swiftly and reached high temperatures. The fire then tracked to adjacent rooms on the ground floor. The majority of significant damage was caused to walls and ceilings above waist height, with several windows also broken by the sudden heat. Cigarette butts were retrieved from the scene, but there is no evidence they were dropped while lit or that they caused the fire. There were no cigarette butts found inside the property. Due to the speed and nature of the fire, much damage was caused, which will result in a need for a near-total refurbishment. It was noted that one of the reasons for the speed and ferocity of the fire was the availability of combustible materials and non-fireproofed furniture. I recommend the owners receive fire prevention advice when considering repair and refurbishment of the building. This fire was determined to be accidental in nature and is now administratively closed. Report compiled by Forensic Fire Brigade Officer Matt Lamb. Call connected at 17:52.
Hello?
Hello, is that Jordan Haynes?
Yeah, who's this?
It's Detective Inspector Juliet Stern.
Oh, what do you want?
I have an update on the investigation into the fire on the Dunlow estate.
Do you need me to come in?
No, that isn't why I'm calling. I wanted to let you know you had nothing to do with the fire. It spread from the fireplace.
I didn't start it.
No, Jordan.
Shit. Sorry for swearing. I was just so freaked out.
I understand.
Thanks for letting me know.
You're in the clear for this, but you need to stay away from the Dunlows from now on.
Sure, I will.
I wanted to give you some advice as well.
What's that?
Stop following in your father's footsteps.
What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb, Jordan. I've seen your mum. I know what happens in your house.
You don't know anything.
I know, far more than I wish to. And I know you don't want to be like your father. If I'm right, you should get help, Jordan. You might tell yourself it's over now, that you won't hurt another woman the way you hurt Melanie, but you're lying to yourself. Unless you work through your issues, you will continue hurting the people you love.
I didn't mean to hurt Mel.
I believe you, but the fact is, you did hurt her. A lot. And it's up to you to make sure that doesn't happen again.
I'll try. I promise.
There's a group that meets at the Methodist Hall on St. James's Road every Wednesday at 7 p.m. They wouldn't pry, but they could help both you and your mum.
I'll take her there.
Good.
Have you found Mel's killer yet?
That's a complicated question. We're following some strong lines of inquiry.
I hope you get them.
Me too. Look after yourself, Jordan. From David Rees, david.rees@forensics.gov.uk. To Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk. Date, 16th of October, 1819. Subject, Operation Chalice, urgent, results needed ASAP. Stern, I tend to make tests for murder inquiries a priority, but thank you for the reminder. There are no prints on the gloves, and it looks like they've been cleaned, but we did find traces of gunshot residue, along with some white powder. We've sent them both for testing. We also found several traces of DNA on both the scarf and gloves. The results should be ready tomorrow morning. Rees. Gabe. Do you feel better? Juliet looked up from the paperwork spread across her desk as I walked into our office. No. I slumped into my chair and rested my face in my hands. There has to be something. I'd repeated this refrain since we'd walked out of the interview room. Juliet sent me on a walk around the block after I'd insisted we talk through all the evidence a fourth time. There was nothing. Dunlow sat in his cell, smug and untouchable. He'd basically told us he'd murdered Melanie and we had no way of bringing him to justice. Jordan being cleared of any involvement in the fire at the estate was a small boon, but it hadn't removed him as a suspect in Melanie's murder. I needed everyone else gone if I wasn't going to take a blind shot at Dunlow. The DNA results will be in tomorrow morning. Juliet's nails clacked on her keyboard. There's nothing we can do until we get those, so I suggest we go home, get as much sleep as we can, and come back here bright and early tomorrow morning. I looked up, shame blistering through my chest. You can say it, you know. Juliet clicked her mouse, her eyes on her computer screen. Say what? That I acted rashly. I bunched my hands into fists. I messed up the case by bringing Dunlow in too soon. Juliet looked over our desks at me. I would have if you hadn't. Her words allowed a tiny lightening of the misery that had been dragging me down since Dunlow mocked us so brazenly. Really? He's an arrogant shit. Juliet clicked her mouse, then stood up. He deserved to have a bit of dirt thrown at him. Juliet wouldn't lie to make me feel better. I grabbed my coat and followed her out of the office. The main work area was quiet, but Paul's office was lit, his head bowed over a stack of paper. I felt better, knowing I hadn't brought Dunlow in too quickly, but I couldn't shake the restlessness. Juliet fiddled with her phone, completely unaffected. Doesn't it bother you? I asked, as we walked into the lift. We know Dunlow did it. He knows we know, and there's nothing we can do about it. Doesn't it make you mad? Juliet lowered her phone. What will drive you mad is if you can't let moments like this go. We can't win every time. I looked down at my feet. I didn't want to hang on to old cases, but this one was different. To know who the murderer was and have no way to pin him down was agony. Until the DNA results came in, I wouldn't lose faith. Dunlow was smug, but he couldn't be 100% sure of what they would bring to light. He had to make a mistake sometime. I hoped he already had. From Laura Peters, peters@dunlowconsultants.co.uk. To Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk. Date, 16th of October, 1911. Subject, Dunlow's movements this morning. Dear Juliet, unfortunately, Mr. Dunlow's schedule for today doesn't go into much detail. He didn't come into the office until midday, as he had been out with a client in the morning. I can investigate further, but if possible, I would like to avoid asking the client. Mr. Dunlow would be unhappy if anyone else became aware of his arrest. Thank you, Laura. Gabe, sent 2046. I need to see you, kiss. Ollie, sent 2047. Are you okay? Kiss, kiss. Gabe, sent 2047. I've had the worst day at work. Can I see you? Kiss. Ollie, sent 2049. A small reminder, I'm not a booty call, I'm your boyfriend, and as your boyfriend, I'm going to call you after I've gotten out of the bath and we can talk through your bad day. Kiss, kiss. Gabe, sent 2050. I don't really want to talk. Kiss. Ollie, sent 2052. I know that, but I think you probably need to. Plus, I really like you, and I don't just want to be someone you use to temporarily fuck your problems away. I have a shoot tomorrow, I need my beauty sleep. I can't meet up, but I can talk. Kiss, kiss. Gabe, sent 2055. I like you too. A chat would be good. Kiss. Ollie, sent 2056. Don't be afraid. I'll teach you how to express those pesky emotions. Now leave me alone for 10 minutes. I need to do a face mask. Kiss, kiss. Form 91A. Formal request for armed assistance. Requesting officers, Detective Inspector Paul Willis. Case number 100-98756. Case description. Murder of Crystal Barrett on the Northwood Housing Estate in Southampton on the 10th of October. Requested armed response, time and place. 17th of October, morning. Warehouse on the Liners Industrial Estate. Reason for warrant request. We have gathered surveillance information and can confirm that Justin and Sonia Barrett, both strong suspects for the murder of their 7-year-old daughter, Crystal Barrett, are using a condemned warehouse on the Liners Industrial Estate to avoid arrest. We believe they could be armed and dangerous. So to ensure the safety of my team, I'd like to follow an armed response unit into the building. Day 8, Tuesday, the 17th of October. Teddy, sent 7:23. Benny, I don't know if it's just me you're ignoring or the whole world, but I've just seen this article. God knows how my dad is going to react. I didn't sleep with the guy or anything. I didn't want you to think that. If you could get back to me sometime this century, I'd appreciate it. Attached article from omgfomo.com. Could everyone's favourite playboy/art curator be gay? Pictures taken as Terence Dunlow left a club last night show him in the arms of another man. Click here to find out more. Forensic report on number 578 to number 579. Gloves found in an industrial bin used by Dunlow Consultants. Number 580. Scarf found in an industrial bin used by Dunlow Consultants. The examination confirms the gloves are made of leather. No fingerprints, full or partial, were found. Gunshot residue on the gloves was examined using a scanning electron microscope with X-ray analysis capability. Examination at high magnification showed particles consistent with the type of gun believed to have been used to shoot Melanie Pert. DNA samples taken from inside the gloves and from various areas of the scarf were tested for comparison against DNA samples taken from persons connected with the case. Many of the samples provided positive matches. The results are listed below. Gloves, positive match for Timothy Dunlow and Carl Biss, in order from most to least. Scarf, positive match for Leonard Dunlow, Timothy Dunlow, and Carl Biss, in order from most to least. Traces of white powder found inside of the gloves were tested. This is latex residue. Report compiled by David Rees. Gabe. No, this can't be right. I stared at the report I'd been waiting for since I came into the station unusually early this morning. Juliet had arrived before me, her newly painted nails a perfect match for her lilac heels and navy suit. Juliet's eyes narrowed. How could Dunlow have known we'd find this? I stood up, shaking out my hands. What's this saying? That Carl or Dunlow could have shot Melanie? I raked my fingers through my hair. That's not right. Dunlow pretty much admitted to killing her. Even if Carl's DNA is all over the gloves and scarf, it has to be there simply because he lived on the estate. I'd run through various scenarios during a sleepless night after my calming chat with Ollie. I'd concluded Dunlow was cocky because he knew something we didn't. I hadn't imagined this. Juliet, what does this mean? I turned away from Dunlow's mocking frown. Juliet sat back in her chair. The evidence could be pointing towards either of them. The toast I'd stolen from Paul twisted in my stomach. You don't believe that? Carl might have run, but apart from that, he's given us no reason to suspect he had anything to do with this. I trust the evidence, and the evidence is saying Carl and Dunlow came into contact with gloves covered in gunshot residue. What about what Dunlow said yesterday? Juliet shrugged. I guess he was playing with us or trying to throw us off his scent. At the moment, there's no way to know. I shook my head and turned back to the evidence wall. Dunlow's the killer. I can feel it. He knew we'd find mixed-up DNA on those gloves. I don't know how he got it there, but Dunlow did it. We have two options, Juliet said. You could be right, or Carl could have shot Melanie and tried to hide the gloves. Then Dunlow really did find them and panic. Stop being so cold. I glared at Dunlow's shiny corporate photo. It's him. Can't you feel it? The haughty disdain, the taunting. It wasn't just arrogance. He'd killed someone and was certain he would get away with it. Gabe? A warning note crept into Juliet's voice. We have to follow the evidence. I'm not letting Dunlow go free while we pursue dead ends. I balled my hands into fists. I couldn't believe the DNA results had let us down. I'd been sure they would point at Dunlow, not mire us even further between different suspects. That's not what I'm suggesting, but we have to keep our eyes on Carl and Dunlow. Hot rage exploded inside of me. I lifted my fist and smashed it into Dunlow's face. It's him. I mashed my knuckles into the paper. It's him, and I'm not going to let him get away with it. Glad to hear it, said a voice from the doorway. I snatched my hand back. During my outburst, I'd forgotten our office wasn't a closed-off space. David Rees leant against the doorframe, his ginger eyebrows raised. His baggy grey jumper and habitual black leggings made his legs look extra stick-like. Trust the biggest prick we'd worked with to witness this. What do you want? Juliet snapped. Her back was rigid, her jaw set. That could have been due to David's sudden appearance or what I'd said. I'd turned on her because she didn't agree that Dunlow was a cold-hearted murderer. I wanted to talk to you about the results I sent through, David said. Not necessary. Juliet turned to her computer. They're crystal clear. I pressed my nails into my palms. That was a rebuke for David and me. Not quite, he said. I walked around to my desk, wiggling my mouse. I woke my computer and brought up the results. As much as I didn't like what they said, it seemed straightforward. What do you mean? I asked. David rapped his knuckles on the doorframe. It's the powder. Did you read the note about it? I scrolled down. I had read it, but it seemed unimportant after the glaringly wrong results above. What does it mean? Latex powder is used as covering on lots of things, David explained. In this situation, I'd argue it was left over from a pair of plastic gloves. I frowned at the line of text on the screen. Someone wore plastic gloves inside the leather gloves. Juliet gasped, jumping up from her chair. We saw them in the barn, do you remember? I scrunched my face. When exactly? Juliet rummaged through the notes pinned to the board around Carl's picture. Don't you remember me asking about the plastic gloves? Carl said something about having them for the dogs. The memory resurfaced, Juliet's disgusted cringe clear in my mind. I stood up as well. So, Dunlow did kill Melanie. Juliet's mouth pressed into a thin line. We can't prove that. But this is something, right? I paced over to the wall. Dunlow would have known about the plastic gloves. He must have gone to get the dog and the gun and spotted the leather gloves, then put them on over the top of the plastic ones. He probably only said he'd lost them because he knew he wouldn't get rid of all his DNA. He would have known they were Carl's. He was ready to frame Carl right from the start. I wished the groundskeeper was contactable. If we could ask him if he'd lost a pair of gloves recently, we would have more to trap Dunlow with. Juliet stared at the wall. We've got no way to prove it, and if the latex gloves protect the killer's identity, who's to say Terence or Jordan didn't kill Melanie? That's possible, but we can build on this. I turned and grabbed my notepad. We know what to look for now. We need those plastic gloves. They're what will really incriminate Dunlow. We already searched the whole property. Juliet looked at the aerial map of the Dunlow estate. We didn't find anything. What if he burned them? He'll still have them. I jabbed my pencil into the paper. Dunlow isn't the type to leave anything to chance. He's hidden them, and we need to wait until he slips up. Unfortunately, time is something you don't have a great deal of, Superintendent Angela Dobson said from behind David. Ma'am, he said, hastily sidestepping out of her way. Angela walked into our office, black cornrows making straight lines down her back. Her starched uniform was perfect, her belt cinched across her wide stomach. Juliet had no visible reaction to our superior's appearance, but I couldn't help compulsively tugging at the hem of my jumper, my eyes darting to the crumpled chocolate wrappers that hadn't quite made it into the bin. How's the case coming along? Angela nodded at the cluttered wall of evidence. Have you found anything to charge Leonard or Timothy Dunlow with? If not, I need you to release them. The excitement that had filled me since David's latex explanation vanished. It was a step forward, but wasn't nearly enough to charge Dunlow with murder. I could imagine his smug face if we brought this evidence before him. It was exactly what he'd expect us to find, and he knew we couldn't do a thing with it. We have to let them go, Ma'am, Juliet said. We had some good leads, but they've not taken us anywhere. That was an unusually kind thing to say. More accurate would have been that we'd taken one shot in the dark after another. But this time, I'd jumped ahead and arrested Dunlow too soon. Is anything likely to come up in the next few hours? Angela asked, her dark brown cheeks rounding with a sympathetic wince. We could ask Dunlow about the gloves, but that would exonerate rather than trap him. Better to leave him guessing what we'd found until we had more to throw at him. We could ask Terence and Jordan about the gloves, but I didn't want to tip them off on the small chance either of them was the killer. And there was no way to ask Carl about any of this. We had a visit booked with Matthew Biss this afternoon. He wouldn't be any help with the gloves, but hopefully he would provide another thread so that the tapestry proclaiming Carl's innocence would be so solid even Juliet couldn't poke holes in it. We've got nothing, Ma'am, I admitted. I'm going to authorise their release then. Angela moved to the door, her broad hips swaying under her stiff uniform. One of you needs to come down to deal with the paperwork in about half an hour, she sighed. Their solicitors are threatening legal action, so we need to make sure everything is done perfectly. It will be, ma'am, Juliet promised. Angela tapped on the doorframe. Have you got any strong leads left? My cheeks burnt as I avoided looking at David and Juliet. Nothing strong, ma'am. Not yet. Start taking steps to wrap it up then. Angela's tone brokered no space for argument. You've had long enough. Anything else comes to light, you can open it back up. Things have been too quiet the last week. Something new is going to come in, and I want you two ready for it. Yes, ma'am, Juliet said, her voice devoid of emotion. Angela marched from the room, and I slumped into my chair, resting my head in my hands. I'm sorry, I mumbled. I shouldn't have brought Dunlow in. This case has been a mess from the start. All I've done is make it worse. Don't talk shit, Juliet said. I looked up. I've led us in so many wrong directions, lost a key suspect, and we can't pin anything on the killer. None of that is your fault. Juliet sat down at her computer. Some cases don't go the way we want. It's not because we've done anything wrong. You can't beat yourself up over this. But I would. I looked at Melanie's smiling selfie. No matter what Juliet said to comfort me, I knew deep down that I'd failed. Unless we found the plastic gloves. But I had no idea where to look. Can I get you both a tea? David asked. I spun my chair. David hovered in the doorway, his jumper pulled down over his hands. I'd assumed he'd scuttled off after Angela. What? He mimed drinking, his pinky finger held aloft. Tea? The beverage? Do you want one? We prefer coffee. Juliet recovered from the surprise of David acting like a normal human quicker than me. Black for me, milk with 2 sugars for Gabe. Give me your mugs. I passed them over and he strode out of our office. He helped with the case and he's making us coffee. I wrinkled my nose. David might not be a complete asshole? Juliet shook her head. I don't have the capacity to cope with such a monumental paradigm shift. I stared at the space my mug had occupied. It was easier to focus on David's uncharacteristic actions than this clusterfuck of a case. The first I'd taken the lead on, and I'd made a mess of it. You going to be okay, Gabe? I mustered up a smile. I'll be fine. I appreciate you asking. Juliet pursed her lips. You didn't do anything wrong. It doesn't work out every time. She turned to her computer, her attempt at consoling me over. I couldn't help but read into her words. She'd given up. We would go see Carl's dad, but that was only to tie up our final loose end. We had no more leads, no more avenues to rush down. Juliet didn't want to beg Angela for more time. My eyes caught on the crumpled photo of Dunlow. Carl said that whoever killed Melanie was either stupid or didn't know the body was going to be found. There was a third option. Melanie's murderer could be so arrogant, so sure he wouldn't be brought to justice, that he didn't care if her body was discovered. Call connected at 10:50. 999, which service do you require? Ambulance, someone's been beaten up. Can you tell me where you are? Near that big hotel on the seafront. I don't know what it's called. Hold on one moment. The Harbour Hotel? Yes, that's it. We're at the far edge of the car park. Who is it that's been beaten? I don't know. I came around the corner and saw some maniac was kicking him in the stomach. He's breathing, but he's not conscious. There's some blood. Okay, an ambulance is on its way. You're not in danger? No. They ran off when I shouted at them. And there's other people here now. Someone who knows first aid. They're helping him. That's great. Could you please pass the phone over to the person administering first aid? Recording started. 10:56. Police Constable Alice Toe.
All units in position, sir.
Detective Inspector Paul Willis.
Let's go ahead.
Strategic Firearms Officer Ruby Douglas.
We have AFOs at all entrances to the warehouse. Officers are to proceed with caution. Suspects are believed armed and dangerous, and the building is condemned. Bravo. You have the go-ahead to approach.
Authorised Firearms Officer Dev Afzal.
Armed police, stand away from the door.
SFO Ruby Douglas.
Armed police, down on the ground.
AFO Dev Afzal.
One suspect is cooperative.
SFO Ruby Douglas.
Someone's running.
AFO Dev Afzal.
I'm in pursuit. Armed police, down on the ground.
2 shots fired. DI Paul Willis.
What's going on?
AFO Dev Afzal.
Second suspect is down. 2 shots to the left leg. I have removed a handgun from the suspect. Emergency first aid required.
PC Alice Toe.
They're on their way.
DI Paul Willis.
Is it them? Justin and Sonia?
SFO Ruby Douglas.
We've got them, sir.
Gabe. My eyes flicked around the assorted notes, photos, and newspaper clippings on the wall. After Juliet left to release the Dunlows, I'd barely moved. The coffee David made cooled on my desk. I don't use the word hate lightly, Juliet said, as she strode into our office. But I really do hate Timothy Dunlow. I didn't stop my staring contest with the wall. How was he? Smug as a pig in shit. Less so when I left the duty officer to finish off. I have far more important things to do than watch him gloat. An involuntary smile tugged at my lips. I'm sure he'd appreciate the comparison. Come on then. Juliet stood next to me. Talk it through one last time. Juliet wasn't the most emotionally intelligent person, or, if she was, she disregarded the information in favour of getting the job done, but she knew I needed this. If we were going to lay this case to one side, there couldn't be any avenues left unchecked, any threads unfollowed. I wasn't ready to clear the wall. I'd leave the evidence up until ordered to take it down. Even then, the case file would sit on my desk rather than slotting neatly into the cabinets behind Juliet's desk. I flicked through the photos of Melanie, from her smiling selfie to the clinical shots of her marred face. Melanie travelled by bus to the Dunlow estate on the evening of the 9th of October. I tapped her bus ticket. She was met by Leo, with whom she had been carrying out a secret relationship. He snuck her onto the estate and into the den above the garage, where they had sex. I pointed at the DNA results from her body. Afterwards, Melanie and Leo argued and she left. Enter Dunlow, Juliet said. The things we know, he saw Leo and Melanie from the house. He came over to tell Leo off, then he headed back in the direction of the house. Juliet stuck her tongue out at Dunlow's austere portrait. He says he went to the house. He slept like a baby while Melanie was shot and mauled. The first thing he knew about the murder was when Carl called him in the morning. Alternative theory, Dunlow killed her. I looked at the annotated map of the estate. He grabbed a gun and went to the barn for a dog to help him find Melanie. While he was there, he saw Carl's leather gloves and the plastic ones. He hatched a plan to pin the blame on Carl. He followed Melanie out into the forest and shot her 3 times. After, he shot the dog and hid all the incriminating evidence. Another theory is that Carl killed Melanie. The latex residue is there because he put the gloves on to diddle with some poor dog's anal glands. Juliet grimaced. This is why I could never have a pet. There's far too much close contact with feces. Carl's section of the wall was sparse. A copy of his note and the article about his mother's murder were pinned either side of his picture. Do you honestly see him as a suspect? I have to. You do too, Juliet said. He's got a history of violence in the family, and he ran off in the middle of the investigation. Most damning, his DNA is on the gloves, most likely worn to kill Melanie. We can't discount him because he seemed like a nice guy. But why would he have reported the bodies if he was guilty? I asked, rolling the corner of David's latest forensic report between my finger and thumb. That is one thing in his favour. He would have to be a colossal moron to report them if he was the killer, and he didn't seem dim to me. That was wild praise coming from Juliet, but it didn't mean she wouldn't pursue Carl if any sighting of him was ever reported. Hopefully, he could keep himself hidden until I found something Dunlow couldn't talk his way out of. Leo is another suspect with no real alibi. I flicked his tragic love poems. He lied several times about the nature of his relationship with Melanie, denied knowing her, and then denied meeting her. We only got the truth once the DNA results came through. He's in the running, but only just. Juliet wrinkled her nose. My Lion is a terrible nickname. Agreed. I shook my head at his school photo. Leo, as much as he tried to lie, is transparent. It was obvious he was keeping something from us. We just had to throw enough evidence at him to force the truth out. His DNA probably got on the scarf when he and Melanie were canoodling. I grinned as my eyes flicked over Leo's differing statements. Canoodling? Exactly. Juliet lifted her chin. Plus, Leo is reportedly a terrible shot and would have gotten mauled himself if he tried to use Lucy to find Melanie. I glanced at the picture of the dog's partially buried body. It had to be someone who was familiar with the dogs, or particularly gifted at getting them to obey, who hunted Melanie down. Which puts Jordan in the running, Juliet said, her nose wrinkling as she looked at his section of the wall. He was Melanie's boyfriend, and he was abusing her physically. He seemed shocked when we told him she'd died, but he doesn't have a good alibi. I rattled off the facts. We don't know if he knew Melanie had sex with Leo, but he would have been incredibly angry if he did. The abuse doesn't look good for him. I tapped his text transcripts. Even though he didn't start the fire, he displayed a high level of comfort roving around the grounds. Whoever killed Melanie knew their way across the estate. Which brings us to Terence, Juliet said. He has an uncorroborated alibi. Benedict Hogan was still AWOL. Carl running off doesn't look good for him. At the moment, we only have his word that he didn't come back to the estate to silence Melanie or get someone else to do it for him to keep his secret safe. Juliet tipped her head to one side. Don't get me wrong. I'm not convinced Dunlow is the killer, but no matter how you look at this, the whole case revolves around him. What do you mean? At the very least, Melanie was killed on his property, Juliet said. But he instills such fear into his sons that they follow his commands blindly and hide their relationships from him. He employed Carl, he owned the dog, he most likely owned the gun used to kill Melanie. She narrowed her eyes. No matter what the outcome is, I'd be shocked if he's not involved in some way. Involved is one way to put it. I've got a couple of things to sort before we head over to the prison. Juliet left me standing in front of the wall, her fingers clattering against her keyboard before her weight had settled in her chair. I nodded absently. I tried to look at all the evidence we'd collected, but my gaze snagged on Dunlow's photo. Juliet was right. He was smug. He'd killed a young woman, and he was going to walk out of here freely. Yet another man who'd gotten away with something terrible. There were too many of them in the world. Too many in my life. I grabbed my coat and swung it over my shoulders. See you in a minute. Juliet shot me a penetrating look as I hurried out of our office, but she didn't try to stop me. Odds were, she knew what I was going to do. I half walked, half jogged across our floor and past the lift, This was a bad idea, but that didn't mean it was wrong. Something was bubbling up inside of me, something only contained by my mad dash downstairs. I needed to let Dunlow know he might have gotten away for now, but that he hadn't fooled me. I met him and Alice as they crossed the wide expanse of reception, the huge front-facing windows flooding the space with crisp rays of light. Taking a deep breath, I plastered an empty smile on my face. I'll take him from here. Alice's neat eyebrows quirked upwards. Right you are, ma'am. She turned on her heel. I gestured towards the front doors, encouraging Dunlow to keep moving, rather than glaring down at me like a stray dog that had dared get too close. The door swung shut behind us. Bright sunlight bounced off car windscreens, but there was a chill to the air. I refused to shiver. I know you did it. A flicker of something crossed Dunlow's face before a mask of disdain settled into place. You know nothing. He turned away, tracking sleek cars up and down the road. That's why you're releasing me. It's why you shouldn't have arrested me, and why you're not going to bother me or my boys again. I won't stop searching for the gun, or anything that'll prove me right. To an onlooker, Dunlow's smile might have seemed like that of a kind uncle. Only up close could you see the sharp edges. You know you should be careful. I haven't decided whether to bring a complaint against your department, but being harassed as I left the station, that would be a great place to start. I balled my hands into fists, pressing my blunt nails into the skin of my palms. Dunlow was a bully, through and through. No one would believe a woman like me could intimidate a man like you. I didn't often play this card. I strove to help those I worked with forget my small stature and slight frame, but that was all a man like Dunlow would ever see. He straightened. I fought the urge to step back, but it was like he could sense the instinct. They'd be right, Dunlow sneered. You couldn't. The station door swung open. Dad? Dunlow stepped away, his gaze softening as he turned to Leo. Let's go. Leo nodded, his muzzed hair falling over his glasses. Bye, Detective Martin. His voice was husky, like some of the time in his cell had been used to shed tears that had no place in the Dunlow men's home. His reddened eyes danced over my face before he was steered away by his father. I watched them walk down the road, finally buttoning my coat. I couldn't tell if I'd made my point, but I was surer than ever that Dunlow had killed Melanie Pert in the grounds of his ancestral home. I wouldn't rest until I proved it. The station door swung open again, just as the Dunlows disappeared. Juliet's heels clacked on the mottled concrete. Terence Dunlow has been attacked. What? My face pulled into lines of disbelief. Who by? Juliet shook her head as we rushed towards the station car park. All I've got is a copy of the intake form that Maddie got from Southampton General. I struggled to wind my head around this new information. Too many people involved in this case are getting hurt. I wasn't pleased that Terence had been beaten, but chatting with him was another pit stop before I had to let this case go. If there were enough delays, something might eventually come to light that we could use against Dunlow. From Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, to Madison Campbell, madison.campbell@mitadmin.gov.uk, CC Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk, date 17th of October, 11:50. Subject, Operation Chalice, press release. Maddie, please put out the following urgent appeal for more information. We're moving towards shelving this case, but one more plea for information won't hurt. Juliet. Detectives are appealing for more witnesses and information about the murder of a young woman on the Dunlow estate in the New Forest. The victim, Melanie Pert, was shot dead on the Dunlow estate on the night of the 9th of October. Police have recovered the body of a dog involved in the attack and other key pieces of evidence. However, the murder weapon has not been recovered. It is believed to be a hunting rifle. 2 men were arrested in conjunction with this inquiry, but have been released without charge. Detectives are appealing for anyone with any information to come forward. Detective Inspector Juliet Stern said, "We are anxious to trace any potential witnesses as soon as possible so they can help us piece together what happened. If you know anything, please contact us." An accident and emergency triage form. Date 17th of October. Time 12:15. Name Terence Dunlow. Age 24. Presenting complaint: assault, torso and head pain, leg and hand laceration. History of presenting complaint: patient reports he was assaulted by a masked person in the Southampton Harbour Hotel car park at around 10:50 on the 17th of October. He was kicked and punched until he fell to the ground. He was then kicked in the head and chest until he lost consciousness. Patient was unconscious when paramedics arrived, but was treated at the scene. He was self-mobile and able to walk to the ambulance. There did not seem to be any significant head injuries. There is a laceration on the patient's left thigh and left palm. On examination, the patient can stand aided but is unstable when unaided due to leg laceration. There is blood on their hand from a cut of about 1 inch and blood on their thigh from a cut of about 3 inches. The patient is alert and has multiple contusions across their face, chest, arms, legs, and back. Past medical history: none. Medication: none. Social and family history: none. Report complied by Senior Staff Nurse Consuelo Day. Gabe. We were shown into a side room. I didn't know whether Terence's private health insurance had secured him such luxury, or whether he'd gotten lucky. This beating notwithstanding, Terence was the kind of man who always landed on his feet. He lay on top of the hospital sheets, the back raised so he was reclining. His green top was stained with blood, his face bruised. A white bandage stood out against his olive skin on his left hand, and there was another on his thigh, peeking under the hem of his running shorts. "Ah, you," he said, as we entered the room. "Hello, Terence." I sat on a chair beside the bed and balanced my notepad on my knee. "We were sorry to hear that you were attacked earlier today. Can you tell us what happened?" Juliet maintained her position at the end of the bed. Terence's face turned a blotchy red between dark bruising. "I went out for a run. As I was coming back to the hotel, someone grabbed me. I tried to shout, but they punched me in the stomach. I fell over and they kicked me until I fell unconscious." "Did you see your attacker?" I internally winced at the violence Terence had endured, but I didn't think he would react well to overt sympathy. "They were wearing a balaclava and jeans and a dark jumper. They were tall, strong enough to grab me. After they punched me in the stomach, they hit me on the head. I covered my face with my hands when I was on the floor. I didn't see anything after that." The person driving the van that hit Leo was also wearing a balaclava. That didn't necessarily mean the 2 incidents were linked, but it was something to pull together the seemingly random violence being meted out to those connected to this case. "Did they say anything?" I asked. "Do you think they were male or female?" "They didn't speak, but I'd say male, maybe. Their jumper was bulky. Too much of their face was hidden to be sure." "Have you had any indication someone was interested in hurting you?" Juliet asked. Terence huffed out a laugh, which he swapped for a wince. "I was outed by an online rag this morning." My stomach swooped. I'm sorry. Terence assessed me, then sniffed. It's fine. Would anyone other than your father have a problem with your sexuality? Juliet asked. I held a cringe inside as Terence laughed again. Only a straight person would assume random strangers wouldn't turn against Terence. Of course they do, he sneered. But I don't think anyone but my father matters. He glared between me and Juliet. I think Dad ordered the attack. My pencil hovered over my notepad. What makes you think that? Because he hates me now, Terence growled. He's always gone on about how homosexuals are a perversion from what's normal, and now he's got a gay son. He's obviously going to disown me, but apparently that isn't enough. He needed to put me in my place. He wouldn't get his own hands dirty, so he got someone else to assault me. Terence's chest expanded with each of his laboured breaths. In this side room, the noises of the rest of the ward were muted. Bleeping monitors and scuffing footsteps were quiet in Terence's sanctuary. We'll look into the possibility that your father orchestrated this attack, I reassured Terence. I'd do it, if only because it was tenuously connected with Melanie's case. I didn't think it likely, since Dunlow was at the station when the news broke, but he could have found out another way. Us arresting him could have been incredibly convenient. Can you think of anyone who has any specific ill will towards you? Terence leant back. Not really. Were the photos the same ones that Carl blackmailed you with? Juliet asked. Terence's head snapped up. Carl did not blackmail me, and of course they're not the same photos. Those were taken weeks ago, and I made sure he deleted them. The ones in the article are from last night. They couldn't have been taken by him, Juliet pressed, undeterred by Terence's ire. How would I know? He threw up his injured hand, the bandage bright under the fluorescent lights. I haven't studied his unique photography style, for Christ's sake. Without access to the original photos, which Terence had ensured were long gone, there was no way to compare the two. Carl wouldn't have sent pictures anywhere, Terence grumbled. He didn't want to publicly expose me. He just wanted me to talk to my dad. He shrugged, his petulant energy fading. Maybe if I'd talked to him, he would have disowned me rather than setting some lackey on me. I glanced over at Juliet, then stood. Thank you for talking to us. If you remember anything else, please give us a call. I won't be staying at the hotel anymore, Terence said. If you need me, I'll be at Benny's house. I assume he hasn't contacted you yet? No, I said. You've not heard from him either? Terence shook his head. I've got a key for his place. If I find anything that explains where he might be, I'll let you know. Thank you. As we walked from the room, Terence's face pulled tight with misery and pain. If he was to be believed, he'd had a bad run of luck recently. Juliet and I walked through the ward and down busy corridors, the normal thrum of the hospital washing over us. I couldn't see how this attack connected with Melanie's murder, but I desperately wanted it to be related. At least it was linked enough that I could hold onto this case for a little longer. We need to find out where Jordan was during the attack, I said, as we reached the hospital entrance. Juliet fumbled with an antibacterial dispenser. You think he could be involved? Someone tall attacked a member of the Dunlow family. Jordan's a young man with a history of violence. He's already beaten up Leo. We have to consider that his grudge might extend to the wider family. Could it have been Carl? Juliet moved aside to let me pump the stinging gel. I nodded begrudgingly. Just because Carl couldn't defend himself, I didn't want to pin every unexplainable thing on him. We stepped out into the chill air, rubbing our hands. I searched my coat pocket for my car keys. All my fingers encountered was my notepad and the blunt end of my pencil. Mr. Dunlow, Juliet said. I jerked my head up. Timothy Dunlow rose from a bench beside the hospital entrance. Alongside the habitual frown lines, his mouth was downturned and his eyes reddened. He didn't look like the same man who'd stood and goaded me outside the station.
"He won't let me in,"
Dunlow croaked. He ran a hand over his face.
"Terence doesn't want me near him."
"I'm sorry." The apology was automatic. No matter what I thought of this man, his son turning against him was clearly causing him pain. Dunlow looked at the bustling hospital, something in his expression hardening. His spine straightened as he took a deep breath.
"Could I follow you to the station? There are some things I should tell you."
My heart skipped, but Juliet answered, "No, we have an important interview to get to." I struggled to understand what she meant for a second before it clicked. Matthew Biss. We couldn't miss this chance to investigate Carl's past, no matter how important Dunlow's new information might be. "We'll be back late this afternoon," I said. "Could you come into the station?" Dunlow nodded, before spinning on his heel and marching to his car.
"What do you think he's got to say?"
Juliet asked as we walked across the car park. No clue. I shot her a half smile, trying not to let my frustration bleed through. This visit to Carl's father was a formality that would likely be of no use. What would be far more helpful was a signed confession from Dunlow. We had to delay talking to him, and what if he changed his mind about whatever he had to share? "Chin up." Juliet's elbow brushed my upper arm, a barely there touch. There's nothing a visit to a convicted murderer in a high-security prison can't fix. Leo, sent 1414.
"Ted, I hope you're okay. Dad told me you've been beaten up. I saw the article as well. I don't care about it. It doesn't change anything. Dad says you won't talk to him. I hope you'll talk to me. Kiss."
Gabe. My bum was already numb on the hard plastic seat I'd had to awkwardly scoot into since it was bolted to the floor, and my hands frozen. When we entered the prison, we surrendered our coats and all electronic devices. The only things I'd brought into the closed visit room were my notepad and pencil, which I tried not to tap against the table while we waited for Carl's father.
"He's got a busy schedule,"
Juliet muttered, as heavy footsteps finally rung out along the corridor.
"A hectic morning of beating fellow inmates and staring at grey walls."
This was an accurate representation of how Matthew Biss had spent his time since he'd been sentenced to life imprisonment for beating his wife to death and attempting the same with his son. His sentence had been gradually increased, the sheer amount of violent altercations he got into ensuring he would never be a free man again. The door on the other side of the room slid open, and I suppressed a shiver as Matthew entered, flanked by 2 prison officers. Juliet was unaffected by the fridge-like conditions. She watched, impassive and still, as our interviewee settled on the other side of the table, separated from us by a thick plastic screen. Matthew's greying hair was shorn close to his scalp, and his body was broad and meaty. His freckled skin was further marked with overlapping tattoos, the words and symbols indecipherable. He sneered at the guards as they left, an expression I couldn't imagine crossing Carl's face. Matthew's upper lip curling, a scar down the left side of his face stretched as he examined us through the scratched plastic. Perhaps there was something of Carl in the dark brown of his eyes, and what was once the long line of his nose but was now a misshapen lump. "Thank you for meeting with us, Mr. Biss," I began, my back pressed firmly into the unyielding plastic seat. Even with the screen between us, I wanted distance from this man. "I'm Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin, and this is Detective Inspector Juliet Stern." Matthew's bristly eyebrows rose.
"What's a couple of detectives doing coming to chat with me?"
Here was a resemblance to Carl. He and his father's voices rose and fell with the gentle cadence of Yorkshire. On Carl, the accent was soft and spoke of his placid nature. On his father, There was a harsh edge. "We have some questions about Carl," Juliet said, leaning forward to speak through the holes at the bottom of the screen. While I wouldn't have said Matthew was friendly before, he was at least open and curious. One mention of his son, and he closed down. He sat rigid, dark eyes narrowed. "What about him?" His voice had hardened. The words clipped. I tapped my pencil on my notepad. "We're wondering what you can tell us, Mr. Biss." He cringed. "You can stop with that formal shit. Call me Matt." He swallowed, grinding his stubbled jaw. "What do you want to know?" Juliet leant forward, her elbows resting on the table. It wasn't hard to figure out what had captured her interest. All reports had described Matthew Biss as an unrepentant monster. He'd killed his wife and tried to kill his son, and he'd refused to accept the blame. He'd then continued his streak of violence in this prison. All of that didn't fit with the reaction he'd had to his son's name. He'd come into the room swaggering and cocky, but that thin armour had been knocked off. "Can you tell us about Carl's childhood?" Juliet asked. I stopped tapping my pencil, preparing to take notes. We hadn't planned a deep dive into Carl's past, but I understood why Juliet had started there. I wanted to unpick why this hardened criminal had such an undeniable reaction to one of his victims. Matthew's eyes searched Juliet's face. He found nothing threatening behind her encouraging smile. "He was a runty little thing. No good at sports, no help round the house. All he wanted to do was read. Wasn't even interested in TV." "Were you close?" Juliet asked. We knew the answer, but this was one of the ways she'd lulled men like Matthew into revealing their darkest secrets. Play it dumb, let them talk, and then they'd slip up when she struck out. This was why she was taking the lead here, something I was happy to relinquish after my failure in every other aspect of this case. Matthew shook his head. "Nah, he was a strange lad. Course his mam encouraged him." Absently, he rubbed his fingers over his knuckles. There was a thick tattoo across the back of his hand. I tilted my head to make a note, hiding my shock that Matthew had the name of the wife he'd murdered inked into his skin. "Were they close?" Juliet asked. "Peas in a pod." There was a soft edge to his voice. "I never knew what she saw in me. I wasn't smart like her or like him." "What happened on the night you killed her?" Matthew flinched. Juliet widened her eyes at me while he stared down at his hand, fingers rasping over the letters printed across his knuckles. "Matt, are you all right?" I asked. His hand stopped moving, and he pinned me with his gaze. "Do you want to talk about it properly? Because no one else did. No one else gave me a chance." "What do you mean?" Matthew ground his teeth together. I tried not to shrink away, kept my expression neutral as my hand tightened around my pencil. "As soon as that little shit woke up and started shouting his mouth off, no one listened to me," he spat out. I eased my grip. "We want to hear your version of events." His eyes grew round. "You do?" I pressed the tip of my pencil into my notepad. "Please, in your own time." Matthew tipped his head towards the ceiling, his broad chest expanding as he breathed deeply. His eyes slammed to mine as he sat forward. "Like I said, he was a strange child." His words rushed over one another in his eagerness to tell a story he'd been refused a listening ear for. "I tried not to let what I knew cloud how I treated him, but he was a weird one." "What did you know?" Juliet interjected. Matthew's eyes darted to her, but landed on my pencil and notepad. "He wasn't mine." There was a triumphant sheen to his whole being as I noted that down. "Not yours," I clarified, my heart thrumming.
Jenny was up the duff when I met her. Matthew rushed on. Didn't bother me. She was a beauty, the most wonderful woman I'd ever met. Didn't matter to me that she was having some other bloke's kid. I was happy to help her raise it. His expression soured. It mattered to him, though. Carl? Juliet checked. Matthew nodded, apparently unwilling to say the name. We didn't tell him. Even put me on the birth certificate. That was remarkably accepting. I tried to reconcile a man who would willingly parent another's child with the one sat before me. How did Carl find out? I tried to keep the jumpy energy filling me from my voice. If this was true, it had to mean something. No idea. Matthew rubbed his knuckles again. I came home after work and he was screaming at Jenny. Said he hated her, had always hated me. He went on and on about how he'd lied and how he could have had a better life. In the end, he ran out of steam and scarpered to his room. Shadows shifted across Matthew's face as he looked towards the bar-covered window. At least, that's where I assumed he went. I made sure Jen was okay. She always hated it when Carl shouted, and then I went for a shower. He turned from the window, a pleading edge entering his voice. I worked at a garage. Always came home covered in muck. Where had Carl gone? Juliet urged. It wouldn't be so obvious to Matthew, but I could hear the echo of my own eagerness in her question. In a case full of lies and confusion, we hadn't expected even more here. Potentially, we'd uncovered a secret we hadn't known to search for. He went to the garden shed, Matthew said, in a low monotone. He found an old set of golf clubs one of my mates gave me. I'd never used them. Had half forgotten they were there. He tailed off, his fingers rubbing harshly over his knuckles. We'd read the official report of what happened next. Matthew beat his wife to death, then tried to kill Carl. Police arrived in time to stop him causing fatal injury to 2 members of his family. It was the story that made me liken Carl to myself. He brought the club in, and he killed her. Matthew paused, working his jaw. I was getting dressed when I heard the screams, then they stopped. He was still beating her when I ran into the kitchen. I swallowed hard as my hand flew across my notepad. This was not the story fed to the jury, was not what the world believed happened on the day Jennifer Biss was killed. What did you do then? Juliet asked. I tried to stop him. Matthew's hands shook as his fingers moved compulsively over the tattoo. I didn't know Jenny was gone. Thought I could save her. I pushed him away, but the little shit kept coming back. He attacked me and I threw him off, grabbed the club from his hands. You hit him with it? Juliet prompted. I examined Matthew's face as he formulated an answer. The first time he'd fumbled in his account of what happened that night. I suppressed a shiver as his eyes darted between us. I did, he admitted. He wouldn't stop coming at me. Once I had the club, I made him stay down. I needed him to stop so that I could help Jenny, but the police arrived before I could get to her. You only hit Carl to subdue him, Juliet checked. Matthew glared at her, taking longer than needed to answer. Yes. I hadn't been sure about his story, but now I knew I was looking at a liar. Carl's injuries were so severe that he didn't regain consciousness until he'd been in hospital for several hours, I said. He was beaten so badly that he had to have physiotherapy for weeks to regain full use of his hands. He had to relearn how to walk, how to eat and talk, all while you barely sustained a scratch. He wouldn't stop coming at me, Matthew repeated, his hands clenching into fists. I only hit him to stop him. We'd read the medical reports. Matthew beat Carl with that club far beyond the point of simply stopping him. He'd wanted to kill Carl, just like he'd killed his wife. Juliet took a deep breath, rolling her shoulders. Let me get this straight.
You were happy to raise another man's son, even if he was odd. Then Carl found out about this monumental lie and he murdered his own mother. Matthew's eyes narrowed. That's what happened. I doubted that. We'd look into Matthew's claims that he and Carl weren't related, but this visit had been a monumental waste of time. Why didn't you say any of this before? Juliet asked, her face pinched. You pleaded not guilty, but you didn't put forward an alternative timeline. I was grieving. Matthew's eyes settled on me. I couldn't believe what had happened. Before I knew it, I was on trial, and everyone was telling me I'd killed Jenny. My solicitor told me to plead guilty, but I couldn't do it. I knew no one would listen. That little shit had everyone too far wrapped up in his pathetic lies. And the years since? Juliet tipped her head to the side. You never tried to tell the truth. Matthew didn't look at her, continued drilling me with his gaze. He might have sensed the waves of disbelief crashing off Juliet even through the screen. He couldn't know I'd seen through his lies too. I know who I am. He spread his hands wide, the palms free of blurred ink. I know how it looks. I was an angry man before I came in here, and it's only gotten worse. You've got a kid saying the big bad bastard killed his mam, and then you got me, trying to pin the blame on some innocent flower. How's that going to go? Exactly the way it went. Do you have any idea who Carl's biological father is? I asked. Matthew clasped his hands together. No idea. Jenny said she didn't know. Having met both Carl and Matthew, I knew who I was more inclined to believe. Matthew's story had gaping holes he couldn't fill. I had no doubt he'd found out about Carl's parentage the same day Jennifer died. It made no sense that this man wouldn't speak up when falsely accused, and his violent record spoke for itself. He hadn't had darkness thrust on him. He'd gathered it into himself. Carl is a suspect in a murder case, Juliet stated. He's absconded. Any idea where he could be hiding? Matthew sighed. Done it again, has he? I bit the inside of my cheek. Matthew really wanted us to believe Carl was a killer. His lies made little sense. He wouldn't get out of here, even if he was acquitted of Jennifer's murder. He was throwing muck at Carl out of pure spite. No idea, he said. We didn't have much money, so we didn't go on holidays or nothing. Me and Jen were only children. Our parents are dead. Matthew shrugged. He's got no one he could run to. I flicked my notepad shut, rather than rubbing at the dull ache his words elicited in my chest. That everything? Juliet checked with me, before pressing a button to summon the prison officers. Thank you for your time, she said to Matthew, standing gracefully. I engaged in an awkward dismount, not unmissed by Matthew if the sneer on his face was anything to go by. Juliet swept out of the room when the officers appeared, stalking towards the locked reception. Do you believe a word of it? She asked, while an officer in the room beyond fiddled with the controls to free us. No. I followed her into the reception area and over to a bank of lockers. But we have to investigate it. He could have been lying about who killed Jennifer, but be telling the truth about not being Carl's biological father. Juliet shrugged on her coat. Would Carl's parentage make a difference if he didn't kill his mother? It wouldn't be proof of a violent past, just messy family history. I huddled into my coat. Juliet was already absorbed in her phone as I signed us out. As we walked across the vast car park, I turned over the interview in my head. There were too many holes in Matthew's story. He wasn't the kind of man anyone would think of as innocent, and for good reason. But I couldn't see why he would lie about Carl's parentage. It was too easy to prove. I unlocked the car and set up the sat-nav to take us back to the station, dread sinking into my barely warmed limbs. I hadn't held out much hope that Carl's dad would throw a curveball at us that would sustain this case, but part of me had been clinging to the possibility. Instead, all he'd done was point the finger at a man we couldn't question even if we'd wanted to. I'd investigate his claims about Carl's parentage, but the likelihood it would have anything to do with Melanie's death was wafer thin. We'd talk to Dunlow, but he wasn't about to hand us a signed confession. This case was finished. I'd failed not only to lead well, but more importantly, to find justice for Melanie. You have one new voicemail. Voicemail left today at 3:10 p.m. Benny, I hope you're okay. With everything else that's been going on, I'm beginning to wonder if something's happened to you. I don't know if you saw my message, but I've been outed. Dad knows I'm gay. He wants to talk about it, but I don't want to be told how disgusting I am. I'm going to stay at your place. I hope you don't mind. I'll clear out if you want me to, but I need a few days to get myself sorted. I'll feel better being there. If I can't be with you, staying in your house is the next best thing. I've always felt safe there. Sorry, I'm rambling. A nurse just gave me some pain meds. I miss you. Please call me. Gabe. I pressed the button on top of the recorder. This is a voluntary interview commencing at 3:45 p.m. on the 17th of October. The interviewee is Timothy Dunlow. He has declined legal representation. Interview conducted by myself, Detective Sergeant Gabriella Martin, and Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. Mr. Dunlow, you are not under arrest and are free to leave at any time. Nothing from Dunlow except his continued docility. He was waiting when we got back to the station and had sat quietly in the interview room while we prepared. He'd thanked us for the offer of water and a solicitor, but he needed neither. Terence's rejection had clearly had a profound effect, but I couldn't believe it had changed Dunlow's essential nature. Before we'd met him outside of the hospital, I'd have said Dunlow was arrogant and selfish, fully capable of killing Melanie because she wasn't who he believed his son should be with. Now, he looked broken. The veneer of untouchable entitlement I'd assumed went bone deep, stripped away. "Thank you for granting me this interview," Dunlow said. "First of all, I would like to apologise for my behaviour, particularly this morning. But in truth, for the duration of our acquaintance, I've been unpleasant on a number of occasions, and for that I'm sorry." "What was the reason for your unpleasantness?" Juliet asked, not as shell-shocked as me by Dunlow apologising. "It's the business I'm in. Being liked is of no importance. I need to get the best deal for everyone involved." He cleared his throat. "That attitude carries into my interactions with others, especially when I feel threatened." "Why did you feel threatened?" Juliet asked. An expression flitted over Dunlow's face that was reminiscent of the bulldog of a man we'd met before. I couldn't blame him for being annoyed by Juliet's question. Anyone's hackles would rise if they thought their children were suspected of something they truly believed they could never be involved in. "A young woman was killed on my grounds." Dunlow maintained the desolate calm that had fallen over him since his eldest son pushed him away. "You questioned Leo," he paused, squaring his jaw. "My sons are all I have. I won't let anyone harm them." Before Juliet could jump in to ask the exact lengths he would go to when he decided one of his sons was endangered, I said, "Thank you for the apology, Mr. Dunlow. As you can imagine, our time is incredibly valuable, especially during an active murder investigation. What is it you wanted to share with us?" Dunlow's light blue eyes flitted over my face. I'd been speared by his gaze before, observed under the sharp edges of his abundant disapproval. There was something different in his expression, in his whole demeanour. He no longer wanted to keep us far away, but needed us to come close and listen. "Someone is targeting my family." Juliet's eyebrows crept towards her hairline. My heart thumped discordantly. Only hours ago, I'd said that people connected to this case kept getting hurt. The protective instincts of a father turned that into a calculated attack against his loved ones. But I wasn't sure I disagreed. It wasn't people associated with this case who had been hurt since Melanie died. It was the Dunlows. "What makes you think someone is targeting you and your sons?" I asked. That caused another flicker of disdain across Dunlow's face. "Numerous things. No matter what you might believe, neither me nor my sons killed Melanie Pert. Someone came onto my land and shot her, which caused distress and disturbance for my family. Then my youngest son was attacked by that thug and hit by a car. Our family home was set on fire. Then my oldest son was attacked. This can't all be coincidence. Someone wants to harm us." I took a deep breath and tried to think through what Dunlow had said without bias. It was difficult after he'd insinuated someone had killed Melanie to harm his family. He would never see her as anything other than a tool to be used against him. "If you didn't shoot Melanie, then it does seem a pattern is emerging," Juliet conceded, lending emphasis to the first word. "There's more." The expensive fabric of Dunlow's suit whispered as he took a deep breath. "I lied about where I found the scarf and gloves." "You lied?" Juliet laughed harshly. "How original." "Your family has a nasty habit of lying to us." I flicked my notepad open and picked up my pencil. A blotchy blush, as pronounced as his son's, rose across Dunlow's face. "I apologise if it seems my sons and I haven't always been truthful. Every half-truth was only ever told to protect my family." "How did lying about where you found the scarf and gloves protect your family?" I asked. Dunlow rested his hands on the table. "I didn't know what finding them meant. I didn't know if they would, wrongly, I must add, incriminate either of my sons or myself if they were left to toy with us. Either way, I didn't want to play anyone's game." Murderers were usually motivated by a primitive desire for violence, or something selfish like power, money, or jealousy. But there were some, like Dunlow, who had such a strong need to protect those they loved that they forgot their victims were someone's granddaughter. "Please explain to us, truthfully, how you found the gloves and scarf," Juliet said. "It was the morning of the fire." A heavy mixture of sadness and frustration sat more comfortably on Dunlow's face than a smile ever would. "We'd been allowed into the house to gather our things. I discovered the scarf and gloves when I put my suitcase in the boot of my car." "Someone planted them after the fire?" I asked. "They could have been put there any time after I arrived home from work the previous day. Whoever set the fire would have had ample time to plant the scarf and gloves." I rested the point of my pencil against my notepad. "You think the same person did both?" "Of course." "Do you have any evidence?" Juliet asked. Her tone was flat, but an edge of irritation had crept in. She didn't like Dunlow, and she hated being lied to. This man was skating on the thinnest of ice. "Evidence?" Dunlow broke into a familiar frown. "What more do you need? I've told you everything that's happened to my family. There has to be someone behind it all." I pressed my lips together. Dunlow was happy to chalk Melanie's killing up as a random act of violence until it fit into a pattern of abuse towards those he loved. "The scarf and gloves definitely weren't in your car before the fire?" I asked. My car had been valeted earlier in the day, Dunlow explained. If they'd found anything unusual, they would have told me. Sweet wrappers and crumpled tissues littered my car. Dunlow's was evidently a different beast, where something misplaced or planted would be noticed with haste. Why would we believe anyone put the scarf and gloves in your car? Juliet asked. Maybe you stashed them there, and it was only bad luck that someone saw you get rid of the evidence. The lines across Dunlow's forehead deepened. Why would I tell you the truth about where I found them if I had anything to do with them? I'm only telling you now because their appearance is one of the many ways someone is trying to harm my family. Can I clarify? You didn't know someone was watching when you binned the scarf and gloves? I asked. You weren't aware some of your staff went to the car park during their breaks? Dunlow raised his shoulders in a controlled shrug. I know it won't make me more likeable to you people, but the movements of my staff are of little consequence to me. I've not set foot in the staff room in years. Juliet's theory that Dunlow was aware of his underlings held water, but his assertion he was disinterested in their comings and goings was airtight. This was a man for whom a murder on his land was only of interest when it impacted him and his sons. The movements of his staff members were so far beneath him, they became invisible. Why did you get rid of the scarf and gloves? I asked. Why not tell us as soon as you found them? I didn't want to play their game, Dunlow ground out. I didn't know what you would find on those gloves, but I wasn't going to hand over something that would incriminate my son. Or yourself, Juliet added. Dunlow started. Me? A slight smile bloomed on her face. It might interest you to know that a large amount of your DNA was found on the gloves. Dunlow's face paled. That must be from when I found them or when I lost them. Perhaps. Juliet's mouth tightened. Or maybe you thought you were clever, taking latex gloves from the barn and putting them on inside the leather gloves. You thought you could pin Melanie's murder on someone else. Finally, Dunlow looked rattled. Latex gloves? There's a box of them in the barn, I said. Did you take them? Plus a pair of gloves you knew would incriminate someone else, then shoot Melanie. Both Juliet and I avoided saying who else's DNA was on those gloves. Dunlow had cast blame on Carl before. He didn't need any fuel added to that fire. Dunlow swallowed, visibly controlling himself. None of that is true. I don't know what latex gloves you're talking about. They were in your barn, Juliet stated, broadcasting her disbelief. A place where I spent very little time until recently, Dunlow retorted. Groundskeepers have maintained the land and looked after the dogs since long before I was born. There has rarely been any reason for me to go to the barn. I had no idea there were latex gloves in there. I don't know why there would be. I resisted the urge to tell him why Carl kept plastic gloves in the barn, instead turning over the idea that Dunlow hadn't known they were there. It fit with his disinterest in anyone who worked under him, but not with my theory that he'd taken both pairs of gloves to frame Carl for Melanie's murder. Dunlow had been a drastically different man at the start of this interview, but his true nature had resurfaced. What if his disdain for everyone but the ones he loved proved his innocence? Mr. Dunlow, did you have any relationships prior to your marriage to Mrs. Dunlow? I asked. Dunlow flinched. Juliet shifted, affected by the conversational whiplash I'd subjected them to. How is that relevant? Dunlow asked. It's another line of inquiry we're pursuing. Juliet shifted. I'd used we loosely. My wife and I met when we were young. There was no one else? I pushed. No one-night stand, no affair? Blotchy blush spread across Dunlow's face. No, he snarled. You were a virgin when you slept with Mrs. Dunlow for the first time, Juliet pressed. I suppressed the urge to smile at her. She might not know where I was going with this, but she had my back. Dunlow glared at her, but slowly the puce patches receded from his cheeks. There was nothing significant. No one I remember. No one ever got in contact with you afterwards? I asked. No, Dunlow stated, his monosyllabic answer a slamming door against any further inquiries. Juliet glanced at me. That's all we need for now. Thank you for popping in, Mr. Dunlow. We'll keep you updated. Wait! Dunlow cried out as I reached for the recorder. He clenched his fists on the table. I need to know what you're going to do. What are we going to do? Juliet asked, her voice hardening. The first thing we'll do is sort out a transcript of this interview to replace the lies you fed us with the truth. Then we'll go over the evidence which, along with your continued lies, gives us good reason to suspect you were involved in the murder of Melanie Pert. Then, if we haven't found something to pin you down, we'll look into your theory that someone wishes harm upon your family. Dunlow wasn't cowed, more able than others who incurred Juliet's wrath to maintain eye contact during her tirade. He didn't protest when I lifted my hand again to stop the recording, nor did he say another word until Juliet had swept from the room. I paused at the door when he spoke. Do you believe me? The same man we'd met outside the hospital sat before me, broken and contrite, but I knew how quickly Dunlow could switch to what I suspected was his natural persona. Did you know that Terence thinks you had something to do with the attack? I asked. Dunlow visibly crumpled. His hands fell limply onto his lap, his sharp eyes dimming. It was all the answer I needed. I had to pick through everything he'd said before I would consider exonerating him for Melanie's murder. But there was no way the broken man before me would have done anything to harm either of his sons. I'll send someone to sign you out of the station, I said, as I walked out of the room. Now to go upstairs and do exactly what Juliet had said we would. Solving Melanie's murder was our priority, at least for the moment. Dunlow's theory that someone had it in for him and his sons was secondary. His final question nagged at me. Prior to this interview, I wouldn't have had to think before saying no. I'd been convinced Dunlow killed Melanie. I took the stairs to give me more time before I had to talk this through with Juliet. Doubt wound through me. I'd avoided Dunlow's question for a reason. Gabe, sent 16:05. Things are kicking off here. I'm not going to get away until late. But I'd still like to see you. Kiss. Ollie, sent 16:06. I've had a mad one too. As much as prancing around in tiny underwear compares to chasing bad guys. Let's meet tomorrow night instead. Kiss kiss. Gabe, sent 16:06. You're sure you're not up for tonight? Kiss. Ollie, sent 16:06. Do we need to have a refresher about booty calls? Kiss kiss. Gabe, sent 16:07. No, I don't want to see you to have sex. I just want to see you. Kiss. Ollie, sent 16:08. How romantic. But you need to put your money where your mouth is. Wine and dine me, and then I'll consider putting out again. Kiss kiss. Gabe, sent 16:09. I've never looked forward to a meal so much. Kiss. Call connected at 16:10. Juliet? Hi, Keith. I wasn't expecting to hear from you today. Found your murderer yet? No. Why are you calling then? I want to make plans for this weekend. I'd like to take the girls out, alone. I don't think so. I'm not getting them all excited only for you to let them down again. Don't tell them about it then. It can be a surprise. How about we plan something we can all do together? Then if you back out, They'll still have a fun day with their dad. I'm allowed to see the girls on my own. Of course. I'd never try to stop you. Then let me do it this weekend. Let's see how it goes. A lot can change before the weekend. Murders could occur that would be so much more important to you than our girls. I'm coming home this weekend, and I'm going to take the girls out on my own. If you say so. I'll see you Friday night. Sure. Gabe. Juliet slammed her mobile onto her desk as I walked into our office. What do you make of the latest version of the truth? She gestured at the wall of evidence. Has Dunlow told us what actually happened this time? Or are we going to be adding another layer of notes in a couple of days when he decides it's advantageous for him to come forward again? I leant against my desk to look at the notes and photos crisscrossed with lime green twine. Juliet's agitation didn't create the ideal setting for sharing the conclusions I'd come to on the long climb up to our floor. I believe him. Juliet sidestepped to get a good look at me. You're joking. I bit the inside of my cheek. Afraid not. Juliet squinted at the ceiling. Explain? I still think it could be Dunlow. I want it to be him. He'd put on a show of remorse and sadness downstairs, but he was an arse and a bully. His sons were terrified of him, and he exuded the belief that he was above everyone else. He was the kind of man who believed he could commit crimes because laws weren't made for people like him. Dunlow's dismissive words and attitudes were beginning to turn my mind away from him, which was wrong. Being horrible should result in punishment, not absolution. Tell me what you're thinking, Juliet urged. I paced towards the evidence wall. Dunlow thinks someone is targeting his family. If he and his sons are telling the truth, then a series of events has happened to and around them that are hard to assign to coincidence. I don't like blaming chance for incidents that are unlikely to be accidental. Juliet's voice had lost its harsh edge. Her eyes roved over the wall as she leant on her desk. Everything kicked off with Melanie's murder. As much as I didn't want her death to be a strike against the Dunlows, it could be. Then we have Leo's hit and run, the fire, the gloves and scarf being planted in Dunlow's car, and finally, Terence's beating. I rested against my desk. It could all be random. Dunlow and his sons could be having a run of bad luck. Melanie could have been killed for unrelated reasons. The van could have been cruising too close to the pavement. The fire could have been accidental, and Terence could have been beaten by someone with a homophobic grudge. But you don't think that's what's happening? Juliet asked. No. My heart felt heavy as I uttered the single syllable. Again and again, we've encountered liars on this case. Dunlow, Leo, Terence, Jordan. But who have we never suspected of lying? Juliet's eyes snapped over to the right section of the wall. Carl? I nodded, my nose wrinkling. Right from the start, I'd felt an instinctive protectiveness towards the groundskeeper. I'd not wanted him to come under real scrutiny, and I didn't relish putting him into the spotlight. What if Carl lied to us right from the beginning? I forced myself on, despite the guilt churning in my guts. He had the means and opportunity to kill Melanie, and he definitely knew about the latex gloves. He could have followed Leo to the memorial and hired the van that hit him. He knew his way around the grounds, so could have easily avoided Jordan and started the fire. We know a pair of keys is missing for the BMW. What if Carl stole them and planted the scarf and gloves? And he could have beaten Terence. The attacker was tall. Juliet took a deep breath. I didn't think you saw Carl as a real suspect. I didn't. I don't. I clutched my hands a couple of times to dispel the restless energy demanding I stop this and get back on the correct path. It was my job to find Melanie's killer, even if that meant searching avenues I'd rather leave undisturbed. If Dunlow is telling the truth, then Carl could easily be the link between everything that's happened. Or you could be stretching, Juliet mused. Carl could link these events, or he could be an easy scapegoat Dunlow wants us to pursue. What if Dunlow killed Melanie and planned to blame Carl all along? The hit and run could have been random chance, as could Terence's beating. Dunlow could have set the fire himself to destroy evidence. He could have changed his mind about where he found the scarf and gloves, because he decided someone else planting them tossed the blame even further away. I pushed my weight into the desk as I scrubbed my fingers through my hair. I can't believe I'm considering Carl, while you're fighting for Dunlow. Do you think he could be Carl's father? Juliet had figured out why I'd asked Dunlow about his past relationships. I don't see any similarities between them and Matthew. Could be lying, but we have to consider it. I lowered my hands. Juliet stared at Carl's photo. I couldn't do the same. There's also Jordan. I didn't feel good throwing the younger man under the bus, but if I wanted to be a good detective, I couldn't let softness towards suspects get in the way of finding the truth. He could have killed Melanie, pushed Leo into the van, started the fire, and attacked Terence. Terence, Juliet huffed, who we still have no bloody alibi for. We can't discount him yet. I called Jordan as I walked up here. I carried on, unwilling to be derailed by a rant about how Benedict Hogan was uncontactable. There was no answer on his mobile or at home. We don't know where he was when Terence was beaten. We're no closer to pinning this on any of them, Juliet said slowly. And we have a major problem. We need to talk to Carl, but he's in hiding. I pushed away from my desk and grabbed my coat from my chair. I have an idea. It'll either lure Carl out of hiding or force whoever is lying to show themselves. For it to work, we need to visit Leo. From Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk, to David Rees, david.rees@forensics.gov.uk, CC Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, date 17th of October, 1717, subject, Operation Chalice, paternity test needed. David, please could you use the DNA samples already collected to do a paternity test for Timothy Dunlow and Carl Biss? Gabe. Gabe. Leo's expression transformed from mild curiosity to stark panic as he opened the door to his hotel suite. Is Teddy okay? Has something else happened? He said in a jumbled rush. I held up my hand. Terence is fine. He was released from hospital this afternoon and, as far as we know, he went straight to a friend's house. That's where he is then. Dunlow pulled the door from his younger son's grasp. He didn't inform you of his new arrangements? Juliet asked in mock innocence. Dunlow's eyes narrowed. He did not. Might we come in? I asked, keen to avoid a scene in a hotel corridor. We have a request to make of Leo. Me? Leo stepped back, allowing us inside. His father led us through to the adjoining sitting room, confirming my suspicion that Leo's temporary accommodation was at least twice the size of my maisonette. Following on from new evidence, we have reason to believe someone could be targeting your family, perhaps the same person who killed Melanie. I didn't look directly at Dunlow as I spoke, busying myself with extracting my notepad as we sat down on sofas designed with expense rather than comfort in mind. I didn't know if he would be smug or alarmed. I had no resource to deal with either.
Who is it?
Leo perched on the edge of his seat, his bandaged hands plucking at the fraying knees of his jeans.
We can't say.
Wouldn't say. If Carl or Jordan turned out to be innocent, I didn't want to have acquired a new enemy for either of them. Leo looked between me and Juliet.
How can I help?
I'd come into contact with a lot of different families while on the force, meeting them at times of great pressure. It revealed their true nature. Often families moved like starlings in a dark wave, grief, anger and frustration displayed in patterns that became familiar during each case. Terence, despite his differences, was an echo of his father. He was unhelpful and self-serving, had the makings of an entitled bully. Leo was different. He'd lied, but only because he was told to. His eagerness to help shone through his unwavering gaze. We'd like to use your social media to lure someone out, I said. Juliet and I had planned how to explain this to the Dunlows. We didn't want them gaining any inkling of who we thought might respond. We weren't sure how they would react, especially if they discovered Terence was in the running, and there was still a cloud of suspicion hanging over Dunlow.
Here.
Leo pulled his phone out of his hoodie and tapped rapidly to unlock it.
What do you need?
One glance at Dunlow confirmed he wasn't as trusting as his son, but since we were taking his allegations seriously, there wasn't much he could do. What do you use the most? I asked, scooting forward to look at the small screen. The background was the shot of Melanie that tipped us off to Leo's connection with her. She smiled shyly, while his blazer-clad arm reached into the frame. Where would you post about something you were going to do?
I don't use any of them much.
Leo's eyes flicked to his father. Apparently, social media was another item to add to the list of things Dunlow disapproved of, alongside homosexuality and telling the truth to the police.
The easiest one for someone to find would be my Instagram.
Leo tapped on the app and navigated to his profile. The screen filled with pictures of landscapes, a mixture of exotic and the woods near his home. This is brilliant. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and showed him the photo I'd found during a quick Google search. It was the same aesthetic as the rest of his posts. I airdropped it over to Leo's phone, where he cropped it and added a dusky filter. He tipped his head to the side, his auburn hair falling over his forehead.
I recognise this. Isn't it the old burial place near the house?
Do you go there sometimes? I asked. Leo nodded, and I had to fight to contain a broad smile. This was perfect. If Leo recognised it, chances were our suspects would too. That's the place. I put my phone away and showed Leo a page of my notepad. There are details we need in the post, but it would be best to put it in your own words. Leo bit his tongue between his teeth as he tapped at his phone screen. Dunlow lounged in his seat, gazing out of the window. The early evening darkness was broken by the lights of boats in the harbour.
Done.
Leo tilted his phone towards me and Juliet.
Is that okay?
That's great. Juliet wiggled her fingers.
Can you send it out to all of your subscribers?
Leo bit his lip to hide a smile.
Sure.
Please don't tell anyone about this, I warned. It can't leave this room. Frowns graced the men's faces, unnatural on Leo and far too familiar on his father. Stay here tomorrow morning. I waited for Dunlow to turn from the window and acknowledge my request with a single dip of his head. We'll update you on whether or not we've been successful. Juliet and I stood. Dunlow stayed sitting, leaving Leo to show us out of the suite.
I hope you catch them,
he said, before easing the door shut behind us.
I struggled to identify my churning rush of emotions as I followed Juliet over to the lift. I was pleased my plan had worked so far,
that Leo had been cooperative and Dunlow hadn't been actively unhelpful. But under that swelled a sickening mixture of regret and dread. Juliet wasn't the one pushing this forward. It was me. If no one turned up tomorrow, I would have wasted time and precious resources for nothing. But if someone did turn up, that was on me too. I couldn't decide who I would be more gutted to catch on that ancient hill. Carl, Jordan, or Terence. Yet, if none of them appeared, we would be no closer to finding Melanie's killer. The moment when we would have to close this case was ticking closer. This was our last shot. "We should pick up something to eat on the way back to the station," Juliet said, as we walked into the lift. "I fancy chips." "Whatever you want." One sharp look from Juliet confirmed that my dull tone and uncharacteristic disinterest in food had been noted, but she didn't push me to talk. I was glad. There wasn't a thing I wanted to say, not about this case or the events of my past that may have caused me to make a mess of it. "Leo is roaring. Stagbury Hill, New Forest. You think you know someone, then you find out something that proves you wrong. I've suffered a lot of rubbish in my life. Sometimes it feels like the sadness might overwhelm me. When that happens, when I have a big decision to make, I come here. I've been spending a lot of time here recently, watching the sun rise each morning. I hope that tomorrow it will bring me comfort and I'll know what to do. #sunrise, #hopeful, #tough decision." Form 91A. Formal request for armed assistance. Requesting officers: Detective Inspector Juliet Stern and Detective Sergeant Gabriella Martin. Case number 10098755. Case description: murder of Melanie Pert on the grounds of the Dunlow estate in the New Forest on the 9th of October. Requested armed response time and place: 18th of October, early morning before sunrise, Stagbury Hill in the New Forest. Reason for warrant request: Carl Biss, a prime suspect in this case, has gone into hiding. Evidence suggests he could be targeting other members of the inquiry. Jordan Haynes, another prime suspect, has beaten at least one member of the Dunlow family and has motive for Melanie Pert's murder. Terence Dunlow, our third main suspect, has no alibi and may have been directly or indirectly involved in Melanie Pert's murder. We have placed a fake post on Leonard Dunlow's Instagram in an attempt to lure one of these men out of hiding. They will expect Leonard to be at Stagbury Hill at sunrise tomorrow. Stagbury Hill is adjacent to the Dunlow estate on the east side. Armed assistance is necessary, as the gun used to shoot Melanie Pert has not yet been recovered. Call connected at 1918. Hello? How can I help you? Hello, this is Detective Gabe Martin. Is that Terry? Oh, yes. Hello, Detective. Gabe is fine. We've been trying to get in contact with Jordan since this morning. His college said he didn't go in today. No. He wasn't feeling well. He was home today. I guess he didn't hear the phone. Right. Is he there now? He's just left. Do you know if he's taken his mobile? I tried calling that, but it went straight to voicemail. Yes, that, makes sense. He was watching TV with me and fiddling on his phone until about half an hour ago when he suddenly got cross. He wouldn't tell me what was going on, and he threw his mobile at the wall. It's broken. Jordan saw something on his phone that upset him, then he left the house. I assume it was something on his phone. He wouldn't let me look. Did he say where he was going? He barely said a thing, just grabbed his hoodie and ran out. Okay, Terry. Please ask Jordan to give me a call when he gets home. He can leave a message if there's no one there. I'll tell him. Is he in trouble? I hope not. Gabe. That's it. Juliet tapped her mouse and pushed away from her desk. Armed assistance is confirmed. We'd wolfed down chips while staring at our computer screens, wading through the reams of virtual paperwork necessary for a last-minute and potentially volatile operation. I'd spent the last 10 minutes clicking through transcripts of Dunlow's interviews, hopeful I'd find something to conclusively prove his guilt so I could stop all of this. If one of our suspects didn't arrive tomorrow, this case would be over. Angela would order us to shelve it, placing it at the same priority level as other cold cases while we moved on to solving fresh crimes. My first time leading would be a failure. If any of them did arrive, then my instincts would be proven wrong. My past, as much as I tried to forget it, would have intruded. My softer side would have won over hard logic. I would rather catch Melanie's killer than be vindicated. If someone did appear tomorrow morning on that Bronze Age burial mound, then I'd push down all my fears and doubts. This wasn't about me. I would deal with my own inadequacies once we'd brought Melanie's killer to justice. It didn't matter if her murderer was a groundskeeper I pitied, an arrogant yet scared older son, or a young man who had let his jealousy overcome him. Jordan may have already taken the bait. I didn't know if he was desperate to stop Leo from blabbing, or if he'd spotted a good chance to terrorize him. Juliet and I shrugged our coats on. I jumped at my name being called as we walked out of our office. Paul leant against his doorframe. "Do you have a minute?" "What do you need her for?" Juliet snapped. "Are you Gabe's keeper?" Juliet glared across the open-plan floor. "I hope you've not been working his case as well," she hissed at me. "What?" I resisted the urge to elbow her. When would I have time for that? Juliet's expression didn't soften. "Don't let him keep you too long." She stalked off towards the lifts, leaving me to walk between abandoned desks to the other side of the floor. Paul's office was a mirror of mine and Juliet's, but the similarities stopped at the worn carpet and beige walls. Whereas ours was crammed with 2 desks and long lines of filing cabinets, Paul's office was spacious and light. His desk faced the door, and a window looked out over the main floor space. I didn't know if mine and Juliet's office originally had a window, but that wall was covered by a huge corkboard. A filing cabinet stood in one corner of Paul's office, the top crowded with flourishing plants. Opposite his desk, comfy seats made any visitor welcome. "Sit, sit," Paul urged distractedly while he rifled through his desk drawers. I took the seat nearest the door, trying to work out why he'd called me in. Juliet would roll her eyes if it was to show me the latest exploits of his sons. They both wanted to be police officers like their dad, so had been uncontrollably delighted when I'd let them play with my handcuffs the last time Paul had invited me over for dinner. There it is. He straightened, holding a Twix. He unwrapped it and took out one bar, holding the other over the desk. I took it automatically. "Thank you." Clink, clink. He shook his section of the chocolate bar at me. I raised mine to tap his, familiar with his post-case ritual. "Paul, I have no idea what's going on." He took a healthy bite from his half of the Twix. "I'm sensing that." I frowned at him before nibbling off a section of chocolate-covered biscuit. It would be rude to refuse. Paul shoved the rest of the chocolate bar into his mouth and hummed happily. "We caught the Barretts." I covered my flinch by taking another bite of caramel and biscuit. Habit had numbed me to the sight of Crystal's face as I walked across the main floor. I should have realised that the only case Paul would be celebrating closing was hers. I swallowed. "Congratulations. Where did you find them?" "Where do you think?" Paul nodded at the chocolate bar melting over my fingers. "Why else would I invite you to share the Twix of glory?" I racked my brain and came up empty. I'm not following.
Your tip about warehouses, Paul crowed. Even when we're not working together, we're a dream team. I was unendingly glad Juliet had left without me. If she'd heard Paul's claim that we'd been working together unofficially, I would have been on her shit list for weeks. I popped the last bite of Twix into my mouth and licked the melted chocolate off my fingers. That was not a tip, more like a throwaway comment. Throwaway or no, it was a good shout. I tried to smile at him, but even the chocolate crowding my belly couldn't raise my spirits. Paul tipped his head to one side. I hear you haven't closed your case. Yeah. I tucked my hands under my legs. We thought we had the guy who did it, but there isn't enough to charge him, and new evidence has thrown other suspects back in the ring. Those cases are the worst. Paul pulled his face into an exaggerated frown. He'd done the same when his youngest son complained of the epic unfairness of his brother staying up for an extra half hour while he had to go to bed. It was hard not to let my lips curve into a small smile. I followed my gut, and it didn't get us anywhere. In fact, it probably led us in the wrong direction. Paul stood and limped around his desk, taking a seat in the chair beside me. He gripped my shoulder. Hey. He waited for me to look at him before he dropped his hand to a knee that would be twinging after he'd neglected to use his stick for even such a short distance. You're still getting used to this. I forget that sometimes. You have to remember, we're all working with the information we have. Some of that is facts from the case, and some of that is the experiences we've had that inform how we feel about the things and people we encounter. Your gut was invaluable on my case, and it might have slowed things down on yours. That's okay. It's not something that will go away, but you'll learn to refine it with time. He wrinkled his nose. It doesn't help that you're working with the automaton over there. She'd make anyone feel inadequate for being so human as to feel things and make mistakes. I looked down at my lap. It wasn't Juliet's fault I'd messed up, but Paul wouldn't appreciate any attempt to defend her. I wasn't sure everyone else was as affected by their past as me, but I'd take all the comfort I could get. I wouldn't let it get in my way again. A good night's sleep and you'll feel better. I stood, recognizing a dismissal when I heard one. Thank you for letting me know about the Barretts. I paused at the door. Have you told anyone where the tip came from? Paul was back behind his desk. He might have shared his post-case Twix with me, but his job was far from over. To make sure the Barretts faced justice, he would be filling in forms and fielding emails for a while to come. Not yet. Could you not? I leant against the doorframe. Only Juliet will get pissy with me for working any other case but ours. Paul saluted. Got to keep the evil overlord happy. Thanks. I walked across the quiet floor to the lift. Paul might think my intuition was to be trusted, but I knew better. I'd gotten lucky with the Barretts. Someone not so inclined to think well of me would be able to see that. It would be all too easy to link my incompetence in Melanie's case to random chance with crystals. They would only have to take a quick look at my file to discover why I was so preoccupied by warehouses and people with tragic pasts. I pressed the lift button and took a deep breath. At least part of this would be over tomorrow. Someone would turn up in the woods, or we would be left waiting. I had to hope for the former, even if it sent the chips and chocolate in my stomach churning. Leo, sent 2235. Teddy, I hope you're okay, and I hope you know I love you. I know we don't say stuff like that much, but everything that's come out today doesn't change that you're my brother and I'd do anything for you. Maybe, if you can, stay in tomorrow morning. There's some stuff going on and I want you to be safe. Kiss.
Day 9. Wednesday, the 18th of October. Crystal's killers found. Police stumbled across child murderers hiding in a condemned warehouse. Scroll. Better late than never. Police didn't act quickly enough to stop her murder, but at least they've discovered Crystal's killers. Scroll. Who else is hiding? The Barretts might have been found, but there are countless murderers who have never been brought to justice. Scroll. Gabe. Our breath misted through the thin torch beams where we stood at the base of an uneven hill, Juliet's voice ringing in the still morning air as she talked through the details of the operation. "You'll be by the cars?" Ruby Douglas confirmed. The leader of the firearms team was a tall woman, her slim figure bulked out with heavy bulletproof clothing. Juliet nodded, her hair falling neatly across her shoulders. I hadn't had time for more than a quick brush of my teeth and a splash of water over my sleep-crusted eyes before I'd rushed to the station this morning. At least my hair was stashed under a beanie. "Don't come over to the active site for any reason," Ruby warned, pulling on her helmet. "If you're concerned, call us on the walkies." "Keep talk to a minimum," I interjected through chattering teeth. "All of the suspects are skittish. One hint they're going to meet anyone other than Leo Dunlow and they'll scarp her." "No worries," Def Afzal grinned from under his helmet. "We'll activate stealth mode." Even in the torchlight, Ruby's eye roll at her second-in-command was evident. "Good luck," I said, as the team departed. Their black-clad figures were swallowed in the shadows cast by swaying trees. This place was as creepy as the Dunlow forest over the road. Only Stagbury Hill itself was devoid of tall greenery, the poked grass hazardous in such low light. The team was headed over to the opposite side of the hill, taking up positions in pockets of pre-dawn darkness. A distinctive rock jutted from the hillside over there, which had featured in Leo's Instagram post. I'd alternated, during a largely sleepless night, between imagining 3 different men appearing and the hillside remaining empty. I couldn't decide which option would leave me less crushed. If Carl came, my past would have intruded on the present in an undeniable way. We hadn't heard from Jordan since he stormed out of his parents' house. If he arrived, then another young man, in a world far too full of them, would be too prone to violence. If Terence appeared, then at least Dunlow wouldn't have kept his nose spotlessly clean, but Melanie would have been sacrificed for a secret that had been revealed. Juliet and I shuffled from side to side by my car, the armed response team's van parked behind on the short lane off the main road. We were completely hidden, a safe distance from where the action would take place. My eyes hadn't adjusted to the inky blackness enough that I could tell what expression Juliet wore while we waited. She'd been quiet this morning. I couldn't tell if that was due to the early hour or if she was pissed because Paul had called me into his office. The walkie clipped to my coat pocket bleeped. Static crackled, then it bleeped again. Baring my hands to the cold air, I pulled it free. "What was that? Over?" A few seconds of nothing, then another bleep followed by more static. Juliet heaved a sigh. "Maybe the hill is interfering with them? It shouldn't be. These walkies were designed for use in packed city centres. A measly hill should have been nothing to them. Let's leave it for now," Juliet shuddered, the cold seeping through her coat as well. "Once the sun's up, we'll find out everything anyway." I reattached the walkie to my coat, less comfortable than Juliet with having no way to communicate with the armed team. In truth, we shouldn't need to talk to them during the operation. Their directions were clear. They were only to fire if someone posed a clear and present threat. Most likely, one of our suspects would appear unarmed and be arrested. It was galling to be excluded from the action, but we'd learn the outcome soon enough. As minutes passed with nothing but awakening birds for company, the lack of information from the team gnawed at me. They hadn't been trying to tell us someone had already arrived, since frigid minutes passed and no one appeared with a suspect handcuffed in tow. They probably wanted to let us know they were in position and waiting. Despite the freezer-like temperature, sweat gathered on the back of my neck. My hands were clammy inside my pockets, my heart skipping each time another bird joined the morning chorus. The waiting went on forever. Gradually, the sky above the tops of the trees lightened from star-studded black to a deep navy. The birdsong increased, shrill cries surrounding us. Nearer the ground, no sounds gave any indication there was anyone but me and Juliet left in the world. I pressed my teeth into the insides of my cheeks. Every minute that passed was another closer to someone appearing. Or not. And what if someone else appeared? I'd pinned Melanie's murder down to either Carl, Terence, or Jordan. If I'd been wrong about them, then who knew if I'd correctly judged everyone else? From Laura peters@dunlowconsultants.co.uk, to Timothy Dunlow, dunlow@dunlowconsultants.co.uk, date, the 18th of October, 6:02, subject, morning cleared. Mr. Dunlow, I have cleared all the appointments from your diary for this morning and will make sure you're not disturbed. Laura. Benny, I don't know if you've gotten any of my messages, but I'm staying here for a bit. If you appear while I'm out, please don't leave again. I'll be back soon and I'll explain everything. But there's something I need to deal with this morning. Love, Teddy. Kiss. Gabe. The sky was shot through with deep reds and pinks near where the sun would appear soon, when the walkie-talkie bleeped again. There was a long period of static before it cut off, and we were left with only the riot of awakening birds. A crease formed between Juliet's brows as she looked at the device clipped to my coat pocket. I hate technology. Stuck in an endless round of wondering whether someone would appear or not, I nodded. I'm going to check on the team. What? Juliet straightened out of the hunch she'd adopted to retain as much body heat as possible. We need to stay here. We need to know what the team is trying to communicate. It might be important. I couldn't stand here doing nothing for another second. I'll circle in from the back. I won't get in the way if someone appears. Juliet bit her lip. You're wearing your vest? I patted my padded chest. Of course. Find the first team member you can, then head straight back. I plunged into the undergrowth beside our car before she could think better of my plan. I'd examined the aerial map of this area so many times that I knew it like the back of my hand. A short walk would bring me to the road. I'd follow that around to the other side of the hill, where I'd find a member of the team and ask what was going on. Despite the close-packed trees, the lightning sky made my way clear. I picked over fallen branches and skirted patches of nettles, careful not to make too much noise. The last thing I wanted to do was distract the team by blundering through the forest. I broke from the tree cover earlier than expected, nervous adrenaline making me swift. Edging back from the road, I squinted at a car parked on the other side. It was a black BMW. That made no sense. The gate onto the estate was further down the road. Dunlow had no reason to park here. A chill that had nothing to do with the cool morning air crept across my skin. We'd told Dunlow to stay at the hotel this morning. Why would he disobey that direction? especially if he thought someone wished harm on his family. Unless he didn't think that. He seemed genuine when stringing together the bad luck his family had endured recently, but we had no idea how good an actor Dunlow was. What if he was here because he knew no one was going to hurt him, that no one would be lured out by our trap? I needed to warn Juliet and the team there was someone potentially dangerous in the mix. Dunlow's presence was negligent at the least, but more likely an indication of his guilt. He didn't know we had an armed unit here. Perhaps he expected to find me and Juliet alone. Maybe he was hoping to get rid of us, since we were getting closer to the truth. I hurried back the way I'd come. Juliet had to be warned of Dunlow's presence first. The rest of the team had guns, whereas Juliet was unarmed and alone. She was wearing a vest, but Dunlow was too arrogant to be anything other than a perfect shot. If he'd come here to cause harm, he could easily take aim somewhere unprotected by bulletproof panels. "What are you doing here?" Juliet's voice pierced through the densely packed trees. I stopped walking, straining to hear more. The wisest course of action was to stay hidden and assess the situation. "I'm sorry, you said not to come, but I had to know who it was." Holding onto the tree in front of me for balance, I leant to one side. The low light highlighted the auburn burnish of Leo's hair. "I came with Dad." Leo rushed to fill Juliet's disapproving silence. "He's gone to look after the dogs. I said I needed to get something from the den." Juliet shook her head. "You've made a bad decision. Come on, get in the car, you'll be safe in there." Leo's head dipped as he walked over to her. He had no reason to lie about why his father was here, but I didn't think Dunlow would feel any compunction about lying to his son if it saved his own skin. He wouldn't consider himself a danger to Leo, only to us. I needed to talk to the team. A crack of breaking wood lanced through the forest. I froze. Footsteps shuffled through fallen leaves to my left. "Is someone out there?" Juliet called. Keeping my feet planted in place, I leant to the other side. I could see nothing but thick trunks of trees. Juliet assumed it was someone, but it could be something. I'd researched after she made another joke about horses in the New Forest. They did wander wild around here. Juliet stood in front of Leo, scanning the trees. The young man peered over her shoulder. Their heads twitched in the same direction at another sharp snap. Leo's mouth fell open, while Juliet's pressed into a thin line. It was impossible to tell if she was resigned or angry. My heart pounded wildly as I squinted into the trees, searching for the source of the noise. "It's you," Juliet said. "Jordan, where the fuck have you been all night? Call me as soon as you see this. Your mum says the police are trying to find you. If you've gotten messed up in anything serious, you can pack your stuff and clear out. Think hard on how you want to play this, son. You're getting on my last nerve. Dad." Gabe. My fingers ached as I dug deeper into the tree bark, desperately straining to see who Juliet had spoken to. My heart thundered in my ears, but not so loud I couldn't hear snapping twigs and rustling leaves as someone moved closer to the clearing. "What are you doing here?" Leo had swapped shock for horrified outrage. "Did you kill Melanie?" Leo's reaction didn't give me much to go on. He would have said the same to any of our suspects. Leaning far out to the left, keeping my feet planted to avoid making a sound, I could discern the silhouette of whoever we'd lured into the forest. They were tall, which ruled out Dunlow. The shape of their body was bulked out by a heavy coat. The half-light of the rising sun leached all colour from their hair and clothes. "Get behind me, Leo," Juliet ordered. "And you, stay there." They stopped moving. I controlled my breathing, willing away the clouds of vapor released with each exhalation. Leo looked mutinous, but he allowed Juliet to place herself between him and the newcomer. "Where's the other one?" My heart shoved other organs out of the way in an attempt to sink several inches. I knew that voice. The Yorkshire lilt was unmistakable. The green of his worn coat became clear, the hair sticking out under a bobble hat tangled and mane-like. "The other what?" Juliet asked. "The other detective," Carl said, as calmly as every other time we'd talked to him.
Sometimes the soul needs silence between the words. Let this peaceful melody give you that space, and thank you for joining us for this free audiobook.
Like he hadn't come to this hillside to finish what he'd started the night he killed Melanie. Jordan hadn't killed his girlfriend in a jealous fury. Terence hadn't murdered Melanie to silence her. Dunlow hadn't shot a girl he deemed inappropriate for his son. Leo hadn't killed Melanie in a spurned rage. Carl Biss shot Melanie Pert. His appearance here couldn't mean anything else. "She's unwell." I exhaled slowly. I wasn't sure why Juliet had lied, but it gave me options. Carl didn't look like a threat, but that could easily change. I'd gotten everything wrong about him. He'd never been a victim. He wasn't anything like me. He was no bystander, but the villain. Sorry to hear that. Carl shuffled, the fluffy ball on top of his hat bobbing. I didn't expect to see you here. Why are you here? Juliet matched Carl's gentle tone. To talk to Leo. I saw his Instagram post last night. The flash of triumph that my plan had worked was drowned by a rising flood of self-flagellation. We caught Carl, but it was a close thing. If I'd trusted my gut, a murderer would have gotten away. I've been hanging around, waiting for Leo. Carl's head swiveled, but not far enough to see me. I saw you arrive. You didn't hear me call your name, so I followed you up here. What do you want to talk to me about? Leo said over Juliet's shoulder, his voice nasal. I'd been so fixated on Carl that I'd not noticed Leo breaking into tears behind Juliet. I wanted to warn you, Carl said, taking a step closer. He was largely hidden in the shadows of trees, the yellow wool of his hat brightening as the sun rose. What did you want to warn him about? Juliet asked. Someone's trying to hurt him and the other Donlows. My heart, which had taken up residence beneath my stomach, leapt back to its rightful place. Maybe Carl appearing here was like when he'd stumbled on the bodies. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Carl couldn't have known Leo's post was designed to lure out a killer. He thought he would be able to catch Leo on his own to impart a warning. Maybe I hadn't read him all wrong. He was like me, someone who couldn't help their past. He couldn't help how others would judge him because of it. But that meant Melanie's killer could be on their way. I listened to the sounds of the forest. Nothing. Yet. How do you know that? Juliet asked. Behind her, Leo wiped his streaming eyes on the cuffs of his coat. Because I saw them. Carl took another step forward. I didn't go far when I left. Stayed on the estate. There's someone lurking in the forest. They've been putting out traps and stuff. They must know the Dunlows will be back to look after the dogs. Carl had seen someone who intended to hurt the Dunlows. That cleared his name. But it meant these woods weren't safe. We needed to re-establish contact with the armed response team. I needed to tell them Dunlow was roaming around nearby. They needed to know that one suspect was out of the picture, but whoever might appear on this hillside next was vindictive and highly dangerous. I pulled myself towards the tree, fingers cramping when I released them from the craggy bark. Carl was as innocent as I'd thought. My judgment wasn't skewed by my past, but we were no closer to finding Melanie's killer. Hopefully, they had been lured out of hiding as well. This morning would see us freeing an innocent man from blame and bringing a guilty one to justice. Just visible around the tree I'd clung to, Carl took another step forward. The movement brought him out of the forest's shadow. Light from the new day's sun revealed what had been impossible to make out when he was drenched in darkness. His shape wasn't hard to discern because of his coat. He held himself awkwardly, one arm behind his back. From that hidden hand hung a long hunting rifle. I slapped a palm over my mouth to stifle a gasp. Wrong. I'd gotten it wrong again. You didn't shoot Melanie? Leo asked. Carl shook his head, the bubble on his hat swaying drunkenly. Of course not. I don't have it in me. His voice didn't change. I was sure if I could see his face, that wouldn't have betrayed a drop of guilt either. We thought the other suspects in this case were liars, but this man had them all trumped. Stay there, Juliet snapped when Carl took another step forward. How he was holding his arm must have looked odd. Juliet couldn't tell what he was hiding, but she knew there was something. There wouldn't be much of a gap between Carl revealing the gun and using it. I needed to make a move before he got bored of pretending to be innocent. Juliet had a vest on, but a gun shot at close range would kill her. And there was Leo, mopping tears from his face. "I didn't think it was you," he said wetly. "Dad was adamant, but I told him you were a good guy." It was galling that Dunlow had seen through Carl's act, while I was duped along with his son. Too eager to believe Carl had darkness thrust onto him, I'd not seen his true nature. Placing my feet carefully, I edged out from behind the tree. My clothes were close-fitting to keep out the morning chill, so I didn't rustle as I crept over the forest floor. My enemies were brittle twigs and brown leaves. "Thank you, Leo." Carl took another step forward, despite Juliet's warning. I used his movement to mask my own. "You need to get away from here. Can I take you somewhere safe?" My nostrils flared with the effort of keeping silent. I didn't like to think what Carl would do to Leo if he got him somewhere alone. Carl didn't seem particularly poetic, but he might like the symmetry of Leo and his lover being shot in the same woods. "The safest place for Leo is here with me," Juliet stated boldly. Her eyes widened infinitesimally when she spotted me. I froze, sure Carl would notice her looking over his shoulder, but the moment was over in a split second. I clenched my teeth against the breath that threatened to whoosh out and took another measured step forward. "But maybe he should go with you," Juliet said, a line forming between her brows as she pretended to consider Carl's offer. "Where would you take him?" "My car is just down the road." Carl gestured with his free hand in the direction we'd sent the team. A leaf crunched under my heel, masked by a bird's shrill call. "I could take him to the station." "That might work," Juliet mused, eyes trained on Carl. "Or maybe his hotel? Do you know where the Dunlows are staying?" I was coming to the edge of the trees. Soon, I'd be exposed, with no hope of hiding if Carl turned his head. Taking another step, I assessed his tall form. He was bigger than me, probably stronger, but all I had to do was disarm him. Then Juliet could spring into action. She had a different plan. "Now!" she commanded, running at Carl. "No!" I cried out breathlessly. I slipped on a patch of leaves, catching myself on my hands. I pushed back to standing. Carl had swung the gun up, straight at a frozen Juliet. I didn't give him a chance to notice me, or shoot. Running full pelt, I closed the short distance between us. I shoved one hand into the side of his head, using the other to swing the gun out to the side. The kickback as it went off knocked my hand away. Crying out, I smacked at Carl's head again and shoved into him with my whole weight. Maybe he was overbalanced by the force of the gun going off. Maybe it was the shock factor. I shouldn't have been able to push over a man so much bigger and stronger than myself. But we both tumbled to the ground. We landed in an uncomfortable heap. Despite my aching arm, I wrestled Carl's hand away from the gun. He struggled beneath me, hat over his eyes. His teeth flashed in a snarl. Acting on instinct, honed by a lifetime of being the slightest person in any confrontation, I balled my hand into a fist and jabbed hard into his groin. Carl's snarl disappeared under a winded moan. His whole body cradled in on itself. I rolled off to the side. "Gabe!" Juliet's voice was almost unrecognizable. No coolness, no calm command, only a high note of panic. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." I sat up. My heartbeat ratcheted as my gaze caught on the gun. "Are you two all right?" "The gun didn't go off anywhere near us." Juliet eyed me as I stood. I took a deep breath, Carl moaning on the ground. My arm hurt from where the gun had crashed into it, but not too badly. I'd have some scrapes and bruises, but nothing too severe to contend with. You got some cuffs? Juliet asked. I looked over at Leo after I'd passed them to her. You all right? The young man didn't take his eyes off Carl, who sat gingerly while Juliet clipped the cuffs around his wrists. Did he try to kill us? Leo asked. I licked my lips. It was a question I didn't have an immediate answer to. With the adrenaline of the last few minutes fading, nothing seemed as clear-cut as it had in those breathless moments. Carl coming here with a gun was highly suspect, but he hadn't seemed inclined to use it until Juliet startled him. He said he was here to warn Leo. What if he was so scared of whoever was out to get the Dunlows that he'd brought a weapon to protect himself? Or was I making excuses for him again? As Juliet recited his rites, I examined Carl's face. When his eyes met mine, there was no tinge of guilt. He was unchanged from when we'd met him on that first day. What the fuck's going on? Dev burst out of the forest, gun held ready. He lowered it once he clocked Carl, cuffed and subdued. He cocked an eyebrow under his helmet. Having a party without us? Leo! A hoarse shout had Dev raising his gun again, but even a barrel pointed at him didn't stop Dunlow from running over to his son. He dragged him into his arms. Why were you both here? Juliet snapped the tender moment. We told you to stay away. Dunlow pulled away from his son. Someone had to look after the dogs. His eyes swept across the clearing. What's he doing here? Carl had stood while the Dunlows embraced, one elbow in Dev's tight grip. He scowled at his former employer. Trying to keep your son safe, unlike you. Dunlow flinched, and satisfaction flashed across Carl's face. Can you take him to the station? I asked Dev. He saluted, then marched Carl towards the armed response van. We need to find the rest of the team. Juliet eyed Dunlow like he was a scuttling creature she'd like to stamp under her boot. Can you go and ask them to search for Carl's car? We need to make sure no one else has turned up as well. Juliet gave me a sharp look, but I turned and walked into the forest. She clearly wasn't inclined to explain away Carl's appearance. The gun was going to be hard to justify, even if he'd only intended to protect himself. But he was holding to his story, even when arrested and faced with the man he could have been trying to hurt. I came out of the forest and hopped down onto the road. Following the narrow lane, I rubbed my hands over my face. I didn't know which way this was going to go. If Carl talked his way out of this, then we were no closer to finding Melanie's killer. If he didn't, I'd have to face the fact I'd been taken in by him. I'd take finding Melanie's killer over feeling good about myself, but I wished the two didn't have to sit at opposite ends of the spectrum. Call connected at 7:20. Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. Hello, Mom, this is Dev. We found a 4x4. We've not gone inside, but it opens with the keys we took from Mr. Biss. That's great. Anything obviously incriminating that you can see? I'm afraid not, Mom. It looks pretty tidy in there. Some clothes, but not much else. Fine. Can you arrange to have it brought into the station and seen by the forensics team? Will do, Mom. From Joanna Byford. joanna.byford@artforall.org.uk to Terence Dunlow, terencedunlow@gmail.com. Date 18th of October, 7:42. Subject, thank you. Dear Terence, thank you for coming in for an interview this morning. We know such an early start is inconvenient, but it's the only time when punters aren't floating around. It was great to meet you. We have a couple of other people to see over the next couple of days, but we'll be in touch soon. Joanna. Jordan, I can't wait in for you any longer. I have to get to work. Give me a call as soon as you see this.
There isn't anything you can't talk to me about, and we'll figure out what to do together. Love you, Mum. Kiss, kiss, kiss. From David Rees, david.rees@forensics.gov.uk, to Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk, date 18th of October, 8:13, subject, Operation Chalice, initial report on the hunting rifle, Stern and Martin. Before sending the firearm retrieved this morning off to the National Forensic Firearms Lab, I had a quick look. An initial dusting revealed fingerprints matching Carl Biss, Timothy Dunlow, and Terence Dunlow, listed in order from most to least. There is some white dust around the trigger, which I believe will be a match for the latex residue found in the leather gloves. Gunshot residue around the nozzle of the gun suggests it was fired recently, although this will be skewed by the discharge this morning. In my opinion, as the casings are a match, this could be the weapon used to shoot Melanie Pert. Please bear in mind that these are initial thoughts, and you'll need to wait for a full report for anything more conclusive. Rees. Gabe. I opted to take the stairs up to our floor, rather than ride in the lift with Juliet. Carl was being processed. Before we questioned him, I needed to work off the adrenaline that had flooded my system in the forest. Our office was empty when I arrived. I scribbled on a post-it note and stuck it above the tangled jumble of evidence on the wall. Who is the mystery man? Juliet clocked it as she walked in, a coffee in each hand. You believe there is one? I thumped heavily in my chair and shoved my fingers into my hat-flattened hair. You don't think there is? Juliet sat opposite, wiggling her mouse to awaken her computer. We faced one liar after another with this case. Until I see evidence to back up what Carl said, I'm taking it all with a ladeful of salt. Her voice was the same as always, her movements sure as she jabbed at her keyboard. That didn't mean what happened this morning hadn't affected her. Are you all right? I asked. Juliet frowned at her screen. I'm fine. Apparently, being held at gunpoint hadn't cracked her implacable calm. I'm frustrated, I said. We might have brought Carl in, but without more evidence or a full confession, we're going to find it hard to charge him with Melanie's murder. Maybe this will help? Maddie hovered in the doorway, her arms laden with evidence bags. David called me down once they'd gone through the car, she explained, walking over and dumping the contents of her arms over our desks. He's taken all he needs from this lot. He thought you would want to take a look as well. Juliet turned in her chair. That man is being strangely helpful. Don't question it, Maddie warned, backing towards the door. Who knows how long it will last? Capitalise on it while you can. Wise woman. I smiled tightly at Maddie before she disappeared, then grabbed a pair of plastic gloves from my bottom drawer. Sifting through Carl's possessions gave me something to do while we waited to interview him. Tugging clothes out of evidence bags made my arm ache, but useless energy coursed through me. There had been far too many moments when it seemed this case was about to make sense. Everything aligned, but then the light changed and all the pieces were revealed to be in complete disarray. Our office filled with the stench of stale smoke as we tugged various items of clothing out of bags. Carl must have been on the estate during the fire. Had he started it? Despite knowing the forensic team would have gone over them, we checked pockets and looked over for distinct stains. I finished with the clothes that had slid over to my side of the desk and started on a pile of papers retrieved from the 4x4's glove box. They were as boring as the stack of MOT reports and service information stashed in mine.
Juliet piled the plastic-covered clothes beside our door. The only thing left on her desk was an evidence bag containing Carl's wallet. The outside was duct-taped together. Shit, Juliet swore, as coins bounced across her desk. She tipped the wallet to the side, releasing more pennies. Zips broken. Happy to pause my perusal of the car's last oil change, I set the papers down and helped Juliet gather the coins. My eyes caught on something blue as she swept them towards her. Juliet flinched when I grabbed her wrist. Stop. What? She asked, loosening her arm from my grip. I poked the top coins out of the pile, my heart hammering a punishing rhythm. Under green-tinged pennies and shiny 5-pence pieces was an oval of blue plastic. Juliet squinted. What's that? I stared at it, then rushed over to the evidence wall. With clumsy hands, I moved Melanie's selfie and transcripts from her phone out of the way. I'd purposely pinned things to cover photos of her mauled body, but that was exactly what I needed. It was a miracle I extracted the post-mortem pictures from the wall without dislodging anything else. Frantically, I flicked through. I placed the bottom photo on top of the pile. Here. It was a shot of Melanie's arm. Bruising discoloured her skin from her shoulder to her elbow. What interested me was lower than that, almost out of shot. Juliet whipped the photo out of my hand and laid it beside the shard of plastic on her desk. It was a perfect match for the fake nails on 4 of Melanie's fingers. The one from her middle finger was missing. Juliet's face transformed with triumph. That's it. Why would Carl have kept her false nail unless he'd killed Melanie? I nodded, but couldn't revel in catching our killer. I'd led us here, but the route was winding. If I'd listened to my gut, the man hoarding a trophy from Melanie's body would have gotten away with killing her. A sharp tap at the door made us both flinch. What? Juliet snapped. David scowled from the doorway. Sorry to interrupt. He sauntered in, 2 evidence bags tucked behind his folded arms. I thought you wanted me to come straight away if we, found some important evidence. You missed some. Juliet pointed at the broken-off nail in its nest of coins. The sneer on David's face faded. Where did you find that? It was in the wallet. I cut in before Juliet could say something overly scathing and make David revert to being an unhelpful arse. He tutted. I didn't check that, but I'll get on to whoever did. He held out his evidence bags. We found these stashed under the spare wheel. The nearest bag contained a set of car keys. The BMW insignia was clear through the crumpled plastic. Juliet beamed at the bag David held closest to her. We fucking well got him! The torn fabric was frayed and stained with mud, but grey birds flew across a navy background. From David Rees, david.rees@forensics.gov.uk, to Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk, CC Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, date 18th of October, 10/11, subject, Operation Chalice, paternity test results. Martin, attached are the full paternity test results requested for Timothy Dunlow and Carl Biss. There are enough identical DNA markers to confirm that Carl Biss is a direct descendant of Timothy Dunlow. Rees. Call connected at 10:26. Timothy Dunlow speaking. Hello, Mr. Dunlow, this is Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin. Yes. What is it? Following on from evidence gathered this morning, We need to ask if one of your relationships prior to your marriage with Mrs. Dunlow was with a woman called Jennifer Clements.
Christ almighty, is it honestly of any importance who I had liaisons with before getting married?
I'm afraid it is.
Like I said before, I had 2 or 3 brief trysts before I met my wife. They were all inconsequential. I can't remember the names of any of the women.
Jennifer Clements doesn't ring any bell.
No, it bloody well doesn't. From Timothy Dunlow, dunlow@dunlowconsultants.co.uk, to Laura Peters, peters@dunlowconsultants.co.uk, date 18th of October, 10:31, subject, search. Laura, do a search for woman called Jennifer Clements. She may be based in York, or have been there when I went to university. I want all the information you can find. Timothy.
Gabe. I pressed the button on top of the recorder. Interview commencing at 11:40 a.m. on the 18th of October. The interviewee is Carl Biss. He was offered the chance to seek legal representation but has declined. The interview is being conducted by myself, Detective Sergeant Gabriella Martin, and Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. The interview is regarding the murder of Melanie Pert and the attempted aggravated assault of Juliet Stern and Leonard Dunlow. Carl sat impassively on the other side of the metal table. His coat and beanie were gone, leaving him in a blue and yellow striped jumper and mud-stained jeans. I had to hope my hair fared better than his, which stuck up erratically. We'd like to go back to the beginning. I pushed a map of the Dunlow estate into the centre of the table. Can you please explain your movements on the night of the 9th of October? Reaching out one long finger to tap the relevant places on the map, Carl told an unchanged story of how he'd walked the dogs in the evening and retired to his cottage. We'd thought this was how it might go. More lies. I tried not to react to the sandpaper scratch his monotonous voice provoked across my skin. Did you hear gunshots in the night? I asked. Carl shook his head, his wayward hair lazily following the movement. Really? Juliet measured the distance between the shooting and the groundskeeper's cottage with her finger and thumb. There's less than a mile between where you were sleeping and where Melanie was shot. If I remember correctly, the windows of the cottage are single-glazed. Carl drew his hands off the table and focused on the map rather than either of us. I have trouble sleeping. I use a white noise machine. I knew how hard it was to drop into unconsciousness when past demons came out to play. I frowned at the file sitting on the table between me and Juliet. I felt sympathy for this man, but the evidence in there suggested it was misplaced. Can you talk us through the next morning? I asked. I walked a couple of dogs through the forest. Carl traced his path to the barn, then towards where Melanie was shot. They found her as soon as I saw the body. I called the police, then I called Mr. Dunlow. You didn't recognise Melanie? Juliet asked. Carl shook his head, pressing his lips together into non-existence. Uneven stubble coated his cheeks and jaw, the beginning of a scraggly beard. He could be telling the truth. We'd uncovered no connection between him and Melanie. Okay. I flipped open the file and took out the evidence bag containing Carl's note. I placed it beside the map. Until you left, you'd been cooperative with our investigation. Can you talk us through your reasons for going into hiding? It's all there. You knew about my parents. You'd try blaming me. Carl twisted his hand in an encompassing gesture. That's why I'm here now. You're here now because you disarmed a gun near a police officer and a member of the public. The sharpness of Juliet's retort was softened by the gentle smile on her face. Please tell us about your parents. Carl's jaw clenched. Is that necessary? I wouldn't have asked otherwise. Carl's eyes flicked to me. I tried to keep my expression neutral, while snakes of pure guilt writhed in my stomach. Imagining someone prying into my family's dynamics made me want to cringe away, but this was necessary. I didn't get on with my dad. He wasn't a kind man. Not to me or Mum. Carl paused, opening his mouth, then shut it. I don't know what you want me to say. When we visited your father in prison, he had a different account of what happened on the night your mother died, Juliet asked. I tried to imagine Carl taking a golf club and hitting someone with it so hard and so many times that their skull caved in. His father, with his home-inked tattoos and records that spoke of violence heaped upon violence, was a more likely culprit. But then, I couldn't imagine Carl shooting a young woman 3 times and leaving her for dead. The evidence said he was capable of that. Your father said you killed her. Juliet spread her hands wide. He said you found out who your real father is, and it drove you to kill your mother. Carl's nostrils flared as he shook his head. I can't believe he's still saying that. You knew about it, I interjected. Matthew said he hadn't shared his version of events with anyone before. It seemed he'd lied to us about almost everything, but his lies had led us to view Carl as a viable suspect. Carl let out a humourless bark of laughter. Oh, he made sure I knew. Before I sold the house, he sent me letters. They were full of that bull. He tightened his hands into fists. It doesn't make sense. I loved my mum. Why would I kill her if I found out that scumbag wasn't my dad? I'd be happy to not be related to him, but as far as I know, he's my father. I stared at Carl. He had no tells, and there were no clear indicators that he was lying. Maybe he didn't know his true parentage, but could coincidence account for him working for the Dunlows? Let's talk about after you went into hiding, I urged, keen to finish the part of the interview where Carl lied to our faces repeatedly. You said you didn't go far. Carl's shoulders relaxed. I stayed on the Dunlow land. That forest is vast, and there were bits only I ever walked through. Why didn't you go farther? Juliet asked. I didn't know where else to go, and I didn't want to hide away. I just wanted to avoid something like this. I thought that once you catch the killer, I could reveal myself and make a plan for where to go next. Matthew Biss hadn't lied about one thing. Carl had no relatives to flee to, no familiar haunts to hide in. Instead of running far away, he'd stayed near the last place he'd felt safe. Did you take anything other than your own belongings when you left? I asked. I don't think so. We'd come back to this. For now, we'd see how long he could spin this out. While you were hiding on the estate, you mentioned seeing someone else, I asked. Someone we suspected was a figment of Carl's imagination. Yeah. His gaze sharpened. I never got a good look at them. But I think it was a man. They skulked about, using the broken down bits of wall to come and go. Did you see them on the night of the fire? Juliet asked. Carl grimaced. I didn't see anything that night. I was downwind. I woke up and there was smoke everywhere. It took me a couple of days to stop coughing. Smoke deepened the earthy smell of someone who hadn't had access to proper bathroom facilities that surrounded Carl. You said you came to the hill because you saw Leo's Instagram post. I flicked open the file and pushed a screen print beside the map and Carl's note. Why did you want to see Leo? Because of the person I saw on the grounds. Carl's face was open and guileless. The murder, the fire, Leo, and Terrence's beatings. That couldn't all be coincidence. I didn't know what the Dunlows had done, but someone had it in for them. I didn't want Leo to get in trouble by posting silly stuff online. Carl's theory took a step Dunlows had not. He thought one of the Dunlows had brought this punishment down on the family. I didn't need 3 guesses to puzzle out who Carl would blame. I follow your thinking with coming to meet Leo, Juliet said, steepling her fingers on the tabletop. What I don't understand is the gun. That's reasonable. Carl licked his lips. I'm not good at being cooped up. While I was hiding, I walked around the grounds. I didn't go near the crime scene. Over on the other side I found the gun. Carl pointed at a spot on the map. About there, I reckon. Why didn't you call it in? I asked. Carl wrinkled his nose. I was in your sights because of what my father did. I wasn't about to make myself more of a suspect by handing you the murder weapon with my fingerprints all over it. Why did it have your fingerprints all over it? Juliet probed. I didn't realise what it was at first, Carl said, his expression pinched. As soon as I figured it out, I put it down. But the damage was done. I thought the best thing to do was to keep it away from whoever was wandering in the forest. Why did you bring the gun to meet Leo? I asked. I didn't know who else might turn up. I didn't know what they might bring. I needed some way to protect us if things went south. Why did you turn the gun on Leo and myself, particularly if you were so determined to protect him? The hard edge to Juliet's voice betrayed that having a gun pointed at her this morning had affected her. You jumped at me. I reacted without thinking. I didn't mean to point the gun at you, and I didn't realise it would go off. I'm sorry. Juliet didn't react to Carl's apology. Why didn't you reveal the gun as soon as you arrived? Leo was there. I didn't want to scare him. Carl swung his gaze over to me. That's why I asked where you were. I thought it would be better to hand over the gun when Leo wasn't around. I stared into Carl's eyes. They were an unremarkable brown, just like mine. In them, there was no hesitancy of fear. He didn't look or act like he was guilty, had none of the tells of desperate over-talking, no tearful appeals. But the fact seemed to be that Carl was guilty of murder of at least one woman. It didn't matter that everything about him calmly protested his innocence. That was a lie. One I wouldn't allow myself to believe any longer. I opened the file in such a way to block the contents from Carl's view. They were found during a search of your car. Juliet straightened as I slid a picture of Dunlow's car keys and the second half of Melanie's scarf to the middle of the table. She was like a fox, coiled and ready to strike. She hadn't noticed I was lagging behind. I was pleased we'd found Melanie's killer, but there was no room for me to maneuver anymore. My judgment was undeniably faulty. Carl's eyes tripped between the 2 pictures. I knew how this would look. Please explain to us how it looks, Juliet requested. It looks like I took those things. I assume the scarf is the girl's. It was Melanie's, I said. How did you come to have it? And the keys? You found them under the spare tyre, right? Carl sighed. That's where I found them too. Please elaborate. Juliet sounded genuinely interested, but her fist clenched under the table. I've not been driving around lot, but I must have gone over a nail or something. I had to put on the spare tyre. That's when I found the stuff. The papers from Carl's car were mind-numbingly dull, but the topmost had been a receipt for the new tyre. Need I ask why you didn't report them as soon as you found them? Juliet asked. Her razor-sharp gaze didn't leave Carl for a second. His mouth twisted. I guessed that the scarf was something to do with Melanie, since there wasn't any other woman I'd been around. I wasn't sure what to do with that.
I plan to sneak the keys into the garage when I got the chance.
How do you think those items got into your car? I asked.
I don't want to be paranoid, but I assume someone put them there.
Carl bit his lip.
I said it was the Dunlows someone was trying to hurt. But I'm wondering if I've gotten mixed up in it. Maybe they think I'm closer to the Dunlows than I am.
I marvelled at Carl's gall. He couldn't have known what other evidence we had, but he was determined to spin and deflect until we had him flattened against the wall. What do you think of the Dunlows? Juliet asked, in the same manner someone might ask about the weather before a picnic. Carl wrinkled his nose.
I guess I can say now because Dunlow isn't my employer anymore. But I don't like any of them.
Not even Leo? I asked.
The best of a bad bunch, Carl conceded. Terence's head is so far up his own arse, I'm surprised he can fit anything else up there.
I hoped I kept the shock off my face. Carl had seemed tolerant before. Perhaps as we neared the truth and he had to think on his feet and were getting closer to the bare reality of who he was. And Timothy? Juliet asked.
Horrible.
Carl's expression soured.
Stuck up and rude. No time for anyone but his sons, and he barely seemed to like them most of the time.
Were you aware of any connection between yourself and the Dunlows before you began working for them? I asked. Carl stilled, his eyes narrowing the merest amount. It was the most damning reaction he'd had. Despite his guilt throwing my judgment into question, a thrill ran through me. We were getting somewhere. After a moment of silence that lasted a beat too long, Carl said,
"There's no connection between us."
"We found one." Juliet flipped the file open, hiding the final piece of paper from Carl. She placed a copy of the full paternity report on the table. Carl's eyes raced from side to side as he read the jargon-filled page.
"What is this?"
"It's proof that Timothy Dunlow is your direct relative," I said. "In other words, he's your father." If we hadn't received a positive DNA result, the uneven blush rising in blotches across Carl's neck was proof enough he was a Dunlow. I'd seen that distinctive pattern across Leo's skin each time he'd spoken about Melanie. On Terence when we pried into his private life, on Dunlow as we poked him into outrage.
"Does he know?"
Carl asked. Juliet quirked an eyebrow.
"Why would that matter?"
Carl released his hands from their tight grip on one another and rubbed at his nose.
"I just didn't think he knew."
Juliet snuck a quizzical glance at me, while Carl scanned the document again. "Carl?" I waited for him to look up. "Why is it important Timothy doesn't know he's your father?" He clasped his hands again.
"I always held out hope he didn't know. I thought, if he knew, he'd treat me differently."
Juliet tapped one painted nail on the table. "You did know of a connection between you and the Dunlows, then?" Carl was shaking his head before she finished the question.
"There's no connection between us. This means nothing."
"It means that you sought Dunlow out," I said. Carl shifted his weight.
"I wanted to know what he was like."
"When did you find out Dunlow's your father?" Juliet asked. Carl's eyes were flint-sharp, a different colour to Dunlow's, but the effect was the same.
"It wasn't the night my mother died, if that's what you're thinking."
"We're not thinking anything right now," I lied. "It would be helpful if you told us the truth about how you discovered Timothy Dunlow is your father, and the night your mother died." Carl took a breath.
"I said before, me and my dad, the man I thought was my dad, we didn't get on. It got worse as I got older. Mum used to comfort me after he'd had a go, and one day she told me he wasn't my biological father."
"When was this?" I asked.
"I was about 14. It gave me hope," Carl said. "I didn't have to be like him.
I planned to go to find my real dad one day. I had childish dreams that he would know me straight away, that me and my mum would go and live with him. But then Dad found out. How? Juliet asked. Carl's eyebrows scrunched together. I don't know. I was upstairs in my room when I heard him shouting. Everything went quiet, so I went downstairs to check Mum was okay. He often stormed off to the pub when he was mad. Mum was the saddest I'd ever seen her, proper crying. I was trying to get her to explain what was going on when he came back in. The similarities between this story and the one he'd told in court were enough that it felt believable. Before, he'd left out any reason why Matthew would attack him and his mother. They'd simply gotten caught in the middle of his violent rage. He shouted about me not being his son, and he hit me with the golf club. Carl's voice took on a lifeless quality as he recounted what happened. It knocked me out. When I came to, Mum was on the floor. There was so much blood. When he saw I was awake, he hit me again. You didn't kill her, I stated. Beside me, Juliet's expression tightened. I honestly didn't. That didn't mean much, coming from a man we were reasonably certain had been lying to us from the first moment we'd met him. But like when Dunlow told us the truth about where he'd found the scarf and gloves, I believed Carl. I didn't know how much of a fool that made me. If this case had taught me anything, it was that I needed to have cold, hard evidence in front of me before I trusted what my gut said. Let's leave that for now, Juliet said. There's a final piece of evidence we found among your possessions. Carl watched Juliet flip open the file with dull eyes. It was the same look I sported each time another inquiry asked me to give details about my brother's killer. Those kinds of memories were best left untouched. Juliet pulled the picture of the fake nail from the file and placed it in the centre of the table. It had been rushed down to the forensics team, where they'd determined there was enough DNA for testing. The results could take days. We were hoping the mere presence of this damning trophy was enough to force Carl into telling the truth. Shit, he said on an exhale. I hoped you wouldn't find that. There was no panic or guilt, only a slight edge of remorse. Things hadn't worked out the way he'd wanted. We'd planned to let the silence stretch. Carl had to know this was when the net closed around him, but we would let him flounder until he told the truth. Maddeningly, he gazed at the enlarged picture of the blue nail. His breathing was even, and his skin untouched by the blotchy blush. Carl wasn't the floundering type. Carl? I licked my lips, ignoring Juliet stiffening beside me. You need to tell us the truth now. We're going to get DNA from this nail, but we already know it's Melanie's. There's no good reason for you to have this, other than if you killed her. I pressed my heels hard into the floor. If you cooperate, that will be taken into consideration when you're sentenced. During my plea, Carl's face was immovable. His dark eyes tracked mine. A trickle of doubt wound down my spine. I'd been sure about Dunlow. Evidence seemed to point towards him, but I'd been wrong. My head and heart and guts were all leaning in different directions. I didn't know which to trust. Carl could have had a good explanation for why he had Melanie's fake nail. He could be a man with a tragic past who had gotten caught up in something awful. As unbelievable as it seemed, he could have told the truth about the scarf and keys being planted in his car. He could have stumbled across the gun and genuinely only thought to use it for protection. Or, like every one of his blood relatives, he could be a liar. A good one. Better, maybe, than his biological father. We know you did this, I said into the silence Carl and Juliet seemed happy to let stretch to breaking point. We won't let you get away. I injected belief that was strong and unwavering into my words, despite the riot of uncertainty I was contending with. Carl inhaled, held his breath for 10 seconds, then exhaled. Okay. Okay, Juliet repeated. Carl unwound his fingers from their tight hold on one another. Then he spread his hands flat on the table. I'll tell you everything. My stomach skipped. Carl hadn't confirmed his guilt yet. Had only said he was going to reveal the truth. What twisted version would it be this time? Everything I've told you about my mom and the man who raised me was true, Carl began. Mom told me about my father and made the mistake of telling Matthew a few years later. The one difference is, she told me my dad's name. Timothy Dunlow. I checked. Yes. Mum made me promise not to contact him. After she died, I didn't see why I shouldn't. Carl's gaze dropped to the tabletop. Recovery was long, but the thought of finding my real father sustained me. When did you first make contact with him? Juliet asked. As soon as I left the hospital. Carl's voice had taken on the same deadened tone as when he'd spoken about his mother's death. I travelled south and found his office. I arrived as he was stepping outside. What happened? I asked, already dreading the answer. There was no happy ending here. Carl swallowed. He didn't know me. When I tried to talk to him, he told me to piss off. He said he didn't give charity and had no time for filth who lived on the streets. Despite where this story was headed, I couldn't help but feel sympathy for Carl. He'd had his family torn away, and when he'd reached out to the only family he had left, he'd been cruelly rebuffed. I didn't try again, Carl went on. He didn't want to know me. And I told myself I had better things to do with my life than fight for the attention of someone who thought they were above me. His fingers moved restlessly over one another. I finished school, went to uni. It was only when I was feeling lonely that I looked up Dunlow online. The night before my final year exams, I found my brothers. You didn't know about Leo and Terence? I asked. Carl shook his head. There was nothing online about them. It was only when I went deeper, looked for any Dunlows and searched the parish records that I found them. The resounding impression Carl gave was of a man quietly broken down, but the moment of finding his brothers held power. His fathers might have rejected him, but he was no longer Carl's only hope at having a family. I wanted to know them, but I didn't want to be rejected again, Carl explained. It was a random chance that the groundskeeper's job came up. I'd been flitting around after uni, not sure what I wanted to do. But I wanted this. Even if Dunlow was a dead end, I thought one of my brothers would be more promising. How did it go? Juliet asked. I wondered if she was moved by this story. She was as closed off about her childhood as with every other aspect of her life. I didn't know if she'd experienced loneliness as a youngster, whether she understood the desperate lengths that could drive someone to. Not well, Carl said, his hands stilling. Dunlow was as rude as before. He didn't bother to interview me. He had his secretary do it. The first time we spoke was after I'd moved into the cottage. I'd gone to the barn to meet the dogs. He came in to shout at me about where I'd parked my car, then barked a load of orders. Carl's voice had lost the deadened quality. He wasn't a man prone to outrage, but heat burned behind his words. For a while, I didn't meet Ted or Leo. Ted was away a lot and Leo was busy with school. When did you meet them? I asked. A few weeks after I started working there. Ted came to the barn. I'd seen him passing in his car and I guess he'd noticed me too. Carl pushed his dirt-encrusted thumbnails together. He asked me if I had any weed he could buy. That must have been a crushing blow. Carl's father let him down. and one of his brothers had done the same. And Leo? I asked. Like I said, he was the best of a bad bunch, Carl shrugged. He came to the barn during one of his holidays to spend time with the dogs. He was shy, didn't talk much at first. When he did, it was only about himself or the dogs. He didn't see me as a real person. I was one of the help. When did you form the plan to kill Melanie? Juliet asked. Her question was as shocking as a pail of freezing water to the face. We'd been treading the way softly. Juliet had unearthed a machete to hack her own path through Carl's reminiscence. He blinked. I didn't plan to kill her. Go back to the start, I urged, shucking off the aftershocks of Juliet's intervention. When did you make the first move towards killing her? Carl looked off to one side, and the last vestiges of doubt I'd clung to faded away. An innocent person protested, no matter how unflappable and emotionless they seemed to be. Someone making a full confession took their time to think about how to answer. Carl had killed Melanie. I balked at the surge of emotion threatening to overwhelm me. We'd found Melanie's murderer. Her family could have closure. I would be able to set this case aside without loose ends. I'd have to move on, find a way to make peace with all the wrong turns I'd taken. The longer I worked for Dunlow, the angrier I became. Carl didn't seem angry, not the hot flash of emotion we often encountered between these full wars. His rage was different, burning, like embers at the bottom of a fire, almost hidden, but still deadly. I didn't make plans, but I began gathering things, Carl said. I took the car keys to piss Dunlow off. He told me to take the gun for cleaning, which I did. But then I kept that as well. Told him it was still being worked on. I found a pair of his fancy gloves in one of the outbuildings and took them. It was all quite petty, but it made me feel better. How did you know Melanie was on the grounds that night? I asked, eager to move Carl's story on before Juliet could charge in again. The dogs? A hint of a smile graced Carl's face. He looked younger, less careworn. They were a comfort to me during those lonely months. I was out walking a couple when one of them got obsessed with following a trail. Lucy? Juliet asked. Yeah. Carl ran his fingers over his knuckles. She was a brilliant tracker, but Dunlow didn't like taking her on the hunt. She was as likely to rip a fox to shreds as she was to find it. I swallowed against the lump in my throat as the mess Lucy made of Melanie's face rose to mind. I'd not managed breakfast when I woke before dawn, which I didn't regret. There was nothing in my stomach to turn over. Carl had been lying to us right from the start. He told us Lucy was Dunlow's favourite dog. Such a small misdirection, but enough to keep our eyes firmly away from the groundskeeper. I followed Lucy through the forest, right to the garage, Carl continued. She wanted to go inside, but I dragged her away. I could see Leo had a girl up there. What did you do then? Juliet asked. Carl tapped his fingers together. He'd not admitted anything damning yet. He could pretend he'd misunderstood where this was heading. If he protested his innocence, he might walk. For now. There was no way, since the blindfold had been ripped from my eyes, that I was going to let him get away with this for long. I went back to the barn, Carl said, holding Juliet's gaze. I put the other dog, Artemis maybe, into its stall. I took a pair of latex gloves and put Dunlow's old gloves on over the top, the pair I'd taken, and I went and got the gun. I breathed out shakily. Carl wasn't pretending anymore. What did you do then? Juliet asked. I walked to the garage. Carl tipped his head to the side. I was hoping to scare Leo, maybe shoot the gun nearby to freak him out. But then the girl came charging outside. Before I could stop her, Lucy gave chase. What a horrifying moment for Melanie. She'd been jilted by a young man she thought she could trust, and when she stepped outside, found herself pursued. That forest, with its close-packed trees and creaking silence, was creepy enough when we'd walked around it together. In the dark, panting breaths behind, it was the stuff of nightmares. I ran after her, Carl went on. She didn't listen to my commands. I'm not sure if she could hear me. By the time I caught up with them, the girl was in a tree and Lucy was going mad on the ground below. Maybe Melanie had thought she was safe. She'd died with her mobile in her pocket. Given the chance, she could have called for help. What did you do then? I asked. Juliet looked at me, but I didn't turn from Carl. I'd felt sympathy for him. I thought he was like me. We were nothing alike. I could never, no matter how angry or unjustly snubbed I believe myself to be, turn a weapon on another person. Some of my brittle anger must have bled into my tone. Curdled blush rose across Carl's cheeks. You have to understand. I had to make Dunlow suffer, like he'd hurt me. All the stuff I'd done barely affected him. This, here, was a chance to cut him to the bone. At the least, Dunlow would have to answer for what happened on his land. Leo's perfect life would be interrupted. Even Ted wouldn't float above it all. It was the most animated Carl had ever been. His mind, placid on the surface, was a wild tangle of illogical hurts. Dunlow had treated Carl poorly, and his sons had made bad decisions. But it was an insurmountable leap to conclude they deserved the kind of trouble Carl had rained down on them. It was unspeakably callous to decide killing a stranger was the right way to punish his neglectful family. You were standing in the forest while Melanie was in the tree, Juliet said, stern as a teacher when a class got out of hand. Then you shot her. Carl breathed heavily. I could see her up in the tree. She would climb down after Lucy lost interest. My chance to force Dunlow to confront how fragile his seat at the top of the pile is would be gone. He pointed one finger. I shot 3 times, one for each of them. Leo, Ted, Dunlow. Silence rang as Carl coiled his finger back into place. What happened next? Juliet asked. She fell. There was no drag of remorse to his words. It took a while to get Lucy to leave her alone. Did you go over to Melanie? I lowered my hands under the table and pressed my nails into my palms in an attempt to contain the roiling energy inside of me. Carl shook his head. She was dead. What did you do next? Juliet asked, her voice mild. I took Lucy farther into the forest and shot her, he stated. She was going mad. I couldn't chance her biting me as well. And then? Juliet prompted. I walked back through the forest. I knew all the lesser-used ways. I hid the gun and both sets of gloves. After that, I followed the way the girl ran to check there was nothing to link me to what happened. I found the scarf torn between 2 trees, so I hid that too. Even though his plan was to frame Dunlow, the cold way Carl recounted his actions after he'd murdered Melanie made my skin crawl. Her death was a means to an end, one that affected him no more than tipping over a glass of water. And the nail? Juliet asked. Carl let out a puff of air. It took me a couple of seconds to realise it was a short laugh. The muscles in my neck spasmed with the effort of not lurching away. I found that the next day, after the police arrived, there were only 2 officers to begin with, the old guy and the Asian woman. I showed them over to the body, while they were setting up a cordon. I spotted the nail embedded in a tree. I'd catch Juliet before she laid into Alice and James. They couldn't have watched Carl every second from when they walked into that forest, but that wouldn't stop Juliet from taking her frustration out on them. "Why did you keep it?" I asked. He didn't know Melanie, had no connection to her. Without the nail, our case against Carl wouldn't have been half as robust. He'd been calculated all along. It felt like a misstep. Carl considered my question. It felt right. I swallowed, the outraged sound rising up my throat. Melanie's death meant nothing to Carl, other than how it impacted him, how it fitted with his plan to ruin Dunlow's comfortable life. Carl kept the nail not to remember his victim, but because Melanie had been the catalyst for everything he'd wanted. Juliet tapped on the table, and it was like someone opening a window in a stifling room. It snapped me back to myself. We needed to clarify other things before we left this interview. I couldn't be overcome by disgusted outrage. Not yet. "What did you do in the days following the shooting?" I asked. Carl looked to the side, like he was consulting an imaginary calendar. How remarkable that the events after shooting a young woman wouldn't be stark in his memory. "I tried to stay out of your way. I thought the bare facts would make you suspicious of Leo and Dunlow, and I was ready to step in with new evidence if it seemed you were backing off." "Were we not making enough progress?" Juliet asked. "Is that why you hired the van and hit Leo?" Narrowed eyes. Another beat of silence. Carl might not have many tells, but he wasn't quick enough when unexpectedly confronted with the truth. "Do you have any evidence that was me?" His words were drenched in studied calm. "Not yet," I said. "The fire, were you involved in that too?" Carl's dark eyes switched to me. "Like I told you, I was in the forest when the fire started." "You didn't cause the fire?" Juliet asked. Carl shrugged. "A happy coincidence." I clenched my fist tighter under the table. Was that how he thought of Melanie's death too? "Did you send the pictures of Terence into the magazine?" Juliet asked. "There's no way you can prove that." "How about his beating? Was that you?" I snapped. I schooled my face as soon as the words rushed out, but Carl caught the difference in my tone. "There's no way you can pin that on me." No flat denials, no protestations of innocence. Carl wasn't concerned with proving he hadn't done these things, only that there was no way for us to definitively blame him. He'd denied the fire. His skirting around the hit and run and the beating made me even more certain he was the only person targeting the Dunlow family. To clarify, there was no mystery man lurking on the Dunlow land, I asked. Carl shook his head. No one else wished so much ill on the Dunlows. "You'll admit to using the stolen keys to plant evidence in Dunlow's car?" Juliet asked. Carl lifted his shoulders. "That was me. Dunlow was too unaffected by what was happening. You weren't looking at him closely enough. It was a risk, putting them in his car rather than somewhere you would find them, but it was worth it. The look on his face when he found them was everything I wanted." The idea of Carl watching Dunlow sent shudders across my chest. People like Matthew Biss were overtly sinister. Carl's brutality was hidden under layers of cultivated civility. "And the gun?" I forced out. "Why did you bring it to meet Leo?" Carl considered me for a moment. "I didn't have a plan, but I thought it might be useful." We had stark evidence of what happened when Carl followed Chance. Leo had been unbelievably lucky Carl had been caught in our trap, rather than finding the youngest Dunlow alone. "That's everything we need," I gathered the papers into the file. We have more than enough to charge you with. You'll be transported to a more permanent facility to await trial. Are you going to tell him I'm his son? Carl asked. He was still obsessed with Dunlow. I bit my tongue, rather than shout that Melanie Pert was dead because of him. Nothing had worked out how he'd planned, but her life was forfeit regardless. It doesn't matter, Juliet stood, towering over the two of us. In the sense that you're a fucking monster. You don't feel an ounce of remorse over killing a young woman just because your daddy wouldn't give you the attention you craved. I jammed my finger down to stop the recording. I couldn't erase Juliet's reply, but I could make sure no more outbursts were recorded. We needed the case against Carl to be unquestionable, and passing one insult off as a moment of heightened emotion was plausible. The judge and jury wouldn't know Juliet wasn't overcome by anger, but simply wanted Carl to know exactly what she thought of him. They regarded each other coolly, Carl no less ruffled than before. I stood, holding the file to my chest. Despite how ill-timed Juliet's proclamation was, I was in total agreement. Carl Biss was a monster. Goodbye, Carl. His brown eyes were unreadable. Goodbye, Gabe. Call connected at 1313. Hello, this is Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin. Yes, hello, this is Benedict Hogan. I hear you've been trying to reach me. We have, Mr. Hogan, for several days. Can I ask you why you didn't get back to us sooner? I'd gone on an impromptu ski trip with my family and broke my phone the first day out there. Took it as a chance to have a tech detox. Had no idea anyone would need me. I see. Can I ask where you were on the night of the 9th of October? I was with Teddy. Terence Dunlow, that is. I own a place in Cornwall. We meet there several times a year. What were you doing there? We're in a relationship of sorts. We were connecting after a while without seeing each other. Over the night of the 9th or during the day, was there any point when Terence talked on his phone, or were there any periods when you can't account for his whereabouts? We don't see each other a great deal, so we make most of the time we have. We spent a couple of minutes apart here and there. He didn't seem overly interested in his phone until his father summoned him home. We argued then, and it's the reason I went off skiing. Didn't want to mope around without him. Do you know anyone called Carl Biss? Doesn't ring any bells. Terence didn't tell you about the estate groundskeeper at all. We don't tend to talk about Teddy's home life. Thank you, Mr. Hogan. I really am dreadfully sorry that it's taken me so long to get back to you. It's fine. It's all worked out in the end. Gabe. Nothing helped. I threw myself into the mountain of paperwork that came with charging a suspect. I went for a walk and considered buying a Twix to share with Juliet, but thought better of it. My last-ditch attempt to calm my frothing thoughts was splashing water over my face. It helped after my initial reaction to dead bodies. Apparently, it was no use after finding out someone I would have bet wasn't a killer turned out to be a cold-hearted murderer. I scrubbed a paper towel over my face and abandoned any attempt to make my hair look like it hadn't started the day by being stuffed under a beanie. Pressing my hands to my cheeks, I stared into my bloodshot eyes in the mirror bolted above the sink. Get it together. There was work I needed to put my head down and do. I had to be helpful, especially as my bad judgment led us away from the killer. It wasn't Carl's plans that led me astray. My inability to separate my past from the present was the real problem. I made my way back to the office, only to stumble to a halt in the doorway. What are you doing? Juliet spun around, lime green wool tangled in her hands. Taking down the wall, I pressed my face into my palms to block out her quizzical look. "Can I have a moment?" Juliet bundled the wool around one hand and chucked the misshapen ball into the basket with the others. I took her place in front of the wall. I stepped so close that Melanie's smiling selfie filled my vision. He didn't know her. This was the other, much louder thing I couldn't get out of my head. Most killers felt guilt and remorse about their victims, no matter how selfish or shallow they were. Carl hadn't betrayed any such feeling. He was only interested in Melanie's death so far as it had benefited his plan. He'd confessed because he couldn't cause any more disruption to Dunlow's life, knew revealing the truth was the most damaging thing he could do. He didn't care about his victim, felt nothing about cutting her life short. Melanie's smile was wide in the selfie, her eyes shining with joy. The investigation to find my brother used a similar beaming picture. Not for the first time, I wondered how Barnabas's killer felt about my brother's death. It was likely he didn't care at all. He needed a victim, and either of us would do. He'd gone on to kill since, so he hadn't felt life-changing remorse about what he'd done. I couldn't remember the bad man's eyes. I didn't know if I ever fully looked him in the face or if fractured memory had cloaked his features in shadow. I thought they might look like Carl's. Cold, unfeeling. I started when a hand brushed between my shoulder blades. I hadn't noticed Juliet's approach. "Try not to let him affect you," she said, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. "We got him." I backed away from the wall and slumped into my chair. No thanks to me. "This again?" Juliet rolled her eyes as she turned to the wall. "I'm only going to tell you one more time, you did great work on this case." I raised my eyebrows at the back of her head. "I did? I feel like I flailed about in the dark most of the time." "You did that too." Juliet unpinned various pictures of Melanie from the corkboard and placed them in a folder on her desk. "That was more to do with the case itself. You conducted yourself well despite trying circumstances. You coaxed witnesses into talking and pursued all lines of inquiry vigorously." She started unpinning Leo's section. "You're coming into your own." A plume of warmth opened inside my chest. "Thanks, Juliet. That means a lot." My eyes caught on Carl's graduation photo, and the heat dimmed. I didn't want it to be him. "I know." Juliet placed Leo's information in the file. "I'm gutted it was." I went on, wanting to purge this with someone I was certain would have read my file as soon as we started working together. I thought Carl was like me, that he had a sad history. I didn't think that made him a murderer. I bit my lip. I let my past get in the way of seeing him clearly. He hid his true self pretty damn well. Juliet unpinned the mass of evidence around Dunlow. "It's hard not to be informed by our experiences." "You're not," I retorted. Juliet paused, her back to me. "I didn't want it to be Jordan." "What?" I'd noticed Juliet was affected by Jordan's home situation but didn't think much of it. Juliet continued staring at the wall. I was reluctant to pursue Jordan as a suspect. She heaved with a sigh before she turned around. Juliet was saying this because she didn't want me to be too down on myself. She didn't want me to blame myself for letting my history intrude. She was being kind. I didn't want to repay that kindness by prying, but she'd not wanted to chase down Jordan because of how his experiences echoed her own. "Juliet, if there's ever anything you want to talk about..." "There isn't." She spun to face the wall. Her hands were steady as she took down Terence's section. Benedict Hogan's belated call had finally exonerated him. "Afternoon?" I swung around in my chair. Angela stood in the doorway, her eyes roving between Juliet and the half-dismantled wall. "Afternoon, Mom," I said, temporarily banishing my curiosity about Juliet's home life. It was like one of the post-its I'd stuck to the wall. I didn't have the answers yet, but I'd searched for them. "I looked over the paperwork for this case," Angela said, while Juliet continued unpinning evidence. "It looks robust. Good work." The ember Juliet had ignited with her praise glowed. "Thank you, Mom." A call came through earlier. Angela tucked her thumbs into her belt loops. "A possible human trafficking ring has been uncovered. The scene is a mess, so no need to rush down there. Forensics aren't going to let you into the building, and all the women are being processed and assigned translators. Paul is overseeing it for now, but he'll need help. Tidy this up, take the rest of the day to tie up loose ends, and I want you on the new case in the morning." Juliet deposited Jordan's information into the file. I nodded at our superintendent. "We're on it, Mom." Angela eyed Juliet before turning on her heel and marching out of our office. I jostled my mouse, my screen flashing blearily to life. It's never ending, is it? This job allowed no time to dwell on my failings. I'd take what I'd learnt on this case and apply it to the next. Other people needed my help, and I couldn't give it to them if I was punishing myself for past mistakes. If Juliet said I'd done a good job, then maybe I had. She wouldn't lie. Juliet hadn't moved when I looked up after typing in my password. Her blonde hair formed screens either side of her face. "It never is it?" she murmured. My forehead crinkled. Normally, Juliet relished a new case coming in, especially on the heels of a closed one. She grabbed her phone from her desk. "I need to make a call." I didn't have time to do more than open my mouth uselessly before she was gone. Abandoning my awakened computer, I stood and took down the last of the evidence. Juliet had rushed out before unpinning Carl's section. I couldn't work with him watching me. The wall cleared. I flipped the file shut and placed my hand on the rough card. I'd use today to tie up loose ends, both physical and mental, and I'd launch into the new case tomorrow. I'd leave my history behind and trust the evidence more than whatever my gut tried to tell me. I glanced out of the door before heading back to my seat. Juliet was nowhere to be seen. Call connected at 14:17. "Hello, darling. To what do I owe this pleasure?" "Keith, please don't start." "Start what? I'm not playing this game. Another case has come in." "Has it now?" "Don't make this difficult. I'm not going to be able to come out this weekend, but I want you to bring the girls here." "I'm not sure that's a good idea." "Please, Keith." "Say we come in, but you have an interview to conduct or some bad guy to chase down. Are you really going to put that on hold to see us?" "I can take more time at the weekend. I just can't come out to see them." "I don't know if it's worth the heartbreak. I'm the only one comforting them when you let them down again. They're already going to be distraught you're not coming home. Do you really want me to drag them to this city only for you to spend odd minutes with them when you can?" "I won't let them down. I can't help when a case comes in. You always prioritise your work over us. You know why I have to work so much, Keith. That's my fault as well, is it? I'm not doing this. Make a decision about whether you're bringing the girls in and let me know. Not going to fight for them then? Goodbye, Keith." Gabe sent 15:36. I should be out of here at about 6:30 p.m. Kiss. Ollie sent 15:37. Does this mean you've caught your baddie? Kiss, kiss, kiss. Gabe sent 15:39. Yes, we charged him earlier today, which means I need help celebrating. Kiss. Ollie sent 15:39. Always happy to oblige. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Call connected at 16:22. Hello, how can I help you?
Mum,
Jordan, love, where are you?
I just got home. I saw your note. Sorry I worried you.
That doesn't matter. Where have you been?
I went over to a mate's house. Dad put something online, some bullshit about family being the most important thing. I couldn't be around him.
That's okay, love. I'm gonna come home as soon as I can.
Why? What's he done?
No, it's not about your dad. It's about Mel. The police are going to come over to explain some things.
What things? Please don't make me wait until you get home. Tell me whatever you know now.
Okay, love. They found her killer. It was the groundskeeper on the estate.
What?
They've charged him with murder.
But how did he know Mel? Was it anything to do with the other guys that lived there?
The police only mentioned arresting him. I guess they'll be able to tell us more when they come over.
God, Mum, I've made such a huge mess of everything. Since Mel died, I've not been thinking right.
It's okay, love. I'll be home soon. We can have a cuddle. Things won't always feel this bad.
You promise?
Promise. Gabe. Juliet returned to the office surrounded by an invisible yet tangible wall. To my surprise, she insisted on accompanying me as I explained the case's conclusion to Ida and Evie, then Jordan and his mum. Juliet was a quiet spectator as Ida absorbed the news in sad silence, her friend gripping her hand. Jordan had sobbed brokenly from his mum's arms. The end of a case was hard for friends and relatives to navigate. Their relief it was over swamped by guilt at their last tenuous link to someone they loved was severed. The lift doors opened. Where we'd been greeted on our last visit to this hotel by expensive silence, now muffled shouting filtered into the hallway. I followed it to Suite 4. It stopped abruptly when I knocked. Juliet finally seemed interested in proceedings as a breathless Terence opened the door.
What?
He caught himself, realizing we weren't hotel staff.
Oh, how can I help you?
Can we come in? I asked. We know you're all anxious to hear what happened to Melanie. Terence stood aside to let us into the suite. Leo's eyes were rimmed with pink behind his thick glasses. He sat on the bed, his school blazer and tie discarded beside him. His father stood straight-backed and imposing in a spotless grey suit. Terence gravitated to a bulging suitcase beside the desk, the wooden top swept bare. Juliet and I stood just inside the door. There was a collective stillness in the already tense room, like the intake of breath before a diver jumped off the board. Melanie was killed by Carl Biss, I announced. He confessed and was charged with her murder this afternoon. Leo bunched a fist to his mouth, desperately holding back tears. Terence's eyes widened, while his father's narrowed. Carl didn't know Melanie, I went on. He had no plan to kill her, but instead took the opportunity when it presented itself. As she left the estate, he followed her into the forest and shot her.
Why did he kill her?
Leo asked, his voice wavering. Dunlow's rough words cut across the room.
He wanted to hurt me.
Juliet straightened. What makes you say that? Dunlow's blue eyes fixed on her.
Because he's my son.
Leo and Terence turned to their father, faces slack. It's true, I said, drawing all eyes. Jennifer Clements, Carl's mother, became pregnant after a brief relationship with your father. I believe you didn't know about this? Dunlow shook his head.
She didn't tell me. He didn't either. I discovered it today.
Jennifer told Carl about his true parentage, but he only searched for you after he'd lost his mother, I said. He began working at the Dunlow estate to get to know you all.
Why didn't he say anything?
Terrence's face was marred with uneven pockets of pink. He thought you would treat him differently, I stated. If the mixture of guilt and shock on the Dunlows' faces was any indication, then Carl was right. He might not have been welcomed with open arms by his biological family, but more would have been offered than casual dismissal and rudeness. But why did he kill Mel? Leo asked again, hands bunching on his lap. If Carl wanted to hurt Dad, why didn't he kill me or Teddy? His older brother blanched, not as willing to offer himself up in Melanie's place. We believe, despite how he felt snubbed by your family, he retained a connection to you, I explained. He was looking for an opportunity to hurt you, and killing Melanie had a huge impact on all of your lives. He didn't plan to do it, but grabbed the chance. Very sadly, Melanie was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Too often, women were the fatalities when men butted heads. They were discarded like pawns, not seen as people with their own lives. Leo shook his head violently. I should never have let her leave alone. Dunlow gripped his younger son's shoulder. No, this was my fault. I should have done more background checks before employing him. Enough! Juliet's crisp command broke through their self-admonishment. There's no one to blame for what happened to Melanie other than Carl. He pulled the trigger. There's no way you could have predicted what would happen that night, I added. Juliet's brand of comfort needed softening. You can't blame yourself for what you did or didn't do. That's no way to live. I spoke from experience. I'd spent enough sleepless nights wondering if Barnabas would be alive now if I'd hidden for longer, if I'd turned right instead of left when I searched the warehouse for food, if I'd screamed louder when the bad man pulled me across the floor. Nothing brought my brother back. Just like regrets wouldn't bring Melanie back either. Right then. Terrence grabbed the handle of the suitcase. I've had enough of this. Dunlow's face instantly blotted with patches of bright red. Terrence, do not leave! I'm done. Terrence charged towards the door. I don't want to be part of your mess. Juliet and I sidestepped out of his way, but Terrence paused with his hand on the door. Leo, that doesn't apply to you, he said briskly. Dad, do you want to know why that woman didn't tell you she'd had your son? It's because no one would ever choose you as a father if they could help it. Terrence stormed from the room, allowing the door to whisper shut behind him. There had always been an edge of hardness to Dunlow, a solid certainty of his place in the world. That had been stripped away. His eyes darted, fingers fidgeting with his cufflinks as his Adam's apple bobbed. I wasn't sure how to comfort this man I both pitied and reviled. His family was broken. I understood how isolating and confusing that could be. You couldn't have known what Carl was going to do, I offered. Neither Leo nor Dunlow should blame themselves for what happened. I hoped it would bring them closer. Maybe Dunlow would see the people around him as worthy of kindness and respect. Consideration, at least. If the way he looked down his nose at me was any indication, he wasn't a changed man yet. Come, Leo. We need to see to the dogs before it gets too dark. You're looking for homes for them, right? Leo smiled as he stood from the bed. Would you want one? Even his father looked interested at the prospect of offloading one of their dogs. Maybe. I'll give you a call. As Dunlow led Leo through one of the suite's inner doors, Juliet and I walked out into the hallway. I rubbed my face as we rode down in the lift, my brain heavy like a waterlogged sponge. There was no hint that what had transpired had affected Juliet at all. Our conversations with various people surrounding Melanie glanced off her. Maybe that was why we partnered together so well. Juliet was reserved and controlled, kept her distance, while I absorbed what needed to be felt. We shared the emotional and intellectual labour. You worked well on this case too, I said, as we crossed the hotel reception. Juliet blinked at me. Of course I bloody did. I grinned as we walked outside, back to the station now, to dive into the miles of paperwork involved in catching a criminal. Keith sent 1812. Hello, love. Sorry, but I can't bring the girls to see you this weekend. They're struggling with the upheaval of you living there anyway, and I don't want to add to that. Let me know if you're able to make it home next weekend and we can do something extra special as a family to make up for lost time. Love you. Kiss. Gabe. I walked out of the lift with Juliet and Maddie, then held one of the glass front doors open. Once outside, cold air coasted over our faces. I'd been glad of the fresh breeze skimming inland over the summer, but was settling into months of being a little too cold at all times. You sure we can't convince you to come out for a drink? I asked Juliet. She looked across the road at the pub most often frequented by our co-workers. Not this time. Did you see that, Gabe? Maddie linked her arm through mine. She very almost might have hesitated for a second. Progress, I nodded at Juliet. See you tomorrow. Bright and early, she said. I looked over my shoulder as Maddie dragged me towards the pub. Juliet's head was bowed, her face lit by her phone. One day, she might agree to come for a drink, to becoming more than a friendly colleague. No matter what my plans were, I'd drop everything to have a personal conversation with her. I suspected Juliet had a lot she needed to talk about. Heat blasted us as we walked into the pub, along with a roar of noise. I squinted into the dim interior, flinching when arms wrapped around my neck. We did it! Alice squealed, clinging on while other officers patted my back and echoed her congratulations. She untangled herself and stood beaming, her glee fueled by the victory she was celebrating and a couple of glasses of wine. What did we do? I asked, after the crowd of well-wishers moved away. Don't be modest. We know the warehouse tip was from you. I huffed out a breath. You do? We are the dream team, Alice half shouted. Do you want to come sit with us? You go. A quick scan of the pub revealed Paul on one of the high stools by the bar. I'm not going to be here for long and I need to talk to someone. Maddie squeezed my hand before she and Alice bounced off to join their friends. I fought through the crowd and hopped onto the stool beside Paul. Evening? He straightened. You may have caught me before I fell asleep there. Happy to oblige. I nodded when a bartender held up a pint glass. Do you want another? I shouldn't. I grinned and held up 2 fingers. Paul downed the rest of his beer and was ready for the next when it was placed in front of him. Jodie's going to be disgusted when I rock up in an Uber instead of driving. Paul's wife was the most patient woman I'd ever encountered. She wouldn't mind. I took a sip of my beer. I can't decide whether to be annoyed at you or not. Paul studied me. I'd go with not. I side-eyed him. Why did you tell everyone about the tip? Because it was a good one, Paul said, without a hint of shame. You deserve the credit. I watched the long streams of bubbles racing towards the top of my drink. I got lucky, on both cases. Luck or judgment, we caught them. Paul lifted his glass and clinked it against mine. You have to be incredibly lucky and intelligent to get away with killing someone. We weren't dealing with anyone like that. True. Carl had been manipulative and misleading, but he wasn't clever enough to frame Dunlow. I had to accept there was a mixture of chance and hard work that went into catching a killer. I'd do everything I could on the next case to make sure I didn't get in the way. I hear we're all working together from tomorrow, I said, willing to drop Paul's breach of trust. Like a big, happy family. He took a long gulp. Honestly, we could do with the Ice Queen's help. It's a tough one from the snippets that have come through so far. I sipped the frothy head off my beer. I hated these moments. I'd known Paul for a long time. He'd always been my superior, and he was technically giving Juliet a compliment. But I'd have preferred he didn't call her names behind her back. He saved me the effort of finding an appropriate response. The press have gotten bored. Then this comes in. You can make us do the press conferences if you like. Paul choked. And let Juliet loose on them? She's worse than me. Beer sloshed over my hand as a warm body slammed into my side, jolting my sore arm. I shook droplets off my fingers, but Maddie and Alice continued crowding in. You mustn't look. Maddie reached over the bar to grab a napkin and dabbed at my sleeve. The most beautiful man in existence has just walked in. Man? I asked. Maddie rolled her eyes. He's objectively hotter than the sun. I twisted in my seat while Alice hissed. She told you not to look. Ollie waved, lifting a thumb at the door. His hair fell in messy waves. His jumper sleeves rolled up to reveal several mismatched tattoos. That's Ollie. Maddie gripped my arm. Over her shoulder, Paul chuckled into his pint. Who's Ollie? Alice asked. He's my boyfriend. I slid off the stool. We're going for dinner. Alice and Maddie gaped between me and Ollie, but Paul saluted as he commandeered the rest of my beer. Have a good evening. I will. I mimed closing my mouth at Maddie and Alice, then walked over to Ollie. Let's get out of here, I whispered in his ear. His smile was eager as he ushered me outside. I've booked us a table at an actual restaurant. My hand tingled as our fingers entwined. Sounds perfect. While we understand that you may wish for your name to be kept confidential, we do have to respect the fire regulations of the buildings we hold meetings in. The refuge will keep this register only when necessary, and it will be destroyed permanently when no longer needed. Please ask one of our trained members of staff for more information if you're unsure. Write only your first name and initial below. Alex A., Christine J., Stephanie L., Mandy L., Juliet S., Martin P., Kate S., Nadine B., Jordan H. The Refuge, providing healing services for those affected by physical and emotional abuse. 6 months later. Unknown sent 1620. I'm in position. Unknown sent 1621. Get it done. From Recruitment Services. Recruitment at hampshireconstabulary.gov.uk to Leo Dunlow, leodunlow@gmail.com, date 24th April, 1653, subject, next intake. Dear Leo, thank you for expressing an interest in joining the policing team when you have finished your A-levels. Our next recruitment day is on the 5th of July. I've attached the details to this email. If your results reflect those already achieved in your mocks and your physical fitness is at the expected level, then I can see no reason why your application would not be successful. Best wishes, Sarah Jane Trott. Recruitment Services, Hampshire Constabulary. Gabe. I led our group out of the courthouse. The demands of running an ongoing investigation into the human trafficking ring on top of a slew of other cases hadn't allowed Juliet and I to sit in on the whole trial. but it felt important to be present when Carl was sentenced. He hadn't protested his innocence. Standing beside the judge, his expression hadn't wavered when the jury pronounced him guilty on all counts. I pulled my collar up as we walked down the stairs. The weather had begun to warm, but it was as likely to rain or shine within a 5-minute window. Juliet was already absorbed in her phone, her brows lowered as she jabbed at the screen. Alice and Maddie chattered with their arms linked. James smiled shyly, standing awkwardly in a suit that complemented his bulky frame. Juliet had been bemused when they sat around us this morning. I wasn't sure she recalled the uniformed officers from Melanie's case. She'd shaken her head fondly when Maddie called us a team. I'd nudged Juliet when Jordan and Leo walked into the courtroom, sitting side by side. I didn't know what had changed between the two young men in the last few months. They were friendly enough that when tears coursed down Jordan's face, Leo had a tissue ready. They'd sat behind Ida and Evie, the older women leaning into one another as the charges were read. "Pub?" Maddie suggested. "Not for me." I held up my hands to staunch her protests. "I'm meeting Ollie." "Ollie?" Alice sighed. She whipped her head round. "Is he here?" I looked across the street. Recently, I'd noticed an unswerving ability to pick my boyfriend out of a crowd. His hair had been cut at his most recent shoot, the sides of his head covered in bristle while waves flopped over his forehead. He raised one arm to wave, the other restraining an overexcited Alsatian. Ollie grinned at me, then concentrated on finding a break in the heavy traffic. "The only thing that makes him hotter is when he's walking your dog," Alice said. Before I could ask her to stop objectifying Ollie again, a car backfired. I flinched, my hand flying to my sternum. I'd had a few moments like this recently. The main content of my nightmares remained unchanged, but the crack of a gun had intruded. Loud noises startled me, my heart taking a while to slow. I laughed at myself, shaking out my hand. Now Carl had been convicted, this nervous reaction should ease off. Juliet's phone clattered to the ground. A joke about how I hadn't thought it possible to unglue it from her palm was halfway to my lips when I noticed the red stain growing on her white blouse. "Juliet?" I pulled her coat to one side. Blood, scarlet red, pulsing from a bullet wound in her chest. Juliet looked down at it, then up at me. "Fuck," she breathed, before collapsing. "Gabe, what happened?" Maddie grabbed my arm as James and Alice sprang into action. The older man repositioned Juliet on the ground, his jacket held firm over where her blouse was soaked. Alice had her phone to her ear, shouting details to an operator. Shouting because people screamed all around. I blinked at their horrified faces as they ran. The tears of those who crouched behind a bus stop. Leo's auburn hair stood out. He and Jordan bracketed Ida and Evie, hurrying the elderly women away. I blinked at Maddie, feeling as though I was walking in a dream. Another crack, and pain crashed through my shoulder. The force of it made me stumble. My heel caught, and Maddie's scrambling hands weren't enough to stop me falling. Breath punched out of me as my back met concrete. My shoulders screamed, the skin around pulsing with warmth. Above me, Maddie's mouth moved. Half words reached my ears, incomprehensible under the beat of blood and shrill screams. I turned my head. Juliet lay beside me, her hair fanned across the ground, her arms flung wide. A stranger had taken over pressing on her wound. James was occupied with pumping her chest. Her eyes were half closed, her mouth sagging. I turned the other way, catching another glimpse of Maddie's horrified face. It was much closer. Hands pulled at my front. Chill air danced over me as someone tugged open my coat. The traffic had stopped. Alice stood shouting, arms pointing. Most members of the public followed her instructions, their movements clumsy as they fled. One person refused to move. The dog at his side barked, teeth flashing. I stared at Ollie's stricken face. I wanted to tell him not to cry, to touch his cheek and reassure him that it wasn't so bad. It wasn't even painful anymore. I didn't feel like I'd been shot. More like I was floating along a cool river. I blinked. Reopening my eyes was an effort. Ollie's mouth was open, moving around a single sound. The kaleidoscope of screams faded. I closed my eyes and drifted into the dark. Thank you for listening to Shot in the Dark by Anna Britton, read by Yasmin Mwanza, produced by Shakasonic Studios for Saga Egmont. Egmont is a charitable foundation that donates €13 million to vulnerable children and young adults every year. We are working hard to ensure as many children as possible get invaluable access to education and social resources. Thanks for helping us make a difference. To find out more, please visit our website, www.egmont.com.